your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're here at ESO Pro League Season 5, Week 3, the final day of Week 3, and we just saw SK take down Luminosity on Cobble.
Even with a lineup change mid-match.
Even with a stand-in, a manager.
Yeah, a manager.
I've already heard that one before. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it'll probably come to us eventually.
Well, look, we're going to get into cash now. All right, and obviously this one might fare a little bit different for either side, or are we going to see a lot of the same storyline?
I think it's going to be a lot of the same in that sense. What's worse for Luminosity is that Taco's going to be playing from the get-go in this matchup, which I definitely don't think is going to be any sort of help to them. The problem is, obviously, when you go up against a team that is just on most bases better than you, you're going to have an issue, especially with the map pool as well. So you don't really have that ace up your sleeve when you're playing a top-tier team because they're going to be well-versed on pretty much everything. And that's really the issue we run into now. So even though Cash might not be SK's staple in terms of their go-to pick in that sense, it's still going to be stronger than Luminosity's.
No, absolutely. And I guess to take a look at the Luminosity side of things here on Cash, we've got Eric DeBear Stromberg standing by. Eric, what do you got for us, man?
Thank you, Stunna. And we're going to take a look at Luminosity versus CLG on Cash. As you can see right here, CLG is going to play a very aggressive B setup as Luminosity is doing a standard kind of default, sitting back, waiting around. And as you can see, CLG gets a kill right off the bat. Now this CLG, like, hey, we pushed B. We made a lot of noise. You guys shouldn't go here, right? So they're going to stack 1B eventually. Hayes going to fall back. And then, but Luminosity, they got that mind game going on. They're going to come back to be like, no, we don't buy this. We don't buy that you guys are actually B. We're going to work it slow, take our time. As CLG is stacking 3 people A and 1 person middle, I don't know why you want to do that on a 5-on-4. Just play conservative. You don't have to overcompensate for anything. As you can see, they just walk into B, easy kill from Destiny, and CLG ends up having to save the round because they over-rotated too early. LG read that off the bat, and they just took B. Just one person, 4-on-5. So CLG lost a round more than LG won. I don't know. Who knows? But LG did a great job on reading the play, hitting it home, and winning the round. Back to you, Stunna.
Thanks, Eric. All right, real quick, give me a prediction going into this one.
It's not going to be a surprising one, but I'm going to go with the SK taking Cash as well.
I'm personally shocked that you picked SK in this scenario.
I'm here to throw curveballs.
All right.
Yep.
Well, let's see if Luminosity can do it here on Cash. Standing by to take the action to you are Blue and Dazed.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. I believe we're pretty much going to echo this. This is the desk there with SK having a pretty good chance to just sweep through this one as well.
I mean, they're definitely the better team, you know, but if Luminosity has a chance on a map, I don't think it would have been Cobble. I think it would be Cash. You know, SK vetoed Cash for the longest time. They're just now trying to play it because, you know, I think they probably want to keep banning Nuke after losing to Cloud9, you know, because it used to be Cash. That was their ban. Then they tried playing Nuke. Then they said, hey, we suck at this. And then they started banning Nuke and then playing Cash. So they're kind of going back and forth, right? Luminosity is a pretty good Cash team as well. So we'll see. I think if Luminosity could beat them on any map, I think it would be Cash. So this is going to be their best opportunity. This is going to be their best chance to take out, you know, one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly an upset for them to increase their record. Is they're probably going to be one of those teams that's fighting towards the very end of their top 6, which will more than likely end up being the ones that qualify for the LAN.
I would think so. You know, it's crazy because if you would have asked me just 3-4 months ago, I would have said, no way could Luminosity even battle for top 6. No way. But because there's so many teams that I think they should be able to beat pretty consistently.
Yeah.
You know, I think they're going to have an over 500 record. And I think they could possibly compete for it. We'll see. It's so top heavy in the ESL Pro League right now.
Well, the NA landscape is just so unstable at the moment too. I mean, you have like Cloud9 and Liquid is pretty, you know, stable entities, but now, you know, with Optic losing Stanislaw and, you know, all this drama going on, they have kind of fallen off where they were previously, you know, for the best at the end of the year, and then there's really no one else below them that can compete among that triangle there.
But the improvement that LG has had in the past like 4 months or so has been like very good. They have come from like a good Premier team, like if one of the best Premier teams, they didn't even, I think they placed 3rd in Premier, right?
Yeah,
third, 4th or something like that, to becoming like, you know, middle of the pack pro team.
Yeah.
That's like a pretty huge leap, you know, from, you know, battling teams like Rush into now being, you know, maybe like battling for like 9th to 6th spot in Pro League. So their improvement has been great.
Well, immediately at the start of this one, actually, they're going to lose Destiny. Although they did good damage to Phelps on his initial push, it was Fur that swung back in directly into this garage to battle the members of LG that managed to pick up a kill there. So now after that, it's left into the 4v5, and they are going to try to sneak over here towards B and go for an all-in execute. Worked out great at the start, but the problem is now they're going to have trouble getting up onto the platform itself. SK still holds good control here. One of the T's cross over here towards the T room, but now he's going to have to go back in. That's a great headshot on the Phelps, but it's not going to mean anything as Taco immediately trades him back out, and SK do close out the round.
Yeah, and they, you know, SK had a great setup to stop that. They already had that player in Heaven being Phelps. There's no smoke going down there. And one of the reasons he is Heaven there is because he has about 30 HP. So, you know, you could play Heaven, you could play a nice headshot angle, not really have to worry about your health being too low. He's able to impact the round while they're hitting B and getting that kill. And then Cold in the site is just, you know, I think he's going to end up, if they start playing Cash, just from the limited time that I've seen him play it, as SK takes a very fast A main control, Fur getting pushed up right away, super close. I think people are going to start talking about, you know, Cold being one of the best anchors to be in this game.
Well, PKL actually does catch the trade on the Fur here, although he was set up really well to actually get a triple kill. Unfortunately, just gets on a Womdig bite. PKL, so he'll find himself dead there. Reapplication of Molotov. He's going to come in from Taka, though, so it is going to hold LG outside of the site for right now, unless they all want to try to funnel through Squeaky, which probably not going to see that. Taco, though, still playing close, and after this molly again, you can see Yell and the others really trying to upset with these deagles. Beyond PKL's shot there really hasn't been all that much that is connected, and 2 of their own guys that have been going for these peaks have been slowly whittled down a little bit. PKL's down at 26. Yell's sitting over here at 54 right now, so, and I mean, this combined with the fact that they really haven't taken a whole lot of map control just doesn't make it look very good for them to actually win out this force currently. Although, changing the game plan now, obviously, you have the 3 stack still on A. It does look like LG are going to go out for mid, where Fallen now is going to have the challenges at quite a long range, so there was a chance there, but he's safely going back inside of Z here. But also, with the damage being done further towards Yell, he may get a bit hungry for these kills, at which point we could see him either over-aggress and lose his life, or, well, back in A main, see Taco being able to swing back out. Dispatch of PKL, trying to go for a second one, but again, the trades remain strong. Fallen, though, holds off Yell in mid, and now they're down to 2. Phelps, I think, will just play this pretty safe. Holds a bit of an aggressive angle to take them down before they can kill the players over there at Toxic Cross, but yeah, he'll find those last 2 kills against Showtime and SHZ, and it'll still be SK claiming the second round.
Yeah, a little bit scary for SK there. Fallen almost got caught out in the middle. Had he died, that could have been a very different round. But the 1D didn't happen, and they end up living with 3 alive. And look at Fallen. He buys an op. He's anticipating maybe they will buy here. Just wants to play it safe for it. They're not sure how much they bought, right? Because majority of them didn't even have head armor. So, you know, they might have thought, hey, maybe they're just going to D up and then try to force buy here or something like that. So push comes from B. Fallen just holding middle with his off, and Phelps just behind them all. About 15 seconds in the round.
So he's got a big flank opened up already here to potentially crush them. He kind of just holds the doorway for right now, though, but a moment later he'll go back outside towards mid. As the rest of LG really struggling to kind of get anything done here. Phelps peeking out there, but Yell really not capitalizing on that at all. Just kind of panics a little bit. So now Phelps is going to be able to line up the shot. Already 2 gone down. Nice trade from SHG to grab the headshot against Phelps, but the nade from Coldzera destroys the remaining health pool there for SHG, and he's even going to grab those last 2 kills too. So losing like 1 or 2 players here in the first couple rounds, kind of what you expect, especially with how aggressively SK are playing currently. But beyond that, really clean, and we're exactly where we expect to be right now with the 3-0.
Absolutely, and they're going to keep 2 SMGs, so 2 M4s, 2 SMGs, and an AWP, and we'll see how these SMGs play. You know, look at the spots that Cold and Taco are going to play, because a lot of people with SMGs, they don't know how to make an impact with these rounds. But I promise you, you know, Cold and Taco are very, very good at making an impact and kind of knowing how to play with them, because you got to switch up your playstyle a little bit when you have SMGs, right? And there's advantages to have them, and you want to take full advantage of those.
Taco tries to go in, but the flash I think messes up a little bit there, so they cancel that. Pretending like that never happened. And the rest of LG still just lined up in a default. Thankfully, they didn't have anyone from the LG side pushed up into Squeaky, so there was no room for punishment on that, but it actually could have gone pretty badly had that have been the case, because that flash would have not hit the guy in the hall at all. Since
yeah, Pickle probably would have killed him. He was in a really good counter spot for that. But you know, the SMG is actually really good in a spot like that, because you're going to be able to run full speed after that flash and just keep moving. Like, you're just going to hard strafe very, very quickly around that door. You might be able to catch somebody. So now a nice mid takes coming out from LG. SK is not really going to be able to compete with that. They're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, so LG being able to get that. Problem being, though, is this is just happening now, and they do have to kind of start their execute here within the next few moments. Fur being able to dip in there and execute one of these guys, I believe, by getting aggressive there through the squeaky halls. So finally they re-aggress, and because no one from LG was watching that, he just walks right in and grabs a free kill onto Yell. Now they're going to go for sort of a hackneyed attempt at a B play. There's still 2 players in the site. Good news, both are on platforms. It's actually going to be really easy to prevent them from being able to spot any of this, and it gives LG a whole lot of site control as they do push back in. But again, just like back over there with Broken Wall on the B side on Cobble, they're really slow to take this control, so it's bought so much time for rotates to roll back in 1-1 at the start, but they've only got 10 seconds now to clear out Phelps, get that bomb onto the ground. They do take down 1, but Phelps is here for the trades now, and also Fallen bailing them out. SHZ picking up 1 more kill, but then Fallen from up on top finishes off the job and pushes SK forward as they take control of this first gun round. 4-0 now, so far undefeated in this map.
Yeah, and not only that, the bomb was down by Checkers, so they really didn't have any chance there at winning that round, even if he was able to, you know, kill Fallen. And Fur pushes door, he gets that kill. And the rotate just came out so quick. The double smokes actually came out from Cold and Phelps, I believe. And, you know, they just couldn't push the site, and time just dwindling. That was just not something that was going to happen.
Showtime looking to take some pot shots there to the smoke, trying to line it up, and he actually does get good damage on the Cold. But the HE grenade followed through and knocked off about half of his HP directly after that, and we saw him being taken down. The good news for LG is that they did manage to trade this back out over here in mid. SHZ playing to the short angle here, looking for headshots. He's already been able to dispatch a Fallen there, back by Z, as you can see his corpse on the left side. But Fur also challenging things. The nade goes a little bit too deep, so SHZ has the angle, but the shot not going to be connecting. Meanwhile, they got very aggressive here out towards the garage. Taco is going to dispatch of 1 PKL right in the face of SHZ, takes him out. But there's a very early flank opened up, and now it's basically just Pickle left alive, sitting here in quad, but he has brought it down to a 1v2. Already 2 kills for himself here, but 2 more to grab, and the bomb is down in the open once again, so it will be a little bit tough to work with. Time is much more in the favor of LG on this round, though, but PKL does make the mistake of peeking out directly into Coldzera, and he'll end the round for SK.
Yeah, still a good round, though, from LG. I mean, they got 2, you know, op kills, or killed 2 players with ops there, and, you know, Fallen and Taco. I think Cole was probably able to pick it up, but, you know, they got a lot of kills, 3 kills on that round, and just, you know, hitting SK's money a little bit.
We can see, okay, Yell just tries to go directly out towards mid this time around. Thankfully for SK, it is a miss. But now they also get aggressive over here inside of Squeaky. What they attempted to do a few rounds back, they go for it now, and it works out as PKL, one of the biggest fraggers for LG, is down right at the start of the round, which is not something that they want to have to deal with, especially considering the way things tended to go back on that last map here. coldzera already prepped for a counter boost, and that's the bomb, so he can just camp right up here and sit back to wait until when LG have to move into retreat. But actually, no, he's going to be a lot more aggressive than that. It's a bit awkward as he does jump behind Yell. Yell legs him on the way down, but then coldzera is able to finish off the job, but Destiny is there to take him back out of the play. Problem being, though, is that with that, I'm pretty sure coldzera already got full read as to what's going on, so any attempts to go directly into A are going to be met with a huge stack of players from SK. They've got 2 in the site now, another one watching out for mid pressure. They still have Phelps who pushed into A main, but Destiny actually manages that, so we're even again. Back down onto a 3v3. They know that there is presence inside of Squeaky, though, so SHZ is really not going to be able to push back out of there anytime soon. They give this up, and it looks like they're going to try to change it over to B again.
Yeah, and Taco rotated out to watch the Z, or the mid run out. And now he's going to go back to B, but I don't know if he's going to get there in time. The site might already be taken.
Yeah, look at back in, and Taco even getting intel to suggest that they're going back into A, which is certainly not the case.
Yeah, it's SAG at the door. The smoke dissipates, and Fallen gets caught in the back. Another kill onto Fur, and this is certainly going to be an LG round win.
Yeah, SHZ, we'll see if he can just clean up the last guy alive here. It's going to be Taco. He holds on for that one to take him down, but now he's in a race against time as he just pushes over to this other side. It's not looking like he's going to save. At the very least, he might just peek back in to try and take down 1 or 2 of these guys if they're in the open. But we'll see if he actually goes for the full commitment. We're just checking it, but yeah, nothing to be spotted in the open there near the platform or even inside of the tree room. So he'll back himself up now and look to carry that op into the 7th round.
Imagine if he wallbang checkers there and killed him.
That would be next level.
That would have been, because he was wall and stuff. I was thinking like, oh my god, he might do it, but instead he's going to save the op, and that's a good save because I don't think their money is too great right now. I think they'll be able to full buy because he saved that op. So yeah, he should be able to drop Phelps, or sorry, not drop Phelps, probably drop Fallen, and Fallen will drop an M4 maybe, or maybe they'll go with a double op. So they opt for the double op. One of them is going to have to be on an ump or something like that, and that's going to be, let's see if it's Taco.
It's Phelps from the look of things right now.
Yeah, I think so, but this is still a pretty good buy. Double op setup with 1 SMG if I'm lost and an M4. Like, this is more than fine, especially because, well, all 5 of them are going towards B, so it's going to be a quick B hit.
Fallen will have to be the one to defend it here. LG actually do slow their roll a little bit to try and deploy utility, really prevent Fallen from going off on them if they tried to go directly in for the push here. Flashbangs out, they connect in a great way. You can see Fallen, though, not really being one to try and aggress directly against this, and he's been smoked off on both sides now, so he's actually going to have trouble doing a lot. And there's no one else in that site. He flashes in to get himself behind the box here, so he has that position, and now he can just pick them off from behind. Only getting 1, though. SHZ trades it, but he, too, is down at 19 HP. Phelps trying to play around this smoke, but he can't get a kill. So Destiny taking him back down. The guys from SK are down to 3. Taco getting flashed back out, missing the shot. That'll let Destiny go through, and oh, he's messy on the spray. But thankfully, Taco was so blinded by the flashbang, he was not allowed to recover. Keep in mind, though, really great damage done to 2 of the players on LG, but the problem is that, yeah, coldzera and Fur really don't have any room to work with, and now that he has lost his teammate, Fur back in, this is going to be a Hail Mary attempt, and it won't work out very well. Just 1 kill for him, and PKL trades him out to give LG their 2nd and put SK onto a full save. Yeah,
that was such a strange round from SK. I mean, everybody's kind of just creeping through smokes as they're taking sites. Fallen able to get 1, but then dying SHZ. Phelps not able to take advantage of the fact that, you know, they were looking at Fallen. We saw him with the ump there. He almost got out a double kill. And then Cold somehow in the back of the B boxes. I wish I knew how that happened. And then they knew he was there somehow. So that was a really crazy round. And that's what that does when you smoke off both angles of Checkers, you know, Checkers' entrance and the other spot. Like, it just puts so much confusion just around the map, and LG ended up thriving in it.
Well, for SK, they will try a bit more aggression this time on their full eco round, just upgraded pistols. As we can see, Taco, though, actually being able to impact here. Catches, I think it's PKL trying to go for very early aggression outside Squeaky, and they knock him down there. Phelps also would try to counter boost, but he's going to cancel that pretty quickly when the Molly sends him going back. There was someone that was available a second before that, too. Look like he might have been able to catch him crossing back further back towards mid, but I think he missed his opportunity there. And so they'll have to work this with a man down against them. coldzera, though, to try and challenge this is going to be almost certain death. So he peeks out for 1 or 2 shots, goes in and gets a second one there. That's now Showtime been dinked to 20 HP. If he can find him again, he can certainly finish him back off, but on the repeak, Yell is available to take him back down here on the site. Phelps getting knocked out pretty quickly here too. Taco is trying to do work with that rifle, but again, only little tidbits of damage here, and it seems like most of the players rotating back in are being handled. Fur did pick up 2 kills, but now they're going to go back out towards mid, and Taco's still with the AK. But going towards mid here, I'm not sure if they're actually going to attempt to go back in and go for this.
I think they will, and
yeah.
This is really, really smart because they knew that both were spawn, and Yell might get caught out of position.
Apparently not. Ready for that one. Picks up the first kill, but oh, he trades at his gun when he swings out the second time. Had to have misclicked or something. Taco catches Yell there. And now Destiny looking to 1v1 this. Taco upgrading to the AWP in this case too, but moving in, he tries to sneak it, and it's not going to work out. Destiny finishes off the round and allows for LG to soar up towards 3 here.
Yeah, but still a great a great eco round for SK. Puts them 1 step closer to breaking LG's money at 5-3. So they are going to buy here. It's definitely, it's really not a great buy. We'll see if Taco, what he wants to buy is 49.50 ops for the M4. And SK has been doing a lot of trickery. They've been doing a lot of pushes early round. They're trying to, you know, fight LG at areas of the map early on instead of like playing any type of a default setup. And LG's doing a good job. I mean, 3-5 is not bad, especially with the economic state that SK is in.
So Yell's up on boost right now, looking to see if he can find White Box or Z pressure. There's certainly a lot of presence from SK sitting in mid, so he may get his chance yet. But for right now, nothing being found. And he just kind of creeps over top there, while eventually falling back down below. Fur and Fallen are the 2 that have aggressed into mid and are looking to hold this, but that leaves, specifically looking at the A side, that leaves an incredibly weak. LG have really developed into a pattern though in these last couple rounds of kind of avoiding A, with the exception of having PKL go for the aggression there. But this round, which means that these mid guys have to be really fast on the rotate. That or Fallen needs to be really successful in his attempt to flank back out. He's already kind of revealed himself with his flashbang going inside. No one physically spotted him, but they have to have known that there was going to be someone attempting to push back through. Now the rest of LG get themselves inside of A main and prepare for this push. Well, they still have 2 players on the CT side back down in mid, so once more, it's all on Taco right now. Fur moving back up, though. He gets himself into the Raptors, so he's got a pretty solid watch over here of Squeaky if PKL tries to go for the peak. He already tried it once, and you can see he's been dropped down to 63 HP, but now the time's getting low. The rest of the team's going to move, and they actually dink Fur down to 38 through the wall there. On a repeak, Fur certainly getting the better of PKL. Yell, though, is going to impact against Taco, immediately taking down the player watching for Quad, and that will give up the site. LG should be good to find the plant, but now Fur up on top, he takes down PKL, and Phelps, he's very creative with this smoke. He's seen a bit early though, and that is going to allow Destiny to take him down. Fur with 1 more, going for 2, but no, can't be done. SHZ is the one to knock him out. They've even seen the player trying to go up on top, so Yell will take out Coldzera at the truck angle, and they already know Fallen's around here somewhere. He impacts for 1 frag against SHZ. If he wants to go back in, he needs to do it now. There's no kit in hand. I'm not sure if one of the CTs had one on the site somewhere, but if he does, he's got to commit time to be able to go and watch for that one. Showtime sitting in the smoke. There's nothing really to be seen from Fallen as he peeks back up here. No mistakes made in positioning from LG. So I think he is just going to sit back, fall back now, find himself a fight with Showtime. But yeah, the more important thing is getting out of here with the rifle and saving, as the round is once again going to be LG's.
Yeah, just a slow kind of A-take. I mean, it wasn't like they just threw a bunch of Molotovs and went. You know, they used the smokes, they took their time, and it's such a tough task. I'm telling you, trying to hold the A site from site itself, when you can't really play like quad or fence and whatnot, it's so difficult because that pop flash comes and you're just dead to rights as soon as it happens if they start pushing the site in that aspect. And then once the post plant happens, when your opera gets to forklift, it's such a tough task to retake. SK not able to do it. It did get down to a 3v3 though, but those post plant positions are very, very strong. And if you don't have the Molotovs to clear them out, it's a really difficult time to retake.
Yeah, and Fallen and the rest of the team really can't justify an investment besides what Fallen had saved in that last round here, so it is just going to be upgraded pistols and smokes across the board for a lot of these guys. Beyond that, though, firepower is non-existent on the SK side of things, but Deagles, though, certainly don't want to underestimate them. They can do some work if they have correct positioning to work with. Fallen, though, might actually get a big chance to find some impact himself as he is positioned on B. Smokes are covering off a whole lot, though, and SHZ has already managed to burn down Coldzera. Showtime catches Phelps on the rotate. Fallen's still alive, but I think they know exactly where he's he's at. Not only this, but out of ammo on that M4, so only has the USP to play, which is firing off everything, but no connections really being made significantly enough here. PKL countering out the flank over there to eliminate Taco, and now Fur, again, no positioning. He does have armor and a CZ, so it is going to be more economically viable to just fall back and save this here now. LG, they're going to tie this up at 5-all.
Yeah, 5-all, and they should have a lot of money right now. Let's check it out. So, yeah, they're going to have a pretty good amount. All 5 are going to live this round, so that's going to hurt SK a lot. It's going to make getting back into this, you know, half and, you know, trying to win a lot of these rounds difficult. Because LG is just going to be able to buy 2-3 rounds in a row, definitely, even if they lose them.
Yeah, and this game's been incredibly streaky too. It's been 5 rounds straight for SK after they won the pistol. They took the first round in the following round, but after that, it's all been LG here. So you can only imagine how different the score actually would have been if it was LG taking control of the pistol. And they got the momentum swing right from the start of things. This might be a lot more dominant for LG in this case now, as they're on the cusp of taking the lead if they can win out this last gun round.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, this cash is, in my opinion, LG's best chance to win. And SK doesn't look like, they just don't look as comfortable on this map, in my opinion, as they do on like a, you know, overpass or a cobble, where just everybody knows exactly what they need to do in like 4v4 scenarios especially, right? They're just not as comfortable because they're still trying to learn it, trying to get used to it.
Well, for LG now, they will be sending all of their players over here into the B halls, keeping one, as we would expect, to watch out for a flank, and that'll be SHZ's job with the bomb and useless room. But everyone else in Sunroom getting ready to deploy Molotovs. They firebomb the site back out. coldzera does have a flash, but it's a little bit early. In fact, the execute is actually not going to follow through into this B-bomb site. They've gone back. They've gone over here into the garage, essentially into their default setup, with the exception of having a second guy sitting there in Sunroom right now. But nothing else to be seen. And a flashbang dropping its way out. Yellow has plenty of coverage to be able to keep himself in. The main push is no longer here. It is going to be going towards A main. And the only one available to stop that is going to be Taco, up boosted towards Shroud's position. So big test for him, as rotations are, 10+ seconds away. If he doesn't multi-frag, this will be an almost instant save call for SK. In they go, they're the first one, looking for more, but it cannot be done. coldzera is able to catch out one of these players in mid, so they have a man advantage going into this one. And much like we've seen in the past, LG are really slow to take site control here. PKL finding one more, abusing that smoke a little bit, but ultimately Fur is now back in the site. No one realizing that Yell's going to come out for a mid, though, so this is a bit chaotic once again. Hopping back up, tries to go for that shot, but Phelps is ready for it, and he'll end the round in SK's favor. They'll just barely get to keep their lead going up 6-5. However, LG should have plenty of cash to resume right into another buy here.
And if LG can win this round, it wouldn't surprise me if they end the half with, a 9-6 or worst case scenario 8-7 lead. I mean, SK they have pretty decent utility and a pretty good buy, but if they lose this round, it's going to be nothing else for them. That is it. They're going to have no money. So LG, this is like one of those really important swing rounds, and we'll see what they do. Like, this is when you want to just do your best, most confident type of strat that you have, and really give it your best here.
And it seems like they're going to go back to the old standard that they were using at the beginning of the round. Keep in mind, though, this is where they're actually losing a lot of their rounds, when they try to go for these direct A plays. PKL, though, immediately striking through the squeaky door. He does manage to find Taco out peeking against it. And now the only one here to defend against a full push is going to be Fur, back by Forklift, too, which usually ends up just getting traded 1-for-1, unless they don't check it for whatever reason. Then he can multi-frag, but that's a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, you usually want somebody, spotting for you, and this is good. Fallen might spot for him, and then he could peek out and get kills. He gets one kill at door, though, so that's a bad death for the LG guys.
He manages to just barely dodge the out. He might have actually gotten shot by Fallen there. It was a bit weird. So now PKL is going to swing around the quad side, and apparently SK, in that confusion, nobody was watching out for that, so he walks up and gets them both for free. Phelps back in mid, takes down Showtime, but still it's a 2v3, and they have no positioning to retake.
Yeah, and what happened was he got the kill onto Destiny, and he didn't know that there was another one door. It's not that common to have more than one door, so he wasn't really thinking about it. He wanted to fall back to site with Fallen. Pickle very smartly just kind of walks out and realizes that, hey, they probably just think only Destiny was there. Shoots them both in the side. And that's what I'm talking about. That's like those small things that SK on this map doesn't seem totally comfortable on. And, you know, it's something that will come in time. And I think this map can kind of play to a lot of their strengths if they just start playing it more and practicing it more and more. Not quite sure how much they have been working on it in the past, you know, 2 months or so. But, I mean, it has all the recipes for them to be really good, right? Really good teamwork when it comes to like rotate flashes, right? Fast rotations. You could thrive in a double up setup. There's a lot of tricky things that you could do as well that SK really likes to utilize, whether it's like a counter boost at mid and things of that nature. So I think it has a lot of aspects that SK is really good at, and that could really help them be a really good cash team. They are going to force buy here, so they have 3 umps, and immediately coldzera pushes B. Fallen getting traded out by SHZ there, though I think that was close middle.
Yeah, it's brought down to a 4v4. Here's the problem for PKL, though. He's gotten so common. What? No. Okay. Taco does realize what's going on there with PKL, but he almost didn't see him first. He almost managed to pull a ninja and get behind the doorway. But Taco corrects it just before that flashbang fades away, too. And he's going to be able to get a second one. Destiny also spending so much time waiting for Taco to come back outside that first spots him over there by Toxic Barrels and takes him down, too. Now Taco pushing back in. He's going to add 1 more to the kill counter, ending up with 3 on the round. He just dominates LG, putting SK back in control once again.
Yeah, and they saved those 2 guns from the round before, if I'm not mistaken, and those 3 umps, and then look at how well they made the umps work. I mean, we've seen Taco consistently get aggressive at that door. I think he killed Pickle once. I think that's the 2nd time he did, and I don't think he's died doing it. Maybe he died once with like a USP or something like that, but constant door aggression.
Well, now coldzera is going to try and challenge again over here with this rifle, and actually he may get himself in a perfect position. That smoke that's been tossed up at the CTs, he has a little bit of an angle on it when they do peek around the corner. He's kind of got smoked out too, but that's also not perfect. He does have still this vision to try and punish them. Unfortunately, SHZ is going to get the better of them. However, Phelps pushing directly behind him, and no one's actually realized it. Still 2 in the sunroom, so he's got to be cautious. They could just spot him from the backside, and that is, unfortunately for SK, is what is going to happen here. Showtime knocking him down. Taco trying to contest in the vents, but he can't do anything, so all 5 stay alive from LG getting onto that B-bomb site. Fallen trying to pick some off from Team Aid, but nothing being picked up. And again, boxed out of the site. This actually wouldn't be too crazy if it ended up in a save. However, I think with the flank from Fur, they may still just try to position for eggs at the very least to do some damage, but going into the last gun round, I think everybody on LG can afford a rebuy anyway, so that's really not going to matter.
Yeah, they should be able to. This is a smart save, though, because without this save, they're just going to be on full pistols. But they could, you know, drop an ump each or something like that and definitely have a good buy going into the slash. Actually, they're going to be able to do more than that. I think if they could save all 3 of these guns, they're going to have basically a full buy for the slash round.
Yeah, and LG, in the meantime, are actually still quite low, so they'll get enough, obviously, for winning out the round, but if they lose too many players, it is going to make it a bit scrappy. Thankfully, PKL already being able to take down 1 of the 3 saving players for SK, and this is where SK, you know, this is a bit of a mix-up, is now they are going to be down a bit more, but Taco spots them in the corner, but PKL again saving all of their lives. Takes down Taco, and only 1 actually ends up getting saved at the end of the round there for SK.
Yeah, but it made no sense for Taco to even go for that, because even if he kills somebody, it's just an unnecessary risk, right? They're just going to be able to rebuy anyways, so there's just no sense you know, for going for that kill. No sense at all into doing that. So he pays for it, right? Now he has an ump instead of an M4, and they still do have a double up setup though for SK.
Utility is very lax, but look at this spray from Yell. Massive damage to Phelps. In fact, he finishes off the job. coldzera, though, did respond to that beforehand, being able to take down Showtime earlier on, so it's just evenly traded down to a 4v4. LG, though, very quickly now moving themselves over here into the B halls to try and push forward. Not too much, though. coldzera, if they do swing around that corner, will be waiting for them with an op. So they need to be very cautious about this. As beyond the quick trade that we saw happening at the beginning of the round, it still just becomes a default setup from LG.
Yeah, and 4v4, they're just kind of feeling it out, seeing if anybody has pushed middle. They're worried that somebody might be on the counter boost because they did kill somebody pushing up close middle, so it could have been like a 1-3-1 setup. SHZ going to molly cold out of position, but Taco pretty aggressive A main. I think he's jump spotting. So he might have been able to see somebody. I'm not 100% sure. Pickle at the door, and it looks like it will be an A play.
Yeah, and he is getting ready to move out, who, again, has actually been rather successful on finding these kills, too. Headshots alone for PKL have been impressive. This time, though, won't be the case. Fur and Fallen both pick up the initial frags here on the site battle, and now the LG players are just going to be down to 2, as you have to remember they lost one at the beginning of the round here. SHZ does manage to take down Taco, where he almost lost his teammate before, but Yell, after recovering from that flashbang and being able to push out from Squeaky, down will go SHZ, and Fallen will sink the final shot there. It will be SK that'll hold the advantage coming out of the first half, but it's a small one at that. We'll see in just a few minutes if they can keep it going, or if the battle will rage on in the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen, here. The battle is indeed raging on between SK and the new guys from LG here. As this map, I mean, you predicted it very well here. Obviously, the map that LG was going to be able to contest SK on was going to be this cash map, and we've seen it. It's gone down to the wire. They're just one round apart from each other here at halftime.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, SK just doesn't look fully comfortable. They don't look fully like they know what to do in every scenario like they do on every map. Like every map I see them play, you know, whether it's train or cobble or overpass, it just seems like even in scenarios, like for instance in the 3v5 on cobble, we saw Fur puts himself in a spot where he gets 2 kills, and then the rotate comes early towards A, and they just know how to maximize their chances of winning a round in spots where they're in a 3v4 or something like that. And it just doesn't seem to me like they kind of grasp that concept fully right now on Cash. So yeah, I think this is LG's, you know, best opportunity to get a win. So they are going to push B, and this is a nice boost. We saw this Astralis do this, and it works perfect.
Called Zera and Phelps just absolutely destroy 3 players from LG. Destiny, PKL, and Showtime. There's just a pile of corpses there at that corner peak position. SHZ trying to tap away to find impact as SK will go across now, but the problem is they're also being pinched on by A. They get completely destroyed by this. SHZ finally getting a kill, but they're just hunting them down now, and it's all SK in their T-pistol.
Yep, that boost is pretty good. The guy on top, I believe he can't be headshotted from that angle. If we look at it from like a third-person point of view, I'm almost positive he can't. It's not even the guy on top that got all the kills. It's just Cold just destroying them. But yeah, easy round for SK.
Yeah, so that gives them full control of the lead 4 right now, of course, as we do see the forced investment from LG. And these are the Deagles that we see at least going out on a 3 of that player, so maybe finding some impact there. Just 1 tag on a Fur, though, as the battle raged at mid. PKL was dropped down to 29 in trade. You can see Fur tapping into that corner there, hoping he could catch him still hanging out there, but PKL had dropped pretty far back as he's all the way in the hallway now, just outside of CT. So he's just going to change himself over here towards Truck. And the rest of LG remain pretty evenly spread across the map. That is mid-control for SK, though, so their plans can essentially go anywhere now. And LG, unfortunately, really won't have good intel to work off of based on that. They don't have anybody pushed out too aggressively in B halls to see that those are currently empty. Nobody got aggressive over there in Squeaky, where they probably would have been killed, to be completely honest. But still, at least they would have found a player in there. So now they're kind of just playing into the default setup still. as they've lost mid control, but that could still lead into either site. And Fur is going to start this site push now, getting himself up. A nice little peek that comes out from SHZ. Does do quite a bit of damage, actually, but now Taco is going to try to do the same from Squeaky. They'll molly out the player that's sitting over there behind the forklift, but actually it's 2 kills first off from LG before Phelps is able to move in and find a trade. They do want to go for the forklift peek to try and kill any players that are hiding out towards truck, but it's been relatively unsuccessful. So they'll just resolve to get onto the site and worry about all this, worry about all the retake that LG is going to throw at them here in just a few moments. Now, keep in mind, again, LG only invested into those pistols. They don't have a whole lot of utility. They will have to deal with still the flashbang that's sitting on Fallen, but at the same time, it's just that flashbang for SK. They don't have a lot of utility to hold this back up, and they have superior numbers moving back in. Destiny distracting a whole lot of them. Oh, Coldzera was almost caught from the side, but they do seem to be handling it quite nicely, and they get all 4 of those kills cleanly. No one else from SK goes down, and in the post plant, it is a very, very secure hold.
SK is so good with umps.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Like, they're just so good with this gun. I wonder if this gun will ever get nerfed.
I don't know.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous for $1,200. Like, it's absurd.
People only really started complaining about it at the major, though. Like, before that,
yeah,
it wasn't.
but I mean, think about it. Like, the CZ, nobody realized how good that was. And then JW just started destroying everybody with it. And then everybody started using it. Oh, yeah, and Pasha, too. Piccolo just killing Phelps in the back there. 3 players peeking highway, though.
Well, we do have Taco here along with Fallen, and again, the UMPs will continue to reign supreme. Although, that's not necessarily going to mean
that's a great eco so far by Destiny. Even has the bomb down. So LG is definitely going to be happy with this. But yeah, like, a lot of the time it takes you time to realize how overpowered something it is, and then everybody starts just abusing it. And for $1,200, it's just so good.
They, despite the fact that Destiny got bomb control here, he actually has kind of evacuated away and is going to take a bit of a gamble, to be completely honest, by wrapping himself around here. This is a lot of time that is going to be wasted, where in theory SK could have just grabbed the bomb and rushed over to the B site, but he's smart about this. He actually, I think, has gotten into a read that they are going to take this really slowly. So now he's going to have a massive flank working against them. SK has kind of increased their pace, though, so he may need to speed up himself if he wants to catch these guys in mid before they transition either into the vents or fall back to that mid garage. And he gets them here, finds one. That is not going to be the bomb, however. Looks like Coldzera's just going to take the duel. It's an AK being worked with there from Destiny, but Coldzera does get the better angle at the end of the day, and he'll win it out. But still, on essentially a full save, LG do manage to bring it down to 1 player. So that's massive damage done, and forcing essentially everybody to rebuy heading into the first gun round. Yeah,
and I think Showtime is usually one of LG's, I don't want to say standout performers, because I think Yell and Pickle to me are their 2 best players, especially like frag-wise. But he usually definitely plays well and holds his own. I think he's a pretty good player. But if you remember, he ranked for SK, and I mean, I remember Cold specifically was like really unhappy with him after like that match versus Renegades, right? So you got to think maybe he has like some nerves going on right now playing against these guys, because he's 3-14, and Showtime usually plays very, very well, in my opinion at least, for LG.
Well, SK spreading out into the default pattern now in this first gun round here. A lot riding on the line where they get 1 or 2 more of these, and they can essentially secure this map in the 2-0 for the evening. But LG has shown that they're certainly not going to be one to give up the fight immediately. So this is where things could get a lot closer, and LG could start to close that gap in these gun rounds now that they finally have the even firepower. But again, really not being too inquisitive around the map. They're not trying to scout out for intel or anything. So SK, they have their wits about them. They can essentially do anything they want. Mid controls where they'll start to have a little bit of problems, but like we saw right there, Coldzera was allowed free access to checkers. No one even challenged him over here on the team main cross, as both the CTs are just sitting up on platform. So he goes in, tags Destiny for a little bit of damage, and then promptly just kind of backs out there.
Yeah, and they have to be so worried about B right now. You see they basically have 3 players towards it, and it's SHZ alone at A. Phelps coming out middle. That's a battle that Yell needed to take and win. That was a very smart decision by them.
SHZ is going to get found out in the open here too, so things are turning around a little bit here. Unfortunately, with the death of SHZ, they could go back pretty quickly, although that's impressive from Yell, dropping back down Fur, and he almost gets the additional kill here too. But doesn't pan out. Fallen survives and gets the op kill against him. So we go back down into another even battle. Heavy presence. Every single member of LG is coming from truck right now. They're just going to push directly back in. And this could actually be quite tough for Fallen. Oh my god. Taco and Coldzera. Coldzera, the timing on that just barely works out for him, as he was still pulling his gun out when we switched his perspective. Still though, gets the double kill, and his teammate bails him out from getting traded.
Yeah, that was a good job by Yell peeking towards middle at that time. He had to understand that, hey, my teammates are really out of position. If I let this guy get to white box, and then like an A execute comes because they haven't hit B yet, we're probably going to lose the round. So he wide peeks middle, takes care of that. He understands that, you know, max there might be 2 players there because they just put B pressure, right? So takes control of that, but then, you know, SHZ dying on that site peak was what really did him in for that round. Being out of position though because of Cold pushing back B and then, you know, pushing that into an A take was very smart by SK.
Already seeing PKL go down here due to early aggression, so once again putting us into a 5-4. But it's just an upgraded pistol round for some from LG here. Not even everybody has purchased into that, so we weren't expecting anything great to begin with. Just a washover round for the most part, and it seems, well, to that point, like SK, we're going to get through with all 5 alive, but Yell did sneak in one Wandig against Phelps, not before Taco moves right into the A site and finishes off the last 2.
Yeah, and if you saw that very first gun round by SK, we saw them dictate the rotates, pull some guy towards B. I'm not sure who it was on LG. It had to, I think it was Pickle, actually. And then they hit A, essentially, right? So this is a map where it's cash, and this is why a lot of people, you know, on cash, they opt to just try to put pressure across the map, push A main a lot like that, because you can dictate rotates very well, and Molotovs are so powerful. So a lot of time you don't want to let people set up, but that was a very well played round by SK in that first gun round.
It is just going to be, again, SK spreading out here into the default as Cold Zera sits back in T-spawn to watch for B-Hall's pressure. Yell, though, actually, oh, he had a great angle to try and catch. I believe it was Taco sitting in the backside, and he does actually connect the shot, but it's very heavily through a wall instead of clean. So it only is going to bring him down to 27 HP instead of getting the full connection to knock him out of the fray. SK, though, now moving in to take some fast control from mid. There's, again, zero presence here from LG. They focused 100% of the sites this round. They do have a lot of guys crowded on highway, though, so it may be a bit problematic when Fur and the rest of them do try to peek back out. But hopefully they can chain this also into some A main pressure and pull those guys away from highway. As right now, that's probably going to be the biggest pressure point that SK will have some trouble getting into.
Yeah, and not a good Z smoke by Phelps, so Fur does not want to try to work that up to highway. So he just opts to re-smoke it, and they're going to go back towards B and do some sort of a take. But you see how LG's playing? Now they did a door push. So this door push should tell them that, hey, we could rotate 3 towards B. They have a nice setup there. We'll see if SK is going to molly this back box. If they molly it, they could definitely win the round. It looks like they will.
They go directly for it. He is going to toss the response smoke, though, so just camps it for the time being. They'll know he's there now because of that one, so they can play against that. But actually, LG are making it quite dangerous due to that one here. They're really focused on knocking out Destiny. Showtime's already found a kill. The rest are trying to move back in. Showtime with a second, SHZ and PKL, and they are just going to destroy that hit. SK gets so focused on that player in back checkers that they fail to look towards the site, and that's where they get utterly destroyed.
Yeah, and Destiny out that back box, having that smoke, just staying alive, made it so much easier for his players at site. The door push that came out at A allowed them to have 3 towards B to make that hold even easier. And then that 4th guy was coming with a fast rotate as well. So LG played that very well. They had a nice risk, calculated risk that they took at A, and then, you know, leaned towards B pretty heavy, and it worked out very well for them.
So for SK here, again, spreading out across the map, but very, very quickly in towards mid, as we can already see Phelps sitting over here at the vents, and I don't even think PKL expected that at all. So he just goes for a jump to toss in a nade and meets his end pretty quickly. That's some big balls to make that move, but it works out for SK, as now they got the 5v4 advantage.
Yeah, and that is a very unfortunate way to, you know, give SK advantage into this round. Just, you come out from a big round like that, you do a great job, it's 4v5 the next round within 10 seconds. You know, it's kind of demoralizing.
SK, though, have only gotten that highway control. They have yet to actually get this up to the site. LG, though, is going to be a little bit of having their attention divided, since there is the possibility of a Z flank coming in here too. SHZ trying to hold an A main. They counteract the aggression with some of their own, but it only works out for a trade, and this does not favor LG currently. Yell, though, catches Phelps with his back turned to truck, so that's a little treat for him to be able to steal away. Now we're even again, and they'll just re-smoke off here. I don't think they're going to really respect that, though, as we can already see. I think it's Cold pushing through with the bomb to try and go for the plan, and Taco is ready for the peek from Yell on the truck corner. So it'll be up to Destiny and Showtime to clutch this back out, as both have arrived at the truck position to push back in towards this A bomb site. And meanwhile, over on the A side, they still only have 2 here. We're still actually waiting for Fur to rejoin the fray. Molotov's going to send Taco out. They do get that kill. Coldzera is there for a trade. Showtime is pretty far detached from this, though. So actually, when he peeks back out, Coldzera is going to manage it. But even if Coldzera had gone down, they had Fur and Highway, and he should have been able to handle that pretty easily.
Yeah, he probably would have been able to kill him on the cross. But the reason Showtime couldn't really peek with his teammate is because he was trying to hold around Forker Highway. I think they knew somebody was delayed across the map, and he thought, hey, that guy's going to shoot there, and then that third player is going to peek, so he's going to kill that player and then be able to focus on a 1v1. Fortunately for him, it doesn't work out that way, and now it's 8-14, and they're on a very poorly bought round. Double nades in middle, put SK Fur down to about 20 HP, almost goes down through the smoke, but he does have a read on probably what their setup looks like. He knows there's at least 2 around the middle area. Fallen takes over on his spot, spams through the smoke a bit. So SK is just taking this a little bit slowly, and they're smart about it because look at OG's utility. You know, they wait 30 seconds, and OG has, what is it, 4 flashbangs and a smoke. You know, so that's not going to be able to be enough to really win a round against SK. So they smartly actually go for some type of an aggression in the door, similar to what Taco was doing that first half. It's just, you know, Taco's ready for it and gets the kill.
He's also going to be able to take down Yells. They're down to 2. Showtime sitting in that corner outside of Garage also doesn't get anything done. The last smoke was just used by Destiny on B. And again, like I said, SK hasn't even had to divert from that default setting yet. This isn't even them aligning for the site take and then finding the kills there. This is still them just sitting back and running the time down, and they take down literally everyone by chilling in that setup there. So now they're going to push up to 15. They're only 1 away, and look at this buy from Luminosity they're going to have going into it. It'll just be upgraded pistols with random spurts of utility.
Yeah, not much for them, but, you know, even though, like, Taco got those 2 kills at the door, I mean, I think, in my mind, that's probably your best chance to win the round, something like that. You know, something where you can get close quarters. I mean, Taco's pretty pushed up pretty far, right? You definitely could have pushed and killed him. So I don't fault them for their decision-making at all around there. Now they just get quick boosted in the middle. Pickle dies right away. Now Cold at B has just been destroying every single round. These guys have, like, no chance. Every time they push, anytime he puts pressure, he's like really dictating the pace over at that side of the map.
SHG sitting on the side of the white box. Phelps goes in. Perfect flashbang. No problem there. And he gets the last kill as well. So there you go, folks. A 4K from Phelps to close it out. And it is indeed SK that follow through with their victory on Cobblestone and take just as dominant a one here on our second map for Cash. They'll take it, and they'll take as well a 2-0 record for tonight.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if SK ever plays like Fnatic on Cash. That would be a really interesting game because I want to see if, you know, Dennis and Olafmeister have been playing B on Cash and they push it like constantly. If there's one guy there, they always try to fight him. I wonder if they would fight Cold and what would happen in that matchup because he is so good when he's like on an island like that and knowing when to put pressure and when to fall back and how to utilize his nades and how to dictate rotates and whatnot. So.
All right, so to break down the final moments of this set, we are going to send it back over to the analysis desk. Guys, take it away and tell us your thoughts there on map number 2.
Thank you very much, Blue and Dazed. Right away, give me some impressions.
Well, SK is a better team than Luminosity. So you got that, you know, that bombshell right out the gate. But no, this is kind of like we expected it to be. I think what Daze was saying during the broadcast, the fact that you can tell SK are not the most comfortable team on Cash is very true. But this is just a case of them being so much better just at basic fundamental CS and just individually that it carries them through.
Right. I mean, there's obviously a skill gap between SK and Luminosity.
Yeah.
But then there's also there's the argument to be made that, you know, this team in SK is more talented. And that's why they're just overpowering. They're overskilled. They're overskilling them.
Yeah. Outskilling them, overpowering, just having their way with their little brother in that sense. So you're slapping them around in a big way. So, and that's kind of what we came into the game expecting as well. But to be fair, Luminosity did show some consistency in how they're played. Their T side on Cash, for instance, was very calm in that sense. So they didn't necessarily get rattled by the fact that they're playing SK.
Well, let's talk about Pickle going out this door here. We got round 12 loaded up for you guys at home. Let's take a look at it right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of a showcase of how SK aren't really super comfortable about the situation or playing cash. And this is after losing the first frag, Fallen rotates up over to the A bomb site to help out Fern. Fern finds the first one from Truck, but it's what they do here. Normally you'd see SK have like a full clear idea of what they wanted to do in a situation like this, but Fern and Fallen kind of end up not really knowing what's going on. So Fern looks at Fallen instead of covering door. I think you might have been, or if SK had been more practiced on that map, you probably see Fur hanging out by Truck for longer because Fallen has the main angle covered off, or Fallen rotates in towards sight. Like something to that sort, instead of them just looking at each other and then obviously allowing PKL to basically clear up the entire A-bomb site.
Essentially looked at each other and said, what?
Yeah, like what now?
And then next thing you know, they're getting shot from the door.
Exactly. And even when they have slip-ups like that, they still manage to win with pretty confident numbers, right? And that, again, goes to show how skilled they are. But you can definitely tell, like, that's not going to hold up versus a top-tier team. And that's why you don't see SK play too often in international tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look now at round 16. We had an interesting stack here from the SK side.
Yeah.
Walk us through it.
And you can see it. And oftentimes when you see CT side aggression on pissed around, it's going to come from the B bomb side. And SK, if you're not comfortable with the map, what's the best idea to kind of cope with that? Well, you steal strats, right? So this is, taking a page out of Astral's playbook with the tower, waiting for the aggression to come out. I don't think they expected it to pan out as well as it did. Cold Syria obviously getting a triple kill that immediately seals the round for them. But, they're able to adapt. And I think SK's T side was way better than their CT side on this map. Their CT side was very stagnant in that sense. From the maybe first 4 or 5 rounds on their CT side, they rarely actually went for any sort of aggression. They became kind of timid, which allowed Luminosity to have a lot more chance of actually setting up executes or getting map control.
No, absolutely. And even in that situation, had that pistol gone a different way, it wouldn't have changed. Yeah, it wouldn't have probably changed the entire outcome of the match.
No, but it'll pretty up the results for sure.
It would have made it look just a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
But if you like the way that looked, you can go get that VOD right now at youtube.com/ESLCS, where you could find all the VODs from this Pro League season and some bright and shining faces and us and Blue and Dazed. Bach too. Got a pretty shining face. But most definitely go check that out. Go grab those VODs if you want to try to learn something from there. Probably more to take away from on cash from some other teams, but
yeah,
I mean, still
Cobble though.
Yeah, Cobble for sure, 100%.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, when we come back, we're going to get up into Optic and Energy on 2 maps, and let me tell you guys, you don't want to miss that one. We'll be right back.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word. You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 5. We're going into match number 3 tonight. We've got Optic, we've got Energy. Do we have a barn burner?
We should have a really exciting game, actually. Optic, we talked about it in the pregame show. They're not really in the spot that they want to be right now. They have issues with their, getting a full 5-man lineup and all that. And Energy on their end, they're, dark horses here.
Well, let's start by taking a look at this Optic lineup. And you're going to notice something here right away. You do see Peacemaker there in the middle, aside of Terra Crush, Naf, and Mixwell. Peacemaker, the coach, coming in, obviously, in the absence of what would be Hiko.
Yep.
And as, that story develops on its own, that is a totally different situation, where Hiko obviously not playing with them any longer.
Yeah. And that's obviously going to affect them, even though Hiko wasn't a permanent member when he got into Optic and played Las Vegas with them, or like Katowice, I should say. It's obviously still going to be a step down in the sense that Hiko is a better individual player than Peacemaker. I guess the one benefit that they do get from this is that Peacemaker is going to be their in-game leader while he's standing in, and we know that Peacemaker has done quite a bit of work with the teams he's been on in the past in terms of just being helpful from a strategical point of view. So that could maybe outset the difference in that they're going to lack in terms of skill.
Well, to pick back up on the story we were speaking about before the game, and it's pretty much quoted when I say Stan leaving
killed the team.
Killed the team. Like,
yeah.
Is that what happened here? How much of a setback is that for this Optic lineup?
It's a massive one because good in-game leaders in North America are hard to come by. So when you lose the guy who's regarded as the best in-game leader in the region, you're going to scramble to pick up the pieces. And again, we mentioned the fact that there's not really too many people who are available in that sense who are able to play at the level that Optic obviously want to be at, because they're coming in from the end of 2016 having great results, being the flag carrier for NA really in many ways, and that's where they want to get back into. So I don't think first off, it's not going to be good for their confidence to go on into a long slump, but I also think that might create some more tension for guys like Mixwell, who has been reported to be already like a tiny bit homesick.
Okay, well, let's switch it over now to the Energy lineup, and we do have a little bit of a change here. We do see Daps on the board. However, Daps will not be playing. We'll have Mr. Andrew Heinz, a.k.a. Professor Chaos stepping in his place due to, I guess, lag.
Yeah, that's it.
It would be
internet issues on DAP's end, which is unfortunate for Energy because obviously we've mentioned the fact that Energy are a bit of a dark horse in this season to actually make top 6. And Optic obviously having their issues of their own, this would have been a prime time for Energy to grab a victory or maybe 2 maps versus one of the teams you'd assume making the top 6 at the start of the season. So this is obviously going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for Energy, but hopefully they'll have something prepared with Professor Chaos on the lineup. But he has just recently been announced as their coach as well.
Now, Professor Chaos, no stranger to the scene either. Like,
no.
He's competed in a major. He's played with Splice. Like he's been around. He's been playing for a while. But the best thing that Energy could have done in this situation is to kind of kick them when they were down instead of also join them in being down.
Yeah, that's very true. But this is a situation they find themselves in. There's not really a lot they can do. I think what they have to do is pretty much cross their fingers and hope that he brings the pain or brings the chaos, really.
You know who always brings the pain?
Who does?
DeBears. And DeBears is about to bring us some energy on Cash pain. What you got for us, Eric?
Thanks, guys. We're going to take a look at Energy versus Team Liquid and Cash. Now, this is a very important round for Team Energy. They're down 7-14, and they had to find a way to start winning, or they won't come back in this match. You see Peters is lurking around middle. He does his Peter thing, opping places, whatever. But right here, take a look at this run boost. Now, it looks pretty cool, but one of the reasons why a lot of teams don't use this run boost anymore, because right now in the meta, on T defaults, we have a lot of people playing towards this anti-flash spot in T middle, or not T middle, A main, where they can listen for that run boost. Because when you do a run boost, it makes a specific jump land sound, and it's very loud. And so that's why you see a lot of teams do it silently by kind of lurking in the smoke, but they are down 7-14. They had to do something, so they're like, why not? Let's risk it. Team Liquid, they're a slow team anyways. Maybe they won't hear it, and it does pay off because Team Liquid was nowhere in the area. It works off. Markey eventually gets 2 huge kills on that spot, and this round really started the momentum for the comeback, and eventually Energy wins in overtime. So, I mean, a lot of props to Team Energy. No one expected them to be doing this well, but I think they're a very underrated team, and they can pull up some upsets in the future. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. Look, so we're going to see these teams battle it out. We're going to see them battle it out on Cash, and then we're going to go over to Train.
Yeah.
And just kind of focusing on Cash at this point. Who is in the more disadvantaged situation right now?
Well, obviously it's a bit of a curveball, the fact that Energy have to play with their coaches as well. I guess that kind of evens the playing field overall, but in my notes, I had Cash as Energy's best chance of grabbing a win. And I think I'm going to stick with that as well. It's going to be a bit of a hassle to maybe drag around Professor Chaos with them, but I think if they're going to have a chance at doing this, it's going to be on Cash. And I think we're going to have to see a monster performance from a guy like Peter for this to come through.
No, absolutely. And this could be, I guess, a comparable situation to what we just talked about with SK, right?
Yeah.
Where SK obviously has the players and the talent and the firepower. Do either of these teams kind of have that same sort of sentiment?
Well, not in the same one that I would say one of the teams overpower them in the same degree that SK would Luminosity. I think it's more of an even situation here. But overall, on paper, I still favor Optic in the terms of just skill favoring them. But the downside really is the fact that they don't necessarily play Cash as much as Energy does, and that's where the advantage Energy had really was going into this before the bit of a hiccup with Daps' internet.
Internet hiccups, man, those are the worst.
They are.
You can never really truly get rid of the internet hiccups. Hell, it's hard enough to get rid of the real ones. So.
That's true.
Energy coming into this one 4-2. Optic coming in at 5-1. Obviously, Energy needed this. Optics desperately needs it because, they're going to have a rough and tough road going ahead.
Yeah, then that's the big thing as well. So for Energy, it's important, obviously, because they want to stabilize themselves towards the top of the league, and so they can afford to have losses versus a team like Cloud9 or a team like SK or Immortals, that kind of thing, right? And if you beat a team like Optic, then you've kind of built a cushion for yourself. Optic, on the other hand, they've started off great, but as you said, with them not having a steady fifth in that roster, they're going to be having, a couple of rough weeks ahead until they can actually find a fifth that they want to play with and work off of and build with into the future. So they're going to need every win that they can at this point.
All right, well, it is that time. We're going to jump into cash here with Optic and Energy. Blue, take it from here.
The perpetual cash hell continues here in North America as we're back at it again.
What's the second map, though?
Don't know off the top of my head.
Train?
Train, okay. So
that's
finally
a new
something
one.
different.
That is awesome.
I don't think we've played Train on the stream yet. It's like Train and Nuke are, I think, the two that we've missed. I don't think we've had a Nuke game either yet.
I think we played Nuke.
Did we?
I think so, yeah. But Train, I'm not sure if we've seen yet.
That one's
it's just always Cash and Cobble.
Yeah.
That's all I know. It's always Cash.
We escaped the Cobble part for at least one of the games tonight. But yeah.
No, but Cash is cool. I think this is going to be a good game. Both teams kind of on equal footing. I'm not sure about Peacemaker's, experience as an individual. Energy might have an advantage there because Professor Chaos, I know, can, he's a pretty good player. I'm sure he still plays.
It's been a while though since he's actually been in an official match though.
True, but I'm sure he still plays and he's played at a very, very high level. Being at a major and whatnot with Splice. Having said that though, it's gonna probably hurt Optic a lot having Peacemaker, fill in, and I don't know what Optic's gonna do, man.
Well,
what's their game plan? Not for this game, but I'm saying as far as future concerned, it's so rough out there because everybody's under contract, and so anybody you want to get, it's almost like your org has to talk to their org. It's like it's like even if the players want to play with each other, orgs got to talk to each other and make things happen.
Well, Optic seem to be going pretty well so far as Mixwell grabs a double and Tarek picking up a third. Breezy is able to respond with 2 of his own, but he pretty quickly gets knocked out by Naf after that though. The bomb sitting down in A main before. Optic should know this, but the problem is they don't have the aggression inside, so they're just going to gamble stack here 3 on A. And Fugly, well, he's created himself a corner to play with, but he won't be able to hold it. Rush moves in, takes him down, and it's Optic to take the pistol. The other thing I think the analyst mentioned, and I think Thorin brought it up a couple days ago in a tweet too, is that, okay, Mixwell, his contract may be running up soon with Optic, and since he's shown himself, he's been on the team for almost a year now, and usually those contracts run for a year. So you have to think, since he's really established himself, if he might end up on a European team, actually, they might just try to get back over to Spain.
That would be devastating for Rush, Tarek, and Naf. I mean, Mixwell is... I think the guy's incredible. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch. I think he's so impactful. I mean, we just saw right there on that pistol round as they pop flash name main and send Tarek and Mixwell in there and just do work, right? But Mixwell's a pretty incredible player, so I hope that doesn't happen. I like him on Optic. I like him in North America. And these guys they're one player away from being a very, very good team, So hopefully they can find somebody.
Well, they did start off with the victory here, so let's not hark on their issues too much. As now we take a look at what Energy will be doing in their second round as they do go for their force up, and it's looking like they're going to try to get out to mid, but it's a very hesitant sort of mid aggression here, and more watching to see if the CTs will push them than the other way around. So they lose Professor Chaos when he finally tries to swing out for a peek, and the rest are slowly shifting into those B halls. Still a minute on the clock. Time is not an issue, but in comes Mixwell, and he actually looks to the ground there to see what the gunpowder that was sitting there was, but so PTR is going to be able to actually trade him out as he wasn't really paying attention. Goes down to a 4v4, and that will be an upgrade for free going on to Peter too. He may probably toss it over to another teammate since he doesn't have armor, but we'll see in a moment. As now, pressure also works its way in and catches Peacemaker off guard, so they are getting themselves into a couple nice situations here. Tarek also very low, so he is only going to be able to chain together 1-2, and now it's a 3v2 retake in the favor of Energy.
Yeah, the nades by Naf don't connect at all either. And PTR underneath the vents. And 2 kills on the round already with no armor. But not able to get that third. Now Marky and Breeze both in the site. Breeze pops up over the smoke. Those nades did not do a thing though from Naf. They planted close default. Like in front of the box, completely safe. Not where he thought they were going to plant. If they had planted... that normal spot where you could see it from under vents, it would have done a lot of damage. But now, Optic, after winning that pistol, bit of a mistake by Mixwell to get a little bit too aggressive in mid there, pretty unnecessary in that 5v4. I think if he just plays around the vents, that's probably enough to secure any type of B round, because then you'd have that triangle, right? You'd have the guy back a B, you'd have the guy site, and you'd have a guy vents. Nobody's going to take B in that situation.
Peter just ducking his head down in the corner to counter out the aggression from Optic in A main, but we actually aren't really going to be seeing a whole lot of it. Rush looked like he was going to try to test it, but then changed his mind. And beyond that, everything else is pretty quiet on the map here. Just a few nades being tossed out by Energy, as now they have the advantage in his Optic going for the Force. And well, we'll see this A-main action come to fruition in a moment here, as the Optic guys do try to go for it, but they're getting pinched on by Squeaky as well. Rush forced into the action. He does pick up a first kill, looking for more. It does put Breezy back, but put in the cage, he will be able to respond, knocking out Rush, taking him down. Naf has to fall back, but he's tagged to 50 on the way back behind the red box and playing into the site. So he goes back into the smoke, spots Fugly in the corner, unsuccessful in taking him down. Tarek able to tag one of them with a scout as he plays in the truck position and waits for Peacemaker to regroup with him. But still, it's ultimately Energy that has control over this one. And unless there's a big slip up by them, this is just going to be Optic falling back now to save. So we won't even see the chance for that. Optic are just going to prioritize taking those guns into the next round, and they'll hand the second one over to Energy.
Yeah, they will. They'll probably try to save here. And I do think whenever you have a stand-in, I said it on Cobble as well, I think the CT side is a lot harder with the stand-in. I think on T side you could use a stand-in and make things work a lot better. Especially on a map like Cache where it's pretty open, but on CT side it can be really, really difficult because you find yourself kind of leaning over towards them a little bit more than you probably should, and maybe trying to get a little bit more aggressive than you probably should, and putting yourself in positions that because you're worried like maybe they don't have the chemistry over at that other side or whatever.
So this takes us into the full save for Optic, as unfortunately they are just not going to have anywhere close to the amount of cash needed to try and go for something here. They do have the saves.
Mixwell taking his 5-7, but then giving it back because he doesn't have any armor.
Tarek will keep the scout, however, safely tucked in his hands. And as we take a look at Energy, again, not really going to be trying to force the issue or try to play too quickly, just keep into the usual game plan, lining up for this default and running the timer down a little bit before they eventually group up and go for some sort of probably a pretty straightforward execute on this round.
Yeah, maybe a default until like an A molly take is a very, very common anti-eco on Cache. They do have 4 players over here, Optic Gaming does, but it's still something that's very hard to stop. So they have 3 there throwing out the mollies. Pete running out, so he's going to be able to spot along with Breeze. Bad smoke at Highway, and he sees 3 here, so they might just run bomb towards B, but it is at A, and they just get the kills. So Peacemaker stuck in checkers, nowhere near the action, not much for him to do here besides maybe look for an exit. And yeah, it's a very, very common anti-eco. It's so hard to stop, even if you know it's coming, when you just really don't have the firepower. And they just Molotov fork, the Molotov quad and fence, and it's like the only spot you can play is site or truck wall. And they know that, so they spam the smoke towards truck wall, and also any pop flash towards site is just going to get you. It's such an easy frag.
Yeah, so a relatively easy round there for Energy to follow through on, so they now have a decent lead set up for themselves, but first time that it's really going to be tested is going to be happening right here since Optic now comes back in with the buy. Problem for Optic, though, is that, again, their buy is, the bare minimum, too, of what they bring to the table. They've got the M4s. In fact, Peacemaker is still in a FAMAS, and in terms of the utility, again, it's the same thing here. They've only got smokes on it, and they've already used essentially all of their smokes. 3 to 5 of them have dropped them already. Definitely Naf and Tarek, but they still have the flashbangs and whatnot, but still, a lot of this being deployed within the first, 5 seconds of the round as soon as they get to the sites to try and stop Energy from doing a quick play. Good news is it does work, as Energy do have 4 players lined up here towards B, so it is going to make this push a little bit more difficult, but now Mixwell up on top. He spotted them pushing back in, but now he's actually got to get into this fight. 1 for 1 on the way in. Mixwell chiming in for a second. Breezy trying to spray in towards checkers there, but that just gives him away, so it lets Peacemaker find one. Mixwell gets traded up by Peter, but now Naf up on top just unloads and unfortunately gives himself away to Fugly. 2v2, now 2v1 as Fugly finds another frag. It's Rush looking to clutch. Thankfully, both the remaining Energy members are low, though. He's going to go in, immediately find one. The pop flash from down below, it connects, but he misses the chance at a kill. So Fugly will be given time to recover from the flashbang, and dropping down, Rush still follows through with the connection, and it's Optic that'll follow through with 2.
Yeah, but you know what? Look at Energy's money, look at their buy, and what's going to be Optic's buy. It's going to be a very, bad buy for Optic. I mean, they're going to have SMGs, a Scout Mag 7, and an SMG with 2 M4s, or an M4 and an AK. And NRG lost the round in the most perfect fashion, besides getting the bomb down. They killed 4 of them, they only live with 1 alive, and now this is where NRG can take a huge lead in this game. They already won a huge swing round in second round, and this is another swing round. So if they can win here, it's going to be a very tough task for Optic Gaming to win this half.
They try to gauge aggression in the B halls there, but unfortunately Energy never even really fully committed themselves to it. They just had a couple guys trying to toss a few nades in and whatnot. It did bait out the flashbang from Peacemaker. He still has one more if he wanted to play it staying in that position, but it seems he's gone away from it. He is still, and this is what's really weird, is he's going to be the solo B player with a Mag 7 to play with, hiding over there in the corner by the pipes or the mini pit. So leaving a lot of that open. If Energy decides to swing back into the original plan, which was to go into those B halls, it's going to work out really badly for them. Professor Chaos even striking first here when they try to counter boost Mixwell. And the rest of the team, it does look like they're going to be heading over towards A, so they won't have to deal with that Peacemaker issue, but still already having the advantage. Good news is damage was traded back a little bit onto Professor Chaos and Peters. They got them down at 7 and 28 HP respectively. Here we go, though, with about 40 seconds left, somewhere between the 30 and 40 marks, but we can't expect the execute. What? Naf just taps in there? He not only taps one guy through the wall a little bit lower, but he also finishes off Marky as well. So now Professor Chaos is going to go down. Naf looking for another kill here. Let's see if he can pick it up. Some good stuff from him already. There's even more to be found if he sticks around, but this could prove to be a bit over-aggressive. He's now down at 2 HP, hit by the flashbang. Breezy finally hits him down to the ground, but it's still even. We still have the fight being really in neither team's side, and as they do roll out, Breezy's going to get hit by a flashbang. Now has to hold off his push for a few moments. Fugly finding that kill. They push into Tarek, where he tags in for one. At the last man alive is Peacemaker, and that's when that shotgun problem comes right back in, as Peter sinks the final kill and allows for Energy to completely break Optic.
Yeah, and the reason Naf is shooting there, even though it's a back, no, it's because a lot of the time before the flash comes, you shoot your gun, maybe the guys don't turn away. So he's just shooting his gun to try to get their attention and hope they don't turn away. But yeah, I mean, everything pointed towards an Optic round win there. They knew exactly what they were doing. But the reason he couldn't fall back all the way is because Breeze was in the door kind of just holding him. So he was kind of stuck in between Forklift and A main. He did his part though. He did a ton of damage. He did damage all into Breeze, killed 1 or 2, and also did damage to Pete. Optic just the real reason they lost that round is because Rush at quad got mollied out and had to peek too early. So they just guessed right, threw a molly quad at him, and he wasn't able to get a kill. That was like what they were banking on to win that round.
Well, they're going to boost back up, but Naf is waiting. He hasn't spotted Fugly yet. Again, he hasn't peeked towards it. And actually, excuse me, Fugly is inside on the boost up there, not on the outside. The outline threw me off a little bit, so it's still clear for Naf, which means he may have an opportunity.
There's got to be a better way to clear that, though. I mean, you got to be able to like wall that with an op or something. I mean, everybody does that now, where you just sit up there on the top left. I feel like it should be so easy to kill him, not just throw a Molotov and push him back, but do something.
Now he's going to move forward and catch a 1-for-1 trade. Professor Chaos getting the better of him, though, before he can do more damage. He knocks off about a quarter of his HP. And now Rush is going to try to sneak back in here. Keep in mind, again, it's still a very light bought round overall from Optic. That gun that was sitting there on Naf was probably the only big gun they had. Beyond this, Peacemaker picking up the SMG to play with here. But the rest of the team is going to follow through into the site, where for the most part, it is a quick execution from Energy. Breezy taking down 2 on this site. Rush is working on this flank. He has a good angle. He'll be able to finish off Peter, so doing some damage there, and a great shot from Tarek, too. Knocks out Professor Chaos. Now this is even into a 2v2. For Rush to do anything else is where he's going to have some problems, and even Tarek won't have the best of angles to play with here. Rush actually did change up his own position a little bit and work towards Squeaky instead of falling through an A main. Tarek, though, going back up. He's already low at 34 HP. They've swung open the Squeaky door, so they should know that something's coming in from there. Breezy with another to add up to 3 now. 1 more to go against Rush, and they've already heard the door opening. So, oh no, Rush just manages to tap away on a Breezy there. Finds him. Fugly, thankfully, is in check for a quick trade. So it's still Energy's round, but it's a costly one at that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe you could wall bang up from middle. I wonder if you could see the top of their head if you are double boosted on the white truck. That might be like a way that you can clear it. Because, I mean, this is like, you can. Vendetta's telling me that you can. I'm thinking, I'm just wondering why. I mean, we see this. Like, just SK probably used that boost 4 times last half, right? So if you just play for it, it just seems like everybody's constantly doing this, especially on low bot rounds. Like, if you just have a way to kill it, boost on the white truck, it just seems like it could be a really easy way to make it 4v5, and not only make it 4v5, but also know where the other player is. So maybe people will start implementing that more.
Yeah. It's just such a big area, though, so like trying to wallbang through it is
No, because everybody, if you're on that ledge, it's just that little ledge, right? So if you're on the side of it and you shoot just through that spot, it's always going to be where that is. I don't know if you can wall bank through it, though. I mean, I'm assuming you can, at least with an AWP.
Pretty sure you can with an AWP, for sure.
Yeah.
Just with the rifle.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, just like, I mean, come on, how often do we cast cash here? Every game we see that boost used like 3 times on every single half. And we see every team use it. I mean, NIP uses it all the time, you know, whenever they play cash too. And it's just like, people would figure out a better way.
Well, Energy getting back into this round here have actually taken very quick mid control, and they have it for free as well. Only Professor Chaos losing 15 HP is the only consequence that they've suffered from it. Keep in mind again that Optic is on a full save here, so not expecting anything too great from him. Fugly just kind of moving in, executing the usual positions one by one. Marky adding a third to the counter, and it's Naf and Rush that, well, they'll try to do something, but oh, Breezy, okay. I think he hears Naf or something, just tries to spray in that direction, takes him down, and now Rush, well, yeah, there's not really much he can do. It's without question going to be a 6th round for Energy here as soon as the bomb explodes.
Yeah, nothing Rush could really do. He's just looking for any type of an exit that he can get. Looks like Professor Chaos is going to chase him. So we'll see a P250 versus MAC-10 duel in a sec.
Rush is actually... No, they would have heard him drop down there. No, they didn't.
No, he did.
Yeah, so he does wrap back in there. Professor Chaos finishes him off. In theory, he could have gone up to the site, though.
No, because Professor Chaos heard him when he drops, for sure. I don't think he would have been able to defuse at all, especially because they were pretty close B main. You can kind of hear it from where they were, I believe. Because if you're B main, like a little bit to the left, you're actually like closer to the bomb, you know? So he knew he had no chance to ninja defuse and just kind of went for the kill. But now Optic on another buy, but their buy isn't even good. They don't even have a Molotov. So NRG just in complete control, and they're set up perfectly for this.
The first shot from Peter is going to be a miss, though, so it is a bit of a scrapped fight here in the B halls. 2 for 1 in the favor of Optic. Peacemaker is going to be happy with that, and he falls back. Energy recover the bomb. They get out of that hotspot. They'll still...
Yeah. And PTR missing that shot was a pretty big deal in this round. It shouldn't have came to that. They had 4 players there. They were ready for that. They just straight peeked. There wasn't even a flashbang or anything. And now Rush, nice kill onto Fugly. And this could be where they could, you know, start getting their momentum back, you know. But they need to not have too many more deaths. That's the main thing here. And if you're NRG right now, I'm probably not even thinking so much about winning the round. I'm thinking about, hey, let me get 1 kill. Let me get the bomb down or something like that, or 2 kills, just to set myself up later in the half.
They actually are trying to...
What are they doing, man?
They're trying to do a boost over top or something like that. It's really weird. Well, they spotted them doing it, so they should know that they're both sitting back here. Marky actually doesn't realize the second guy's there. So Peacemaker is able to confidently get a trade. He can see the top of Peter's off as he's chasing him away. But it's
what were they doing in the site there, though, man? I think they were trying to boost to do like a headshot angle above the default, but it's just... Whew, that was scary. Like, they easily could have both went down there and just made it a 2v2 with B site being taken.
All right, well, Optic back into the fray now, and as you had mentioned, without taking too many losses there, it's certainly going to be more economically viable. This is looking like a much better buy than what we have had in a lot of these past rounds. Energy, though, built up quite a bit of a bank, so they're also coming back into it with just as strong of a buy and spreading out into a default again, as we have generally come to expect from play on this map. And it's Mixwell getting aggressive here in Squeaky. That actually marks the first shot, takes down Breezy. He just spotted the bomb, too, sitting outside again. Default style of play, so really nothing huge to read off of that just yet. And with that missed shot onto a player inside of A main, he's going to promptly fall back. Look at this from Tarek, though, swinging out through the smoke outside of B. He's also found Fugly, and if he continues to push forward, he is going to realize in a moment that there is no one else pressuring here, and that should give confidence for some of the other Optic guys around mid and highway here to swing a little bit closer to A.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do if you're playing with a stand-in. You know, they tried playing more default-centric in the start, and then, you know, after losing that second round, it's been pretty downhill for Optic since then. And now look what happens. Like, they pushed 3B the round before. Even though they didn't execute it very well, it still ended up working. Now they push Door and get a kill. Tarek gets aggro at B and takes out Fugly. And all of a sudden, stand-in or not, you know, you're 3 versus 5, you're 4 versus 5. You're in situations where you could, you know, have that stand-in play in a spot where he's almost always going to get 1 kill and then play off of that.
Well, Energy will go through with A. The odd thing, though, is that up until right now, obviously, when Tarek pushed all the way through, they had put extra players in the B-bomb site, so it's up to Rush here, but he does make big impact, and Naf is going to finish the job peeking out from the site itself. A bit risky, considering that a lot of them had gone off site, but thankfully the two that were left in A managed to handle the last three on Energy's side very nicely.
Great shot by Mixwell there onto Breeze, just right to that crack. Good job by Rush. You see he dodged that flash very well, and now Energy doesn't have a lot of money, just gonna have pistols and a few flashbangs. And Naf reads the economic situation. He's gonna have an ump, so they're gonna look to start coming back into this half and stringing around a few rounds together here. Just gonna be a B pop through this smoke for NRG.
Yeah, they'll push together, but Optic already have two close to the site ready for this. Nobody checks and checkers, so this is easy days for Tarek here. 3 kills. He does get finally dinked down to 7, and we're going to see Professor Chaos leaping through. He even gets a second one, too, countering on Nav, which could go for a quick
half armor and an M4 and a Molotov. So big upgrades for him. The Molly, as you can hear it now, is going to go over here towards Heaven. It's a little bit forward, but it's still enough, and that's actually a great smoke for Mixwell, as it still lets him peek outside. Trying to tag the plant through it. It's a little bit off the mark. It's not really going to hit Professor Chaos for that much, but pushing forward, excuse me, Peter for that much, but pushing forward, Professor Chaos now finds a 3rd kill. Somehow, what was just a P250 round has turned into one that they're almost certainly going to win unless Mixwell comes out huge. He's got himself down below in the simple spot, but now he's cornered. He's got nowhere to run. Professor Chaos is still sitting safely inside. He's expecting it from Team Main. If he peeks the other way, he's dead. And then with all that distraction, Peters is able to freely peek from the site and finish him off. Somehow Energy have pieced that together, and now they're back in control once again. Yeah, and I think Professor Chaos might be a little bit of the better coach when it comes to actually playing in matches. But the real kill that mattered so much there was not necessarily Professor Chaos on Tarek, but it was also him killing the Vents guy. And then PTR has nothing. He has no armor. He just has $300, and he actually takes out Peacemaker in the site. So now all of a sudden that opens up the site. Professor Chaos kills that Vent guy, and it's a 2v2 where he's able to get bombed down for Professor Chaos. So, you know, I don't know, man. That's just, you got to get that kill on that P250 guy running at you, you know, in the site. And Tarek kills the other 3. It should be pretty, you know, pretty easy kill.
Optic with a bit of a strange force into this one. 2 upgraded pistols and double up setup. Breezy just making a mess of them. He's an entry king right now. Naf and Mixel both go down. Professor Chaos now adding another kill. This is it. Peacemaker and Tarek were fully committed to B, so that's the save already.
And NRG is, you know, they've won 2 rounds. Yeah, but they've won 2 rounds that they had no business winning. Well, I mean, the second round force buy, you know, you could make a case for that, right? But even then, obviously, you favor Optic heavily in that round. But then that round that they won, when they just had P250s, like 2 flashbangs, and 1 guy had half armor, I think. I mean, you have no business winning that round. You know, it's just not something that should happen. So when you have that happen to you and you're Optic, usually it's a way worse half than they have right here. I mean, 4-8, you know, with these circumstances, under these circumstances, is like a blessing for Optic. Generally, if you see that happen, it might be 2-10 or you know, something like that at this point.
Well, Optic do get to, by virtue of that, stay in the game for a little bit longer here. Unfortunately, money is a big problem for them yet again due to the force they just went for in the last round there.
Great shot by Chris.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an animal. Like, he's so good aim-wise and just taking his time, especially like with his deagle. He's very, very crisp, very under control, and really just, he aims like a little bit of a different way than most people.
We've been seeing him really dominate the playing field when it comes to entries on both sites there. He's nearly double the scoreline in terms of kills of his next teammate down. He's at 15. I think the next guy down is at 8 right now. So definitely showing up. Now, getting back into this round, though, and what is, except for those that saved, going to be a very light ball round. Mixwell has armor in there as well. So he is going to be able to carry that to work with here, but nothing else with it, which is going to be a little bit strange. Tarek finding that shot. He kills Breezy. I think he hits Marky partially as well. He does get a lot of damage taken from that, though. 1 HP. And the rest of Energy, well, after that happens, they're going to pull back from the white box pressure they were holding a second ago and do try to send this over towards the vents instead. Professor Chaos having control of checkers, looking for his own way out. The CT's rotating in very quickly, so they actually do need to kind of move for control here kind of fast, as otherwise they're going to be swarmed within just a few moments. Rush is already ready at the vents to go back in, but actually a smoke is going to stop that from happening. Good reads from Energy again here to block that back off. Peter getting a bit aggressive here, checking for the sunroom, but it works out. He's able to sink the shot onto Naf, taking him down. Professor Chaos finding Mixwell back over there at Heaven, I believe, is where they eliminate him. And Rush waiting here. He actually might be able to grab Fugly. We can see he spotted him somewhere in there, but Fugly gets the better response. Obviously, with the AK there, has a much easier time.
Yeah, but only with 20 HP. That was a pretty dangerous move by him, but it's so weird to me. I wonder how that works when it's just like sometimes the other player sees you before you see them. You know, I have no idea why, though. It just seems so random to me. It's just like if one person's on the other side of the smoke and this person on the other side of the smoke, it's just, I don't know what triggers it that one side sees better than the other.
Yeah. Well, if you're inside the smoke, doesn't it like treat you a lot more harshly in terms of restricting your vision than if you're like kind of standing on the outskirts of it?
I don't know. I'd assume so, but didn't seem so there, right? Fugly was right inside the smoke, and Rush was on the outskirts. So, and he definitely saw Rush before him.
So that will put us up to a 9-4 scoreline heading into these last.
Actually, Rush started shooting first, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if he saw him because the smoke was like fully blown.
You know, he was the energy guy that was trying to fight that was inside of the vents, like fully in the smoke.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and it hadn't even started to fade until he like a second or two after he killed him. So. Maybe he just manages to get his crosshair over him to get that. You know, when you go over someone and you hold it there for like a second or two, their name shows up. Maybe he managed to spawn.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rush kind of just read that he was there. But anyways, NRG in a default. Marky on the boost, so we'll probably see Marky throw Z smoke from there and maybe Molotov Highway. So here comes the Z smoke. And they're going to do a mid-control off of this. Here comes the Molly sandbags, the flashes towards highway and middle, and they run out of the boost. So they have control right away, and without, you know, using too much. But they don't have any smokes besides the smoke on PTR right now. So we'll see what they opt for. Looks like they're going to do an A-split through highway. Professor Chaos running back probably to A main to meet up with the bomb. So 2 highway, 1 door to A main. But A main control is taken by Optic.
Professor Chaos trying to sneak back in here, but Rush is waiting for it. He's going to grab that first kill. It's a heavy cost, though. He's very low HP, and the second he tries to go in the open, he's down. Not only this, but they found 2 additional kills beyond trading him out there inside of A main. So, I mean, this is like the 3rd round in a row now, unfortunately, where you're looking at 2 just completely detached from all the action and are really going to have no choice but to save here. So.
And usually when you have a player A main like that, you're able to spot out what's happening before it happens, and you could, you know, cheat a 4th guy over there and have him maybe flank highway from Z, maybe be white truck earlier than the enemy team expects, and he's able to get, you know, an extra kill on the board, and, you know, you can win the round that way. But for whatever reason, the take comes, Rush gets 1 kill, but immediately dying at the forklift. That was like the big kill in that round. I believe Breeze was able to get a kill from there, or maybe it was someone else. But that player that died out, like when we were watching Rush, that was like the big kill that mattered.
Well, after that, energy pushing forward now into double digits as we go to our last round and a half, loaded with cash. So they obviously are not going to have any problems at all. But on the Optic side of things, it's a very scrappy buy. As this has been another issue that we brought up a few times but haven't really highlighted too much, is just how much Optic has struggled to keep a solid economy going. The utility's fine here, but they only have 2 M4s. There's a UMP on Peacemaker. Mixwell's working with a shotgun, and Tarek has a scout, which he's actually been relatively good with. He's almost always been able to at least tag, you know, 2 players, even get a kill onto one of them before going down. But beyond that is the problem with the UMP and the shotgun sitting on Mixwell, and he's already used all of his utility there to hold off any early mid-aggression.
Yeah, and when they did that split, the 1-2-2, Tarek moved from the forklift to try to help A main when Rush was under fire, but he can't do that. You have to just watch the... And you know what? Rush, he's probably going to die, right? He's probably going to get traded, but you can't help him. Like, you're still in a good spot. You can kill the door player, and your forklift is very strong against A main as well. So you just can't die. You have to worry about yourself. Rush, he gets 1 kill, he gets an early spot. That's enough. He did his job, you know? Then it's up to the rotator to come and you to hold strong.
Well, the rest of Energy are now pushing their way inside of A main, getting ready to execute outside. There's a big stack from Optic here, though. They are sort of half-focused on mid, too, though. So it is going to take a second for Mixwell to rotate back up. Peacemaker's here, so he's certainly going to be able to help contributing. Tarek is going to be the long rotate. He's the scout player. This they do both M4s sitting in this site, ready to go. The big guns are here. They're ready to challenge it. But now the utility is going to start to roll. Actually, in a pretty minimal amount. They don't smoke anything, and when they do, it's very late. But look at this. Fugly walks right around. Peacemaker doesn't even realize it. Rush is going to catch Marky getting a little bit overextensive there. Nap also finding 2 here. Still fragging out as well. pistol up to his third. Finally caught trading out a gun, but there we go. Rush moves in to finish things off. So we see some signs of life from Optic at the very end of the half, but it is still a long, long road to recovery. We'll see if they can keep themselves on it or if they're going to lose control and swerve into the pit in just a few moments as we continue with the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome back again, folks. Here we're well into our second match of the evening here. The cash trend has continued, and it's 10-5 currently, but not for the team you may expect if you've only been casually following Counter-Strike for the past few months here. It's actually Energy that are up 10-5 here against Optic, who have been going through many roster struggles and currently have Peacemaker standing in for them in this match.
Yeah, and, you know, 5 rounds, though, I think is enough. I think if they win this pistol, I think they could definitely win this match, but if they lose the pistol, it's going to be very difficult. You know, like I said, whenever you have a stand-in, it's usually a lot easier on the T side to make things work. CT side, though, could be really rough, and you saw, I mean, they rushed into B with that P250, able to kill him and things like that. Quite a few times at B, actually, where I thought he was set up very well for kills. Didn't really perform if you're Peacemaker, and you expect that to happen, right? You expect that. I mean, he's a coach, right? So we'll see what happens in this next half, but I definitely do think that Optic's going to feel a lot more comfortable on the T side, even if they do have a stand-in.
Okay, it's a very divisive scoreline overall here. It's where things will spiral out of control extremely quickly with, you know, if the Energy take the pistol there and they don't get eco upset in the second round, which actually has been a very common thing that's been happening here in the league, so I wouldn't completely count that out. But assuming Energy get through it and get themselves up to 13-5 right at the start, I mean, it's basically Optic that has to win the gun round and have a huge streak to even have a chance.
I think if Optic wins it, it's going to be it wins the pistol and can survive that second round. I think it's going to be a very long game. But if they lose the pistol, I think it'll probably be very close, very fast. You know, so I think this pistol, it means everything.
All right, well, again, just waiting for the players to ready up. As you can see that they're getting warmed up there in the server now. As soon as they do send that signal in, we'll get started with it. And hey, what do you know, speak of the devil, and we'll jump right into it there. As we're live on 3, and we should be jumping back into the full screen here in just a second, as these teams will face off, and we'll get to see if Optic can keep it going here, or if they're going to have to bow down to Energy with a pistol round victory going into their favor. They now jump onto the CT side, and it is Optic that go on the offense.
Yeah, Peacemaker with smoke, flash. 3 armors on Optic. I think Nap just forgot to buy. No, he dropped a deagle to Mixwell. That's what he did.
So Mixwell getting himself a bit of a raid boss buy, and it's not going to be him initially boosted up. He's actually the one in A main, and well, that sends Peter back pretty quickly. He was wanting to jump back in there, but changed that decision. However, we do see someone, I think, getting dinked there. It had to be through cover. That was Marky. He's only got 27 HP afterwards, so only tagged a little bit. Mixwell just going to be regrouping with these guys afterwards, though, as they do move back in. It's Peter that tests things, and again, that's very, very aggressive going against the Eagle there, but it works out for him as he gets the better of Mixwell, takes him down, and it's a 5v4 advantage. Do note, though, that both Resochaos and Marky both got lit in the process. They're also quite low, but Peter, again, super mobile all over the place here, being a real nuisance to Optic as he knocks out another player. This time it's Rush going down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's aggroing A main in those situations, but look, he's getting aggressive once again. So I mean, he still has 72 health.
And he gets another headshot there, maybe potential for one more, but finally meets his end at the hands of Tarek there. With the damage being done, everybody from that B-bomb said he's going to be rotating in a second, and these last two from Optic are still taking their time about things, which is not what they need to do right now. They realize as they are getting close to A main that it's probably going to be a little bit too late to push directly into this site, so they're going to look for mid control instead with Tarek. I'm sure that Peacemaker will be regrouping with him in a moment here, or he'll just go through the B halls, but nope, out to his mid. Both will go through the vents as they try to dive back in. Breezy is the one to challenge it here, and Breezy has been the big player from Energy, especially when it comes to headshots. So you can expect them to perform here as well. There's one looking for the second, and he's going to sink it. There's Breezy again with a double kill. Peter, of course, getting the big 3K that stopped their initial plan, but it's Energy that take this very important pistol round at the beginning of the half.
Yeah, nice shots by Breeze and Pete, especially over at A main. I mean, that mid-round A main aggression, I'm very surprised by that because Mixwell came and he peeked the A site, and I think he goosed Marky playing right side of site. Kind of falls back a little bit, and he has the player behind the box and rush too, but Pete just goes in, executes Mixwell, and still runs away. So, like a position that you think Optic might be able to punish, doesn't get, you know, they just don't punish at all, and Pete wins the round by himself.
Well, this should be interesting here with Rush getting boosted up. There's a little tiny crevasse with which he can try to peek through any players that would be peeking out around the plant position, but nothing in this time. So Optic aren't really going to be able to find anything off of that nice move there. Thankfully as well, there's no one else close enough at the time for Energy to punish them, but now they're going to push back in. Flashbang's good, but it didn't hit Tarek, so he can defend his teammates. Picks up 2 kills. Marky's only able to trade 1, and well, Professor Chaos makes a big mistake, swinging right into the face of Mixwell. That'll be traded by Breezy, but now Peter, we already saw some good stuff from him, but this time he's only going to be there for 1 kill. Tarek trades it out. Breezy, though, looking at clutch, already finding Naf, and it's the instant headshot rolling onto him. 1 more to go, and it's Tarek who's already been lit. Breezy even knows this too as he chucks the nade back into the corner. Misreading that situation, though, could prove fatal, but look at this, Tarek up on top, and I think Breezy's going to check for it. Is he actually going to check the right side of this balcony, though? Check in the corner, and there you go again, Breezy. Another 3K from him, and Energy will push forward to 12.
Yeah, he must have heard him, I think. I'm not 100% sure if you can get up there silently or not. I think you can if you maybe hold shift on your jumps. Not 100% certain, but he must have heard him because he like hard checked that. Like there was no question in his mind that he was there. You saw he kind of shoulder peeked and then he waited and then he kind of wide peeked, knew exactly where he was. So probably Tarek thought he was a little bit farther away than he was. He probably didn't think that he'd just run up highway quite that fast and got into a really cheeky position. As soon as Tarek was getting there, I thought he was going to win that round actually, but then, you know, he must have made noise.
All right, well, Optic do go for the investment right here into this round. And it's only going to leave them with 3 rifles as we take a look at the 2 AKs on Tarek and Rush. They also are one of the few with decent utility here. Tarek kind of iffy there. But Naf having the other one as he downgrades himself to a Tech 9. And Peacemaker gets himself, I think, a donated Tech 9. There's nothing else sitting behind him right now. No armor or anything else, and that's not even his Tech 9 from the looks of it, if that is still correct. Well, Peacemaker, however, without having anything else behind him, still is the one that strikes first. Him and Tarek find that initial kill onto Peter. They'll flood in, looking for Marky, but Fugly peeking out. No one really checking for Z there, so he is able to dip in, grabbing a kill onto Mixwell before the smoke blooms, and now they're going to counter boost Breezy in to see if he can catch anyone else. He's actually going to see them falling back too, and oh my god! Destroys Tarek and Peacemaker together. There we go. That's the hit to dematerialize. Now they're even going to know that they fell back, so they can get prepped for a B halls push or a direct A main push as they just line up for sort of an A retake, but still with heavy presence on B.
Yeah, and Breeze, I think he might be pushed up middle on the right, kind of, so they have no fallback out. The 2 inside B. Professor Chaos playing this pretty well, making the commit. I think he overpeaked a little bit there. Had he waited, I think he would have won that round for his team right then and there. But Breeze heard that player fall back, I think. They know it's A right now. He heard Naf falling back, so they're going to beat them there to A main, and I don't think Naf's going to be able to get the bomb down across with 3 HP.
He does have a little bit of time to try and play with this, but actually they catch him there. Marky just destroying him there. As you mentioned, only 3 HP, so 1 bullet was all that was needed. It's Energy up to 13. Optic already using their investment in that last round here, so they won't be able to do it again, as Energy will have themselves, what should be anyway, an easy ticket up to 14 rounds.
Good recognition from NRG to boost Peacemaker, who was that? Breeze and Professor Chaos boosting him into the vents after that mid-take happens. They did that pretty quickly and with good timing. They were running up highway. Optic wasn't ready for that at all. And it was perfect timing because they came after that the Z push came from Fugly. He gets that kill, and then bam, it comes behind him. He gets those two kills. It's like perfect timing.
Nade is great too. Look at this from Breezy. He's getting so many kills, fully commits to that spray. There's still 6 bullets left in the chamber. He's gonna get a 4th. This is maybe one of the fastest aces ever. Although unfortunately Peter is going to steal it from him, so it ends up at a 4K. But there's more lambs to the slaughter for Breezy. Now sitting at 27 and 11 currently.
Yeah, he is destroying them. Look at how nicely he played that too. He waited until they were kind of in, waited until the pop flash happened, and then bam, pops up. Beautiful spray control. Doesn't waste any bullets.
This is ADR as well right now. Must be off the charts. Well, Tarek is going to be playing him in with a few teammates. Problem is, Breezy may actually challenge that if they attempt to go outside directly here. This will be rough indeed, as Breezy's been shown. And oh no! One walks directly into his face. It's 2 more for Breezy. Rush and Tarek both gone down. He hears some more inside of the garage, I think. But all that pressure is going to be fading away. No one else from Optic will even dare to challenge that. Throws in the Molotov. Mixwell, I think, is on the close left corner here. But yeah, Mixwell, you're not going to find anything. Breezy's long gone from that corner spot. He's now changed. He's just on the other side, granted, but still dissipated away. This time, though, he does bite off a little bit more than he can chew, as Nav finally manages to put Breezy down.
Yeah, feeling it a bit too much there. Just trying to go for a highlight play, get as many frags on the board as possible. Gets punished for it, and now Pete at the B site knows a perfectly timed Molotov to kind of delay that take. Give him a chance to hear if anybody's there. And they should know he's site side though, so it kind of gives away his position a little bit.
Yeah, they will look for smokes over there inside of the tree room, but it doesn't stop Peter from finding the shot. He does try to go out, but Mixwell had already committed to the spray, so Peter just ends up walking directly into that. Professor Chaos goes hunting to try and catch these guys crossing the smoke. It's not going to work out, however. So this is left into a 3v2 retake scenario for Energy. So big problem for Energy is that they're not really going to have a whole lot of utility. 1 Molotov in this 3v2, though. If that Molotov is well placed, it could almost guarantee them a kill, considering Naf is still sitting back in the site. And we have that now. Again, there's no smokes or anything else to restrict Marky up on top. So waiting for Fugly to get into a better position. Mixwell takes up on spot by Simple, though. That Molly is going to go. It's a little bit too deep, so Naf can still hang out here for right now. And Mixwell again in Simple with 1, 2, knocking out Fugly and Professor Chaos. Naf finds the 3rd. Down will go Marky. And Optic, they do get to win this gun round, and that was their last lifeline as well. So they need to keep it rolling from this point forward almost flawlessly.
Yeah, and you know what? Breeze is usually that B player, kind of put PTR on an island when he decided to just get like super aggressive there. I mean, I know he knew where Mixwell was, but you know, there's no just unnecessary, right? You could just take the 3v5 and go into a different spot. You're able to get away freely, and instead just kind of frag hunted. And I almost guarantee you, if he was alive, they would have won that round.
It's Optic again spreading out here. Not really going to be making any decisions anytime soon, although they had been playing rather aggressively in some of these previous rounds. The problem being is Breezy, I think, is pretty much convinced them to put a stop to all of that. And this time he's going to be positioned back into the side of the B-bomb site, but it's a little bit more aggressive than that. He's out behind the box inside of the hall entryway, waiting to see if anyone from Optic is going to push through, which could be likely, but again, Optic playing into the default, it is a bit hard to read what they're going to execute into here, as we're still very early on in the round.
Yeah, Naf at a very passive angle in the sunroom. Mixwell getting counter-boosted on the white truck. I think they listened to me. You know, looking for that counter-boost or highway peak, which is more likely. But now they're just going to kind of group up. Looks like they're going to group up towards A main and maybe scout out A with Molotovs. They definitely know that it's an eco, and this is a great fallback strat whenever people are ecoing.
Breezy again just still waiting patiently there, but we aren't going to see that tested as Optic are following through with an A play here. Peter's the only one on site to defend it, but he's only got a P250, so rough stuff for him. And also that flashbang, it does actually connect, excuse me, it goes in. Everybody from the side of Optic gets blinded, but it doesn't matter. They're still racking up the frags. Fugly trying to push through. It's nothing working out, unfortunately. And Optic get a near team ace. Tarek getting a 2nd kill for himself, and Peacemaker not finding anything. Nicely done from them, and this is what they needed to try and sustain themselves. If they haphazardly win a bunch of 1v1s to be able to try and close the gap, their buys are still going to be that iffy, so winning with pretty much all 5 alive is going to be great for them.
Yeah, and NRG is going to probably buy pretty conservatively throughout this half. And, I mean, they had a great T-side, NRG did. And, you know, it was out there without their in-game leader in Daps. So I wonder who's calling for them right now.
Well, since he's taken over the coach role, I would have to be a go-to to assume it's Professor Chaos currently trying to work it out with them. But on this round, Optic again splitting up into that default, so not a whole lot happening the first like 30 to 40 seconds of the round here as they just try to line themselves up for it. Energy aren't really being aggressive either, so nobody trying to go for anything, but that will change right here, right now, as Tarek goes for a blind peek as well over here inside of the mid-garage and is immediately put down by Peter. There is more, so Peter may have himself a chance in a moment here. Breezy in the meantime over there towards that B-bomb site. He is ready for more aggression to come his way, already picking up an additional kill to NAF and putting this into a 5v3 with Optic still not even, having a good idea about where they want to take this. There's two in the B halls with Rush watching out for vents pressure there in the inside of the mid garage itself. So more than likely we'll see this lead into B, but without being able to safely get out towards vents, it'll be very direct and probably, by the way that things have been going in this half, very easy for Breezy along with Peter to shut down within that site. So they grow a little bit wiser than that. They do end up falling back here. And they're just going to go out for mid-control instead, so at least they can have additional vents pressure to try and overwhelm anybody that may be in checkers. But even there, again, you're still going to have to deal with Peter, so that's not going to be looking too bright.
Yeah, and Rush is looking to make a play here. Maybe a B fake, and then Rush is going to walk up highway and hope that he can get frags, and then Mixwell is going to pinch from A main.
As he does move back in here, he spots himself his first kill. Fugly going down, promptly smoking off Z to prevent him from getting flanked. Peter tries to rush up, but it's Mixwell there to cover for him. And now Mixwell even moving through. Jerk reaction time, but he is able to find another kill against Marky as well. So it's down to 2 all of a sudden for Energy. Breezy's in, grabs one. Heavy cost to his own health pool, though, as he's now down to just around 20. But still, he re-evens it back up to the 2v2. Professor Chaos, unfortunately, is a long rotate away. So it is going to take a couple of extra seconds to get him in position. And what's even worse is Peacemaker is playing super passive in mid, really leaving a lot of it onto his teammate right now to hold this off, but he's going to push himself right back in, and that's where that works out beautifully. As it takes down Professor Chaos, brings us into the 1v2. Breezy's back on the bomb and in the site, but he doesn't really have anything to work with, and eventually Mixwell's going to swing right back out, finish him off, and allow for Optic to get up to 7.
That was so well played by Optic in that 3v5, though. I mean, I thought for sure that round was going to be lost. Fugly just getting a little bit out of position, not spotting. Highway, going back and looking at main, and then Rush gets position on him, takes that kill, Mixwell with a beautiful kill at Gar, and yeah, that was a really well played 3v5 by Optic.
So Energy back onto another eco here. P250s for most. Professor Chaos not picking up anything except for a flashbang. And Breezy, well, still has himself the Deagle armor buys. I think his cash flow is looking a little bit better, but now he's broken 30. As we should mention, this is only like, I think it's 23 rounds into the match currently. So didn't get that many frags as well, breaking the 30 bomb already. Certainly being the hard carry at this point for Energy to push them through to a victory, should they follow through with that, as this round is going to be a little bit tough to find that impact. Well, we're seeing just as slow of a pace being taken from Optic, as they have boosted Tarek over on top. Try and move in for some mid-control here that they can use to execute into a site.
Yeah, a full highway stack and Z stack with one player in the A site with a flashbang. So he's going to be able to flash out mid for his teammates who's going to come any second.
Is going to overwhelm 2 of them at the very least here. Mixwell trying to change up the dynamic a little bit, but missing that second shot. Recorrecting it, though, on his third against Marky. And it brings us back down to an even fray, though he is surprised a little bit. And oh, he actually misses that shot against Peter. So it gives him the option to be able to take down Mixwell. Now the guys on Optic are down to 2. And look at this lineup here from Breezy, picking up yet another kill. He won't be able to get the last one as Nap survives right now, but there's a lot more work to be done. He gets himself into this site. He also has to worry about a flank working its way in from Peter. I'm not sure if he's fully aware of the circumstances going in from that one. Professor Chaos backed the hell out of here. He's going over there towards mid. Not even going to be challenging at the truck angle. This is still great for Pete if he wants to go out, and especially now that he's got the op. But Naf is actually going to evacuate. Time is a factor here, too. 15 seconds. He needs to stop shift walking in a second and just hightail it over to the B site. So there we go. He will be able to make it in with probably about 5 seconds of excess. So we'll just barely be able to get it onto the site. Oh, he missed the jump, but he still should be good, thankfully. And now it's going to be a long rotation for Pete and Professor Chaos to get back over towards B. So the dynamic shifts again, very slightly, but it has given Naf essentially infinite time to get into the post-plant position of his choosing. Energy are also taking this really slow too. Keep in mind, no one has a kit right now. They need to get back in here if they want to have any attempt of trying to finish off this 2v1 they have in front of them. Naf just sitting back as well, wants to challenge them. They have to go for this immediately. He has them both lined up. Peter will catch the trade. Now it comes down, though. Did he leave himself enough time to defuse this? He did not. So he is going to bail out, and Optic will put together a 9th.
Wow, that was... oh, man, that was really good by Naf, though. He kind of recognized exactly where those 2 players are and pushes through CT spawn. Most players would not have the... the recognition of what's happening to do that. That was That was pretty sick by him. I know he ended up dying, but he's, you know,
won the round.
Yeah, he won the round. So, but that was a really good job by him, man. That was impressive.
And it continues to delay. Energy getting up to that match point here. So Optic keeping themselves alive. What's even better is they built up the economy on these last 3 to 4 rounds that they picked up too, so they have no problem going for the full rebuy. They're not, you know, at that breaking point here where they're going to have to sacrifice some of the AKs and go down to UMPs and whatnot. Molotov, they're going fast out A this time. There is a good response. Flashbang and Marky lines up a kill. Also decent damage onto some of the other guys in aiming too, as they were kind of stacked up in a line there. Now they catch them moving outside of Squeaky here, but there's smoke's covering up everything. It's so tough for either side to be able to spot them out. Energy are getting the better of them right now, but they do give up the site control and let Optic flood as they're still waiting for B rotates to get over here in time. Marky actually almost getting caught out there too, but it's Fugly that picks up the next kill this time. Marky still flashed out, is found in the quad position, but Breezy also catching Peacemaker, trying to transition over there towards the forklift. So Optic just really can't seem to find any consistent fragging power here on this round, and now they're left in a 4v2. Still no bomb plant. The timer's still working against them. They try to tap it now, but they're really cautious of someone working on a flank against them or something like that. So they want to be trying to check for that. As Mixwell goes inside of A main. Peeking back out now to look for aggression coming from the truck angle. There's none of that yet. Energy are actually being really quiet here. They try and keep their own positions a bit more of a mystery. Molotov into the backside. We do see now swing out from the left side of the big red box. But Fugly will be quick to catch that. And now it all falls to Mixwell. The bomb's not even planted for him either. And they just spotted him. That player back at quad did. So Fugly on the peak finishes off the job. We did have the HE grenade rolling in, but it doesn't do nearly enough damage to pull Breezy off the bomb. And Energy finally get that 15th round.
Yeah, Professor Chaos, I don't even think he has a kill this half, by the way. Right? I mean, it's 0-6, and it resets because he rejoined the server, no?
I would guess so, yeah.
Yeah, and they're still doing great. So, I mean, they played that A take like perfectly. Energy did, you know, to play against that. It was a very scrimmy strat coming out of Optic. They used their nades to delay. They didn't nobody overextended, if you saw. They would get a kill and just stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, and bring it into a 4v2 when Optic used every single nade they had to even get the bomb down. Now they go into an A retake, and Marky gets 1-2 kills of guys coming out the door. Does another 90 damage to Tarek, and Mixwell just stuck at the forklift. They only have a Molotov and 2 flashes to, not even the Molotov anymore, just 2 flashbangs. So this is going to be another case where, look at NRG. They get the kills, they fall back after they take A. Nobody's overextending. They're playing the retake perfectly.
Not even the bomb line is not necessarily a really big issue with this type of a scoreline, so they're just going to be focused on winning the round. Mixwell tries to get aggressive here, moves out, but only is able to find 1 kill before going down to Breezy, and that leaves Tarek alive with only 10 HP, 9 now after being hit by the Molotov. 6-1 kill, but he can't get the second, and there you have it. It's Energy that pushed through in dominating fashion, specifically at the hands of Breezy there, and they will close out the match 16-9, being the final scoreline.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, Marky and Breezy played, like Marky played those ape takes like perfectly. Every time he would get a kill, he would stay alive, he would wait for his teammates. Optic would use every resource they had to actually take the site. And then the retake is easy from that, man. If you still have the Molotovs from those B guys, I'm telling you, you Molotov fork, you're almost guaranteed a kill. You Molotov quad, you're almost guaranteed a kill. Right? It's like there's only so many spots that you could play that actually could have a big impact post-plant, and NRG played that very, very well. That was like textbook on how you want to play cash in those scenarios.
All right, well, to break down this, thankfully, final cash map of the evening, we are going to send it over to the analysis desk. Guys, let's talk about this first map.
Well, I guess you could say cash rules everything around me, except up to this point. Like, that one's a done deal. Yep, there you have it in the books. Optic Energy, Optic falling, Optic falling, like they're actually falling down.
I mean, at this point they're rolling down a hill. I mean, there's no stopping. That was not pretty, but you know, I'd rather focus on what Energy did right in that sense. I going into it thought it would require a big performance from Peter. Instead, we got that from Breeze. He was an absolute monster. I think we actually have some stats for Breeze actually, just to showcase how absolutely insane he played. But they got what they needed, really. And I think I said it before we went to the game, Cash is going to be their golden chance to actually grab a victory off of Optic, but with how dominant they looked doing it, who's to say they can't take the second map as well?
I mean, here we do have those stats for Breeze right here, and
that's
yes,
ridiculous.
They speak volumes. How many multi-kills did we see this guy get across the game?
I mean, no, well, here you're going to see a 4K in a couple of seconds as well. It seemed to be pretty much every round, and I guess if you get 35 kills, you've been doing multi-kills pretty much every single round.
You're doing something right, Breeze. That's what we're trying to say here.
Oh, yeah, and it's really cool to see as well, because when we talked about it at the start of the week, he is one of those up-and-coming talents that NA has to offer, and when he's able to do that versus a team like Optic, even though they do have their issues, it's still impressive, and that's really cool to see.
Well, let's talk about something really cool to see. That's round 9. Let's load that up for you guys at home at this time.
Yeah, so this is a big swing round in round 9, 2-6, as you can see, and this is going to be Optic trying to get aggressive on a weapon round. And the crazy part here is that Energy are obviously not, without knowing it, perfectly set up to actually deal with that aggression from Optic, but they still don't get away with an actual favorable trade. And as that happens, Fugly on the other side of the map tries to make something happen. Rush is going to take him out, and it ends up being the swing round going in favor of Optic, and that would have been the golden opportunity they had to actually get back into the game, because obviously if you let Energy win that, you end up on 2-7. You're going to have to eco. It's just bad times all around. Instead, they had an opportunity to actually force Energy back and also start building up a decent CT side, but they end up messing that up by losing to straight up P250s 2 rounds later.
Now, it's also important to note that both these teams did use a stand-in or coach.
That's true.
Professor Chaos coming out there for Energy, and then Peacemaker over there on the Optic side.
Yeah. Do you want to see who won the battle?
I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's not about who won the battle, it's about who won the war, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they went pretty even in the battle.
But I think it's funny to note that Professor Chaos did not get a kill at all in the second half of the game.
And I still think, even with that in mind, I think he still had a higher frag total than Peacemaker.
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, it is what it is. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to train, ladies and gentlemen. It's Optic and Energy. We'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are the one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back, and it's time for the final map of the night here in ESL Pro League Season 5, Week 3. It's actually final map of the week, if you think about it.
That is true. It is.
And what a fitting end here for the money train.
It is, and well, it's going to be the optimal chance for Optic to kind of redeem themselves as well. Train in the past has been very good for them. They still have the same core of it. Obviously, the big missing part is going to be Stanislaw and his play on that inner bomb side, especially on their CT sides. But I think Train, if any map, should be pretty good for them going up against Energy.
No, absolutely. At this point, I mean, it looks like pound for pound, they should be able to kind of,
should compete.
Yeah, duke it out. I mean, in their own right, because of the current situations on both sides of the fence in the server as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of saw it on Cash. Neither of the coaches necessarily had too much of an impact, and that's what we kind of expected as well. So it's up to the remainders on Optic to really step it up for Train.
Okay, so to walk us through Optic and Train, it's going to be the Bears. Take it, dude.
Thank you. Time for some Optic on Train versus Astralis. We're going to take a look at one of the rounds that Optic really showcases their firepower by sending people majority through the 5 and Health or 6 lane, whatever you want to call it these days. So when they do that, kind of forces, Astralis playing towards E-Box. Optic completely ignores it. Mixel gets a pick. Astralis, KJB kills Rush. But as you notice that Optic is literally focusing on the sandwich, the hell, and taking control of all this area. And as you look right here, it's a 4-on-2, all right? They did good. The strat worked. They got entries. They got positioning. They're pretty much in the outside bomb side. They have 2 smokes, 3 flashes, a Molotov. They got an AWPer. They can rely on him to pick. But here's the problem. Here's the problem without having an in-game leader, or at least a new in-game leader like NAF, is that you have to pick and choose when you want to make the plays. When you're up 4-on-2, you don't need to make plays. As you can see right here, Hiko, he goes on top of Train. You could get seen from like 10 different angles in bomb Train. Why would you do that on a 4-on-2? He gets picked off. This kind of makes Tark panic a little bit. He tried making play and pushing Ivy in the smoke, and he gets picked off by Device. A couple of these 2 costly mistakes went from a 4-on-2 to 2-on-2 against one of the top teams, or the top team of the world right now. You cannot make these kind of mistakes. And as you can see, Mixwell, he tries his best. He doesn't win the round, and Optic horribly loses this match and the tournament. So kind of take away from this. Pick and choose your battles. Pick when you want to make these kind of playmaker plays. And when you're up in numbers, you don't need to go above and beyond to make a play. Just have nice spacing, go for 1-for-1s, bait each other, do whatever it takes to kill the opponent, but just don't try to hop on trains or run through smokes when you're up in numbers. Just it doesn't work against top teams, and hopefully Optic will clean up some of their mess. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric, per the usual. Now, with that last map, we see both teams shift to a 5-2 standing here. This is a pretty big map in terms of like going forward. Oh, yeah. Is Train going to be a good one for that?
I think it should be, and I'm actually going to favor Optic going into this as well. Partly because of what Eric just showed us there on the telestrator, the fact that you can have pretty simple strategies that can work, and I think as long as Optic is allowed to do that, they can do that with the core without having to worry about Peacemaker necessarily doing a whole lot, and they should be able to work off of that.
No, absolutely, and you know they're having to play with that, obviously, so it's kind of like catering to or playing around it.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, keep it nice and simple, and you know, see where that takes you initially, at least.
No, 100%. So, real quick before we throw it over there, give me a prediction.
Well, I'm actually going to side with Optic. That's what I had my headset for before we got into the first game. So even though very dominant showing by Energy on Cash, I'm still going to side with Optic on Train.
No, I think you might have the wise choice here. Maybe they woke up and maybe they'll be able to take the fight to them. Right?
Hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, at this point, is there anything left?
Not really anything left to say. I think it's time to throw it over to our casters.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they want it.
Maybe. I mean, they're looking pretty excited over there. You can see they all smiles. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so to bring us this last map of the night, and it's going to be Train between Optic and NRG. It's going to be Blue and Dazed. Take it away, you awesome fellas.
Detta like psyched us out there when he said, I think it's time to throw this over to the casters. Both was like, oh, time to get ready for that one. But
yeah, I was ready for about 2 minutes, and then Trace was like, is there anything else we got to talk about? No. I think we're good. All right, but yeah, I don't know about this one. The problem with Optic is, I was talking with Vendetta at the break, is that, you know, that Stan kind of played Ender for them, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about it. So who's going to play Ender for them now, right? Where do you put Peacemaker on Train? I think Train is one of those maps where on CT's side, you know, we saw Optic struggle on Cash, but I think Train is one of those maps where it's hard. It's a lot harder on Train, in my opinion, to just like hide somebody and try to make somebody who's not really at that level be able to perform at this level. So I don't know, man. I'm going NRG here. I thought that was a dominant performance by them. I think Professor Chaos is a lot better of a fill-in than Peacemaker is. So I think NRG is definitely the favorite.
Solid choice.
Yeah.
I think that
But having said that, you know, a couple of those swing rounds, if they don't go NRG's way, if they don't win that P250 round where they barely spend any money, if they don't win that second round, you know, and then I think even when they were on CT side, didn't they? No, they won the CT pistol, but didn't they lose? No, I don't remember. But there was like 2 swing rounds that were huge, right? That could, you know, definitely changed the makeup of that match.
Well, they won the original second round on a force up.
Yes.
And then they took a little bit of control there, and then they had the second one. Those are like the two big ones, I think. The second one that happened in the middle of the second half.
Yeah, that was pretty back and forth, but I mean, they won a couple swing rounds, right?
Yeah.
So Fugly looks like he's going to be playing inner for NRG. PTR is going to be on the rotator spot. Behind Pop Dog, dies to Mixwell. The Z-Smoke comes out, so they can get pushed up close, and Fugly doesn't really have any backup.
Marky being able to chime in with one kill, but for the most part, it's Optic executing them here. Breezy will look to change that, but he does have quite a few players to deal with. There's a headshot out of nowhere, though, on the Peacemaker going down the ramp. He'll be able to take him down. After everything is said and done, this is now left to Tarek alone, where previously was all Optic controlling the situation. Two CTs moving back in, one of which has a kit, so they have extra time to play with here. They know where Tarek is. Tarek finds the headshot against Marky, but now the smoke rolls in. It's over top the bomb. He did see Professor Chaos going in. Professor Chaos just going to stick it. Tarek trying to knife around here, but did Professor Chaos see it? Oh no, Tarek continued to go for the knife, and now the time has gotten so low, but I think with this kit, he might be able to do it, and he will. Energy upset on the pistol round, and they'll take control again.
Wow. What was Peacemaker doing, though? He just runs down lower ramp. Look at this. Look at low ramp.
Seeing this one here, and in a second.
Watch. Look. He just runs down with the Molotov, just full sprinting. What? Why? That was hilarious. That was like a suicide Molotov cocktail, like something you'd see out of like a crazy movie or something.
He had the carried in. He had one job and he did it. He wanted to stay alive. His job was to get that Molotov on the ground.
No, that Molotov was to play for post plant, and then if they don't have a smoke, you just automatically win the round. But he just flies down.
Well, as we get back into the action of the second round there, the worst thing is that Molotov was going at a weird arc. It might have actually gone into the smoke, too, that was there.
I have no idea what that was, man, but that was hilarious.
All right, well, it's 1-1 initially, as they do have a bit of a scrap outside of T-Con here. Rush has a chance for another one, though, as he tries to line up against Professor Chaos, but Professor Chaos really decides to kind of not take that fight currently. He actually is going to swing around the other side, going through the old bomb tunnel there, and Tarek is kind of lurking here, too. They want to resurge out through T-Con here. Professor Chaos, though, now ready for it on the side. It's dangerous, though, as they did spot him, so they know he's here. Gets one, gets two, and there's a third that's already been damaged a little bit. It's Peacemaker losing 20 of his HP in that battle. Professor Chaos only losing half of his, and Peacemaker really doesn't know what to do with himself, waiting for Tarek to regroup so he can kind of safely push back out and make sure there's no one watching to his right side. So he's allowed to do that, but Professor Chaos waiting over here. Oh, apparently didn't expect Tarek to come after the bomb train there. So a bit of a surprise, but Marky's up in heaven still, so he's going to find these last two frags and solidify the round for Energy.
Yeah, 3K by him. Professor Chaos comes up big with that 2K at Ivy. And not only that, I mean, he pretty much, won the pistol round at the end there. So Professor Chaos doing a good job here on train, and we're seeing, a little bit why he was, even though like on CD side he didn't have that many kills on Cash, like positionally speaking, he was playing properly. He knows how to play CS at a high level, right? And he's been there and done that before. So you're not losing that much with a stand-in like Professor Chaos, like nearly as much as you are probably with Peacemaker. Just running down, throwing balls.
This nade actually that was tossed back out from, I think it was either Marky or Peter, did actually some pretty massive damage.
Oh,
it was full damage on a Nap and Mixwell there. 60 and 45 is what they end up with at that. Tarek also gets tagged here too, trying to cross back on the trains. 2 for 2 originally though. Peter finding both, and now a third as well. Professor Chaos getting a fourth. He does get traded out by Peacemaker, but Peter again, he does actually have a pretty massive round there at 4K. Where Optic had forced into that one, so that essentially was the first gun round, and it's Energy again that do take control of it.
Yeah, 4K with just an ump and a pistol. I think he had 3 ump kills right here. For some reason, did you see how it's shooting up top there?
Yeah, that's
muzzle flash.
Yeah, that's a weird bug.
Is that just on GoTV, or do we see that first person too? Because I've never noticed it.
I'm pretty sure that would just be GoTV.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure though.
Well, now Optic, pretty much a full save, a couple deagles on Mixwell and Rush, and they're going to try to get the bomb down inner. Maybe going down upper, we'll see, but Fugly's there, and Fugly's there, and this is smart, right? They have 2 umps and an MP9, and the MP9 is upper, right? So say he dies after he kills 2 people, hopefully, for his sake, right? And they don't have a flash, so I think he probably will, and they get that MP9, what are they going to do with it, Well,
they do
say that.
They do take Fugly down here. Peter, though, waiting inside of the bomb train. Do they suspect him? Well, no. Gets 2 kills before going down to Mixwell. Again, primarily Deagle's doing all the damage here for Optic right now, but it has given them a ticket onto the site and to get the bomb down here. Post plants where it's going to get tough, though. Mixwell being able to trade out 1 kill after Marky pushes forward here to eliminate Rush. Mixwell hunting again, but burning in the Molotov there. Nap with 1 more. It's actually down to a 1v1, and Breezy whiffs a little bit here on the first spray, but he's got control of the bomb right now, so he's able to get to it. Nap pushing pushing back, and he actually wins it out after recovering the UMP. So Optic somehow steal that round away, and we're up 1-3 now.
Yeah, after Fugly went down, I mean, they're coming out from upper and lower. Pete, I think he ended up getting 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. But still, a 3v3, and they can get pushed up and in is a tough task to ask for if you're a CT, and they end up losing that round. But my point about the MP9 was, like, even though Mixwell got it, he just got a dekill. You know, he kept it out, right? So you give up that MP9, yeah, but you're not really giving him much firepower. So unfortunately for Fugly, he's not able to get any kills because of Mixwell's just ridiculous jiggle peeking. But now Energy, we'll see if they can, you know, win the second round, or this little force. I don't know, I think they still have money to buy into the next round, though.
Yeah, they were actually pretty close. I think it was Marky that was down at like this 1900 amount that suggested that they would just full save here. So they are just going to take this one as a light bot round, with the exception being Peter. And again, most of their players defending over here towards the outer bomb site, just keeping Fugly to watch out there in the event that they go downstairs. Mixwell looking for his first strike here in T-Con, actually unsuccessful in singing the shot, but still not too big of a deal considering the investment that's here. And there we go. There's the lineup against Marky. Gets a little bit aggressive on top of the trains, and we'll see Mixwell grabbing the first kill there. But no aggression, extra aggression, I should say, from Optic. They're just going to take this round nice and slowly, since Energy on this eco, there is a bit of unpredictability to what they may be doing on the CT side right now.
Yeah, Rush getting pushed up at Ivy here. Guys coming out of ladder and team mid, so just a 2-2-1. Shot by PTR.
He has a chance to tag another player here, and he's going to go for it. Unfortunately, the shot not connecting now. He's only managed to bring Naf down a little bit low. Rush being able to finally finish off the job against Peter. And now it seems like the inevitable is going to occur here as Rush looking to see if he can find some of these guys. The rest of them basically just hiding back over here down towards CT Small. But I think Energy are going to move in to try to hunt this down. If they can scavenge a few of these guns, Fugly and Breezy sneaking in for 2. They tried to recover that op to take it back on the rifle as well, but didn't really pan out. So now we're even into a 3v3. Rush is a nice lineup though outside of Ivy, and he's going to dispatch of 2 really quickly here. Fugly and Breezy both go down, and now it's all on Professor Chaos in the 1v3. Sitting at the back of this angle here. Rush, more importantly, retrieves that op, gets it out of the potential carrying hands here of Energy, but tags him as well. Almost takes him down on the retreat. He survives that with 8 HP. Professor Chaos will just be happy with the AK, and no one is even going to be remotely close enough to contest. That op also does go down, so it won't be saved by Optic.
How the heck did Rush die there?
The bomb explosion.
Yeah, but wasn't he deep Ivy?
He had 8 HP, but
oh man, he must have went more towards hell or something like that. Like on the other side of it, and maybe he died that way, because I don't think you die if you're like deep Ivy like that. But so that's unfortunate for Optic, but they, you know, at the end of the day, it is 3-2. NRG had a good eco there. They got 3 guns down at the end of the day, and were able to salvage an AK and half armor on Professor Chaos.
Molly is going to hold back Mixwell. Ooh, this was a big rush early on here from Optic to get back here and hold some control. So that does put a stunt on their plans a little bit. Again, nothing too huge though.
Yeah, but look at Fugly's utility. I mean, at the start of the round, he used a smoke, a Molotov, and a nade. Like, just first 10, 15 seconds of the round. So, you know, Inner is one of those maps where if you could use your utility properly, a lot of the time you can make it, you know, you could hold just off that. He just uses his right away, so he's going to have to really need help, like, backup-wise, right? He's going to have to rely on his teammates, and they're not even rotated at all there. So if anything comes, you know, Inner early right now, it's going to be a very difficult task for him to hold.
And Peter nor anyone else is even sitting at the Z rotate position too, so it is going to be, you know, a couple seconds to buy time for this rotate to move in. For all we can see on the minimap right now, Optic are 100% going to be committing themselves over here to this site. So Fugly actually just backs up. It just lets them in. He's going to let them go for the plant, and he'll play over here towards the bottom barrel of upper, give him some time for his teammates to rotate in. Peter's still here, catching them on the cross. He knows he's another one sitting back there. They actually, Rush in this case has to use the smoke to safely get across here. Fugly knows that they might have pushed up a little bit, but has been unable to spot the most important one, which is Naf. And we can see as a result of that, he does some great damage to Peter, bringing him down just a few HP. Finishes off Marky too when he does re-peek back out, but a trade rolls in. Rush is still impacting though from the backside, being able to take down Breezy. So it's a 3v2. He gets super aggressive, but look at that from Rush. Beautiful transfer onto Peter to finish the job on him, despite bringing him lower earlier. And Rush just finishes things off as well. He ends up with a massive 4K, and Optic now tied for the lead.
Yeah, 3-3. NRG should be saving here now. And even though their stand-in and coach in Professor Chaos is having 7 kills right now, I mean, they're looking like they're going to give this half in control of Optic. Optic should, if they don't have too many deaths here, have a pretty good, you know, bank account going into these next rounds.
Tarek down at 60 HP already. They just trying to go super fast here out on towards A. Race car speed. Professor Chaos and Breezy being able to trade a few of those kills, but for the most part, yeah, cleaned up very well by Optic. And Fugly, well, he may try to sneak down the ladder here. If he goes down towards it, Rush is waiting. Already spotted his foot and falls back basically to kill him on the drop down. Even gonna bounce the nade up. It's a bit awkward there. Fugly dodges quite a bit of the damage. They're like bombing.
Did you see they threw a nade through the windows as well?
Yeah. They really want him dead for some reason. Just a deagle.
They really want him dead for some reason. True. It's a psychological factor. Blue.
Yeah. Just trying to get him to fear nades for the rest of the game. Well, they had all actually counted him back out. If he had a kit there was actually no one on the site. But thankfully he doesn't, so we won't see the ninja in that case. He just goes in, actually picks up a UMP, and like no one from Optic actually pushed all the way through towards inner, so he manages to survive with that one and gets out of there successfully with the UMP, so he has himself a free gun for this round if he chooses to stick with it. Pause will come in. I believe this will be of tactical nature from Energy, but I'll get confirmation on that in a second here. So they're going to need a moment to figure things out since it's been, I think this has been a straight 4-round streak from Optic, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think so as well. NRG just struggling a little bit on this CT side. They're going to be able to be fully bought up, though. I think they can afford an op on PTR as well. Op half armor with no nades. Yeah, 5450, so he's going to be able to afford that. And Optic just kind of a lot of big rounds by like individuals too, right? Rush with that huge 4K at inner, that was like exceptional, but has really sparked this kind of comeback. And hopefully for Fugly's sake, and the round that they won, that they had no business with. You know, when they killed Fugly at upper. Pete pushes upper right away, kills Tarek. The start of the round, so it's 4v5, and just a big advantage for NRG right now.
Peter, nice flick really to find that shot too. He wasn't even originally aiming. But Mixwell gets himself into a battle with Breezy here outside of the connector.
How far out he was. He was between the 5 train right there.
So he impacts heavy cost to his own HP, but he gets out of there too. No one is in a position to trade him. And now he's still going to play around with them over here on the A-bomb site. In fact, they may decide to go out onto the site specifically because they got that kill instead of going towards inner, which was the original plan. Peter certainly being an impactful player over there, so not wanting to test the waters with that again. Mixwell just gets himself in a position outside of Ivy here. Professor Chaos misses the peek from Mixwell here. If he had peeked about a second or two early, he might have actually been able to spot him. He still suspects that something is here, as Mixwell's just hiding behind the server right now. But everyone else from Energy is still spread out. Thankfully, most of them are within close proximity to the A-bomb site while still only having Fugly inside. Peter had rotated, but now he's going to go back through CT, and he's coming out towards the A-bomb site as a couple of nades were tossed in by those guys in back halls there, and the rest are going to push out through T-Con here. It's Naf first up to bat, leading the charge, going through the short lane. There's no one going to be present against them here. Mixwell moving up too. I think he spotted Professor Chaos as he was fully focused on a T-Con push. Market traded, but look at how low he is after he finds that trade. 20 HP. He needs to try and flash out one of these players if he wants to successfully take him down. You can see him just committing to these sprays. No, nothing he can do about that nade. He sees his own death flashing before his eyes there, as now Peter is going to be trying to hold this angle, but missing that shot leads to his own demise against Naf. For Fugly, completely detached from all of this over in the B-bomb, so there's not a whole lot that he can do, so it is going to be a 5th from Optic.
Yeah, and one of the reasons Mixwell was able to make it 4v4 in that situation is because he knew the Opper on NRG was inside, and he could probably safely assume that there was another guy there accompanying him. So he's like, hey, I could even this up. I could probably get a clean gun battle with someone outside. Gets really aggressive. Is able to get that frag to make it 4v4, and then just a perfect Ivy lurk on Professor Chaos. I think Professor Chaos probably made a footstep when he was making that peek. Kind of made Mixwell be like, okay, there's one guy pretty close at Ivy. Let's make sure my teammates can make some type of a contact and come out with the lurk, and play that very well. Rush, meanwhile, him and Rush are just the key to Optic's success right now. I think when Marky got, I think right before that happened, I think he actually might have dinked Rush unless PTR legged him in the back, because Rush had about 15 HP after that nade. So Marky almost holds from the bomb site, but you know, after that Ivy kill happens, it's a really difficult situation to be on.
Yeah, Energy will be essentially broken here with the exception of Fugly having the investment. They still are able to get themselves a semi-decent half-buy though. You know, Armored Deagle for a lot of these guys and Peter. getting himself the scout to try and play with. It's heavy focus on the outside site still, and this could work out as this is where Optic has been throwing a lot of their aggression towards. But they've also been playing with Hinder. It's actually been rather unpredictable, and the core players from Optic have been showing up once again. It's Tarek, armed with the op. This time it pushes in, has himself a free opportunity to try and take down Breezy, but kind of is scared by it. Originally doesn't catch it. It's Nap that actually finds the kill this time. Marky swinging back out, but swings a bit too far right into the scope. And what is that? Peter finding the shot and finishing off Peacemaker there. Peacemaker found in a really weird situation once again. But now Fugly also connecting another kill on a Tarek brings us back down to an even 2v2. The bomb very quickly kind of rushing itself down to the B-bomb site, where, granted, they have control. But Peter and Fugly, we'll see if they decide to stick with this, as actually Mixwell's going to walk right up, finds the free kill onto Fugly, and now that's left alive is Peter, sitting in CT spawn, who is going to try and jump back up here. I'm not even sure if he realizes, yeah, that site control was fully given there to the backside. So Rush will get that last kill, and it's Optic now doubling the scoreline of Energy and up to 6 overall.
Yeah, not a bad round from Energy. You know, because they have money bonus, they just kind of half bought there. They didn't really spend that much money. Optic, though, even if they lose this round, they're going to be able to buy into the next one, and maybe the next one after that, depending on if they get the bomb down or not. But, you know, Rush is playing out of his mind right now at 15-4. Looks like they're going to do 5-6 in the E-box smokes and try to, Mixwell might try to work outside a little bit, but they are just kind of setting up in, you know, 2-1-2, I believe.
Peacemaker already trying to make the move here, but it's actually Peter that gets the better of them. Finds the shot onto Peacemaker, and Professor Chaos also striking as well, back over in his position. He's able to take down Mixwell, and it already leaves Optic down with 3. Defense on the B-bomb site, though, is still mainly based on Fugly, and he's caught retreating. So that will open up this site to them. Professor Chaos is able to counter out Rush in the meanwhile over here, and they had the bomb position with them. They got upper control, but the bomb was an Ivy for some reason. So now the dynamic has completely changed, and it's Tarek and Nap trying to recover from this. Has left to push towards it, and essentially a huge hornet nest of Energy players if they want to win this and still take control of the round. It's Tarek leading it as Naf kind of watches for a flank in the old bomb tunnel. With the pop flash going back out there, they'll start this push, and again, the flash not really connecting. Peter already being able to find one. Tarek trading it. The missed up shot does give him the credence to push back in and take down Peter, but Professor Chaos is sitting on the outside and will put an end to it.
Yeah, 3K by Professor Chaos, so he's showing up, man. I mean, that's their coach who's 11-7 right now. And he's actually doing a very good job at Ivy. I know Mixwell worked on him once, but that's really the only time that he hasn't, you know, played well there. I mean, against the Deals, he's consistently performed and gotten his kills that, you know, he's supposed to get. Fugly, meanwhile, is the one that's been struggling to enter. He's not really getting any kills on the rotate or anything like that. He's using utility too fast generally. But this round does it a little bit differently. He's there with PTR, so PTR taking a peek. Dies to Nap, just running across. You expect the Op to get that kill. Mixwell kills Professor Chaos, but gets traded out by Breeze. And Breeze with this team mid control now could actually kind of change this round a little bit. They know Ivy's open, but now the T's, since they know team mid control has happened, if they want to take back control, they're probably going to have to make noise. So Energy could actually keep 2 towards inner right now.
And at the moment, that's what they are going to stick to doing, is Marky plays towards this primarily. Picking up the op as he does retreat into a better position here. He wanted to go and scout for intel before, but the rest of Optic are very decidedly trying to move in for control here, and it's as Energy are rotating back out too. They're sending everyone towards Z and letting them just go back in. Fugly is even caught in the meanwhile, so now Marky's going to swing back in, but he doesn't even realize just how many of these players from Optic had pushed back in. Maybe a false assumption that there was really only 1 or 2 of them going for it, so that miscalculation cost them big time, and it's going to be Optic that'll take this round.
Yeah, and I think they had the right idea at the start to keep 2 inner there. And I mean, I know Optic ended up with 4 there, but really what counters you there is if they, for whatever reason, walk down ladder. They walk through team mid, or if somebody walks backside to Ivy. But at that time, you don't think anybody's Ivy, right? Because you would have thought they would be out by now, right? So you think, in my mind, if they're going to go outside, they're probably going to make some type of noise. They're going to pop flash team mid or something like that. And Breeze is going to be able to hear that because he put that team mid pressure. He got that kill. He smoked the end. Now the hunt is on for Breeze, but he hits a great shot onto Tarek. And then I think you just kind of gamble it, you know? Instead, they mid-round, like, already Optic's going to be in position to hit whatever they want, and then they decided to play a retake B. And I think that was a mistake.
So this puts Optic back into really great control overall of this half now. 7-4 on T side, we should mention as well. Where normally you see them sinking behind a little bit on a generally CT-sided map. Energy going into this with what they can, as we can see CZs and 5.7s and even a P250 coming out there for Fugly. Peter has the op, and he's making big impact with it, but the problem is it's been rather inconsistent due to how aggressively he's been trying to play with the op. Sometimes he utterly fails and it just gets knocked out, giving them a free op, and other times, well, it works out. This time we're going to see some more aggression, and all of it up through the halls, leading out into box halls, though. They find one frag against Fugly, but then it's immediately traded out here. Now Breezy playing up close, getting him up with the CZ, only 2 bullets left, so he does have to reload here, but he's got a teammate to help him out over by the E-box lane. Breezy gets the reload, though, picks up an additional kill, and now it's Naf looking to hold 1v4, but he can't do it. Marky picks up the last kill, and Energy somehow sneaked that one in.
Yeah, I mean, just pushing ladder and T-mid, everybody kind of just getting up close, and PTR's kind of opping in the back, right? So all 4 of them just collapsing on outside, and Optic makes the wrong call, right? They wanted to go outside, but they delayed it a little bit. It allowed Energy to get close up. It allowed them to push inside above the ladder, and they all just get caught around like the Hell area, Olaf area against up-close pistols.
Well, Professor Chaos will go for the dirty peek again, and he connects the shot, but it's not a full kill. Only legging Tarek, bringing him down to 15 HP, while he himself takes about 40 overall. Fugly, all right, freaking out a little bit there. Fugly's actually been having a pretty rough time overall in this matchup.
Yeah, he has, and if I don't know if he's a normal inner player in his other teams, but Optic's just going quick inner right now.
So we could see some of the visible frustration there on Fugly as he continues to kind of miss these opportunities for entries. Professor Chaos in the meantime, now sinking a second for himself right there as he takes down Naf. Took down Rush just seconds before that one too, and even Breezy catching one here. Mixwell trying to trade it out, but he can only get that one frag, and for Peacemaker, well, let's see if the standing can do some work here and pull off a 1v4. Not going to happen. Fugly finally getting himself another kill, and we do see Energy pushing back in to be able to get up to 6, closing the gap, and within 1 of tying it.
Yeah, did you see Professor Chaos there? When he gets 2 kills, he legs the other guy. You see, like, his aim is good, his movement's good, his positioning's good, he's pretty swift. I mean, look at that. Like, not many coaches who are standing in can perform this well. I know he didn't get any kills on, like, the CT side of Cash, but he knows how to play CS at a high level, so it's just, I mean, he's top fragging for him right now, and you can see why.
Just have a coach that can do both.
Yeah. Get you a coach that can do both.
Can lead and he can frag.
Yeah.
Well, Optic onto essentially just an upgraded pistol round here. Mixwell's the only one that buys armor behind his buy, and the guys from Energy handling it pretty easily, as we can see here. Already 4 kills for them, and Breezy tapping into that last one there after missing the spray. Eliminates Peacemaker, and we're 7-7 going into the 15th round.
Peacemaker having a rough one, 1-10 right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of to be expected, though, considering that even when he was originally, if I recall correctly, coaching for Immortals, we never even really saw him play before that, so.
No, I mean, you don't expect him to be able to compete with these guys, but, you know, it just, you could tell, like, there's just a huge difference, right? There really is. There's a huge difference.
I mean, literally top and bottom of the scoreboard when you look at Professor Chaos versus Peacemaker right now, as he's sitting up there with Breezy. Marky's actually a little bit more quiet this map, but it's also been a much more competitive map overall, so that can kind of be justified.
I mean, if NRG wins this, like, this is huge for them. I mean, to make playoffs, they're going to have to take maps off these top teams, right? And Optic, you know, when they have a 5th, you consider them a top team. And because NRG, I feel like they're one of those teams that might drop maps to one of the lower tier teams in the division, you know, every once in a while. Meanwhile, like, I don't see that from Cloud9. I don't see that from SK and a lot of these other top 6 teams. So they got to pick up and make up for that by beating teams like Optic and taking maps off them. And if they can end up winning 2-0, I think that really is like a huge swing in whether or not they make playoffs or not.
Well, Breezy getting himself a chance to frag back out here once again. Doesn't realize that they're pushing in below him, though, from the other side over towards E-Box. So Tarek is going to knock him back out. Marky, he's going to be next at the bat as they push over there towards the short lane, leading up towards Ivy. Peacemaker, though, actually grabs the frag onto him. And now Professor Chaos, he does get baited out into taking a shot there. And actually, I think messes up his scope a little bit. So Mixwell is going to be able to finish him off when he goes to the full swing peak. It's Fugly and Peter that have to try and work something on the 15th round here. They will be going for it. Peter in position to try and punish Mixwell, but he's actually holding this pretty well right now up until that point. Peter does get the frag, but a lot of time wasted in doing it, and now distracting a lot of it. Fugly trying to push back in, but he's been cornered from 3 different angles here, so not really a whole lot of hope for him to do anything there. Rush will finish off the round, and Optic do manage to sync together one more. They lead 8-7. It's identical to what we saw back over on Cash, and we'll have to see if this time they can follow through and close out on the map after this short commercial break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA. It's time to finish up our last map of the evening and for the week as well. Energy versus Optic has been an interesting turn of events with 2 stand-ins, 1 for each team, and both of which being the respective coach for said team, but one doing significantly better than the other. And overall here now on this second map, leading to a much closer matchup as this is one of Optic's better maps.
Yeah, after Peacemaker got that last kill in that last round on Marquee, he typed LOL easy.
Definitely didn't do that, but
no, he didn't. But that would be funny if he did.
A little bit of tilt there.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be a lot more difficult for them on the CT side, though. I know Train's normally a CT-sided map, but playing with a stand-in like this and one who's frankly just not their skill level at this level, not even really close, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially on a map like Train. Train takes a lot of teamwork on the CT side. It really does. It takes a lot of communication. You really have to know your angles and what everybody else is responsible for, and you really have to be able to count on your teammates to get their frags.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you opened up a good point actually in the pregame before we actually started this map about who would take the very important job on the CT side of being the solo inner player.
Yes.
If my memory is a little bit fuzzy right now about the qualifier or about the IM group stage last week, but if I do recall correctly with Hiko, it wasn't like a one-to-one transition where Hiko took control of it. I think, if I remember correctly, they actually had Rush taking that position.
Did they? I thought Hiko was playing it for sure.
I'd have to remember quickly. Well, we'll see here in a moment because I highly doubt they're going to give Peacemaker that responsibility.
We'll see. I don't know what you.
That would be a huge risk to do that. I'm pretty sure Energy is going to go inner every round.
I don't know if it would be a risk because I think Mixwell could back him up and maybe put him in a position where he could just get 1 kill like every time.
Yeah.
Or maybe let him spot and then play retake. Where else do you do it?
Well,
I think inner's actually probably the best spot.
They're putting him inner.
You could have Mixwell help.
Yeah, they're putting him there.
Okay.
So for right now, at least on the pistol, that is going to be the case. And more than likely, that'll follow through into the actual rounds too. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was actually Hiko that played inner. Just said that was a while ago. And those games were also at like 3 in the morning. So it's a little bit hard to recall. Energy, though, pushing in pretty quickly here. And Mixwell trying to assist from the backside. Peacemaker firing off shots from up on top too, but not a whole lot connecting. Really on either side, though. It's basically back and forth. And now we have a 5v5 fight. Professor Chaos, super aggressive. Same with Marky. They're giving him these kills right now. Mixwell and Peacemaker, and now Nap finding a third. Fugly and Breezy sitting in the back box halls, but they don't have a Molotov or anything to hold this back off. They're stuck here, hoping that they can get some more kills, but no, they're just getting obliterated one by one. And Rush will finish things
things off with the last frag. It's a 5-man alive pistol victory from Optic, and they're going to get to keep control of their lead for right now.
Yeah, they will, and that was a mistake by NRG. I mean, I know, going inner is fine, but the way they got pushed up, I mean, they're just holding W. Anytime you're holding W as a Glocker and a USB or peeks you, like, you're probably going to die, and they're just holding W down the lanes without any support from flashbangs or anything like that, and just running right into Optic's pistols. That was really easy work for the Optic side. And look at it, like, they're playing retake inner. Tarek's actually going to be up or pushing up, I guess, to get a spot, and this should stop any type of plant or anything like that.
Tarek inside of box halls, even as this smoke is supported too. He's got to watch out that left side. Yeah, he's caught. The timing just doesn't work out. Peter, he's going to be able to take down Tarek, eliminating him. Peacemaker's here now, but again, he's being super passive. He's just kind of weaning himself in and out of Z right now. Mixwell goes in first. He takes actually the first contact about the retake. This nade hopefully kills one of them. There we go. Connection on a Fugly at the very least, but still, they've got a long road to recovery. Oh my god, Breezy goes for the triple tap though early, and that gives away his position, so Rush is given a chance to spin back around, and now it's all falling apart. Peter's the last man standing, and it looks like Optic will be able to hold control of this round after all.
Yeah, they're just going to defuse. But NRG did save there. They were able to get that kill and get the bomb down. So even though it looked like they were going to do more, especially with Breeze with that Glock, I thought he was definitely going to get that kill. But he missed the first burst right there. That kind of did him in. So they still get like a complete full buy. Pete might even be able to have an off. No, it doesn't opt for it. So Professor Chaos still just has like 2250 left in the bank. But yeah, not a bad eco for Energy.
We have Energy pushing forward though, again, pretty decisively towards the box halls. They have kept the bomb and one additional player just outside of T-Con though, so an argument has opened up now for them to try and go for just a default XQ2, keeping both of the options open. Naf got aggressive this time, pushing himself out through Ivy and smoking it too, but not really finding anything there, nor would he have found anything even if there was any players here, as they all decided to play passively and sit pretty far back here. So now though, smoke's being applied over here towards the ladder, and it was just as the T's had thrown their smoke out outside of spawn too, so it actually does kill this plan unless they want to try to aggress through it here, which is not looking likely. In fact, the bomb has now gone all the way through the White Halls, and they're going to try to push back in here. Peacemaker, he dinks Fugly and does a little bit of damage to Professor Chaos, but not all that much, and he unfortunately will go down without a trade to show for it. Now Mixwell falling back in to support him. A lot of smokes in the lane, but I actually think Mixwell can abuse this right lane a little bit here. The smoke is not perfect. Looks like there now. Peter, okay, apparently he's going to kill Fugly, so a little bit of confusion within the site. That brings them down to an even 4v4. Naf as well, still hunting, but Marky has a monster flank being opened up. Tarek impacts with a kill, but that's going to make it all that much easier for Marky to find. He's seen the bloodstain, gets the kill, wanted to wait a moment to see if he can see anyone else behind him, but not the case. However, there's another flight coming in, this time for the CTs. Mixwell and Rush, combo kills together. Marky's still trying to impact, but he's alone, and in that 1v3, he won't be able to impact any further, and Optic push up another round here.
Yeah, and when Marky's flanking Z like that, you usually, because he flanked from ladder, right? So you usually don't expect anybody to counterflank. But Rush was in T-Con, so he goes all the way through white walls. It takes a long time, but it was well worth it. Catches him in the back, and honestly, even if that player's sight didn't, was able to get his kill, Rush probably would have traded on him instantly, been able to get on the bomb, and Marky would have no chance to kill the diffuser. So a pause coming out, I believe, for NRG, and Optic looking good, man.
Yeah, unless it's technical, this will almost certainly be Energy's tactical usage of a pause right here. Money's, a little bit, if we can kind of see him here on the screen now, they're tossing around some guns. It's just going to be Tech 9s getting donated, and they might pick up armor behind that. It's a quick pause, though. It's already been resumed, and we are going to be jumping back into it here now. But you can see, again, very, very skewed score lines over there on the Optic side. It was Energy last time, where it was Breezy just kind of hard carrying. This time, look at Rush. This is his map, man. He destroys here, and he almost has triple the amount of kills currently. He has deaths, 23 and 8.
Yeah, and Energy is a team that buys very conservatively compared to a lot of teams. They opt for saving when you think when other teams would buy. A lot of the time they're saving. They play very conservative in that aspect. So they offer Tech 9s and armor here, and we'll see. They got in great positions last round. They definitely was positioned to win that round. They come out upper, they get pushed up pretty far. Mixwell, is blocked off from the smokes and everything like that, and you think they're going to win the round. Marky's flank looks great, and then the kills just don't go their way. So We'll see if they continue to put this inner pressure on him. Peacemaker is getting supported by Mixwell, but what does that mean, right? It's like you could put inner pressure and you know Mixwell is going to lean there. Does that mean Outer is going to be easier to hit in that case?
Well, now we do have them all pushing in, but Optic so far pressed forward, and they're doing massive damage. Breeze the last one alive, but it's not going to be that way for very long. Rush and Tarek have a beautiful cross spray angle, and they completely decimate the entire attempt at a push from Energy.
Wow, that worked out so well. Because Tarek's on the left side of there, and he's taking first contact, so the guys coming out ladder are looking at him, but then they don't see the player at E-box at all while they're running through the smoke, and it's just like the easiest kills.
Now they sync up with no problems at all, so now Energy getting themselves another buy. Some compromises needing to be made. In fact, utility is a little bit limited here. Mixwell trying to play aggressively, goes past the flashbang here, but he cannot actually kill anyone. He only does decent damage to Professor Chaos and Fugly, and afterwards, again, that is control for Energy to go down towards the B side if they want to. Optic, though, actually had pretty heavy commitment towards inner as a result of that push. They were split 2-2 a second ago. It's going to be 3-1 now, with most of their guys still worried about an outer hit. And again, keeping, I believe it's going to be Naf as your guy to watch over there towards inner.
But they have nobody team mid. They have like nobody keeping any type of map control, and Tarek might be able to leverage this into a round win. I mean, I believe Professor Chaos is watching if he pushes all the way through, but now with two guys in team mid, they could, you know, lean a lot more towards inside.
Professor Chaos is also relatively low here too, so it wouldn't be that difficult to try and out. Marky is going to be rejoining though, and they push them back in, but now they're going to run into this issue of the aggression in T-Con. They may start to expect it, just considering they left it open for so long, so it wouldn't be very hard for these CTs to push back up and take control, but they're set up now to defend this rush on the other direction. He does have to look a whack away, but it's Professor Chaos leading the charge. Marky trading out one more to go, and he one-taps him. Rush goes back down to the ground, and it's Energy in control of things currently. Naf and Peacemaker have to try and pull this off still as they rotate over from the other site, and Peacemaker specifically probably going to be coming down ladder flank in a moment here, or just going all the way through with it to try and come back in through T-Con. Naf completely detached from everything though over there on upper towards B, so they actually might not even attempt this and just look to save instead.
Yeah, I think they probably will. They're going to have enough money going to the next round to buy. Definitely, if I was them, I would probably try to get an exit or two. I think Peacemaker is positioned pretty well for it, but he instead falls back all the way into T-Spawn, so we'll see if he's able to kill Fugly here.
Fugly pushing himself out, but only for a moment. He holds pretty safely.
They must know he's here because they have 3 people checking it.
But no one actually going back. They're checking around the corner here, like towards the Ivy push and something like that. So I don't think they know that he's sitting back here. I guess not.
It looked like Fugly was like jiggle peeking it and was like, all right, I know this guy's here. I'm gonna wait for backup, but I guess not. Thought maybe he made noise around the steps area or something like that. As Marky gets that very critical kill onto Rush in order to win that round. Had Rush gotten that kill, it would have been a lot more difficult for them to win. Just being in the 3v3 like that with team mid already in control while you're planting the bomb.
Now for Energy though, splitting back up, and again, very little Ivy presence at all throughout this entire half so far.
They just like kind of give up team mid though, and Tarek's recognizing it, and he's wanting to take control.
Peacemaker also positioned up over here at the top of the ramp, but not ready for the fight. Fugly actually reads it very well and is able to take down Peacemaker, which opens up a big hole in the B-bombs, and if they want to go for it. It's a quick rotation that we'll see from the Optic guys. Both Rush and Mixwell rotate in to defend it, so they are split evenly, 2-2 across the map now on the defense.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to group up, maybe throw outside smokes from here, or group up towards inner. I'm not sure, and do like a 5-man take. We have Mixwell holding the inner with an AWP pretty passively, so they'll be able to get the bomb down if they hit it. And now they're going back, and 4 guys leaving the white walls with 1 above ladder.
Everybody else is trying to move their way back in. The one that's going to be pushing ladder too is Fugly at 19 HP, which means that probably not going to be looking for too much success in that regard. The rest of Energy, again, they're focusing mainly on that Ivy and T-Con push, and Rush moving in very promptly to defend it. It's not only just him sitting here either. They're also going to have support from Naf a little bit further back. Smoke's covering off a lot of the angles, though, so it is a bit dangerous. And Rush goes right into that flashbang, so has to retreat. Thankfully, no one else has pushed back through, but that's going to change now at the hands of Breezy. Tarek looking for some trades here, getting one, going for the second, but no, Professor Chaos picks up the frag against Tarek, and Naf just firing off pot shots all over the place into that smoke. Mixwell is going to give himself away here in Z, but Naf with a 5-7, able to counter trade that on to Breezy. But now it is just Naf. And with 7 seconds left, Energy are a bit rushed to get that bomb onto the ground, but that'll also send Naf out into the open, where Peter can sink the final shot to take down Naf and put Energy up to 9.
Yeah, and Optic's money isn't too good. It looks like they're probably going to save here. And that was really smart by them, man. They made it 4v5. They kind of waited. They didn't have team mid control. So you know what they do? They say, okay, we don't have team mid control. Let's put Ivy pressure. And that kind of makes, if they do have team mid control, right? A lot of the time they don't have somebody watching Ivy, you know, because they might like lean someone towards team mid or inner in that case, because you don't really expect an outer hit if you have somebody in team mid, right? So that was pretty smart by them. They go towards Ivy. They just do like a pretty normal type of outside split, you know, after making it 4v5. And they played the clock a little bit dangerously as Mixwell gets popped through the wall by Pete. But, you know, it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, popping him down to 26 HP, but he will just safely kind of crawl back into the site. And Energy's still taking things incredibly slowly here. Now, they do want to play this cautiously. There's a heavy stack. Now, going into this default that they executed into the last round may actually prove to be a pretty big mistake, since there is a full gamble stack from Optic sitting out on this A site right now. Peacemaker first contact down over here in the ladder room, but there's two of his teammates sitting directly behind him. They are Rush as well, trying to challenge things, but just getting tagged. They absolutely get the better from here. No trades at all in terms of damage. Professor Chaos still kind of investigating into the box halls too. They realize this is open. They can call off or even just use their Ivy push as a distraction to the actual hit downstairs, since the bomb is still kind of at an in-between point to where they can take it to either side. Breezy starting the Ivy play, getting some good damage on the Nap, but this is all we've seen so far is semi-decent amounts of damage. They haven't actually killed anyone, nor have they taken any actual map control. That's going to change now, though, as Marky and Breezy work together to go for outer play. It works out perfectly as it's 3, now 4, now 5 kills. Indeed, it's Breezy that gets himself a nice 3K on it to put Energy into the double-digit range.
Yeah, and how many rounds have they won in a row here now?
Let's see. Open up the score UI really quickly to take a look at that. Oh, in a moment.
Replay first, replay first.
Replay first. But yeah, Breezy coming in through Ivy there and basically single-handedly managing that. But yeah, let's bring the scoreboard up really quickly so we can see how long of a streak this has been. It's only been 3 in a row. It's relatively short. They were down at a 5-round disadvantage, but now if they win this one, they'll be within 1 of closing it out, and probably will almost have that guaranteed, as more than likely Optic are going to have to go into another eco.
Yeah, and NRG, again, it just seems like they don't mind just giving up team mid control at the start of the round. If Optic really wants it, they just have nobody contesting it at all. But Optic not able to take advantage. They take ladder control right now, peeking E-box is Marky. So he has control of that. They have 2 outside of team mid. Looks like they're going to throw some type of smokes. And then I think it's going to be an outside fake to inner.
Energy pushing into it here now. Molotov to watch out for any upper pressure. They're not going to spot any of that. Optic will be ready for this one, though. They've got 2 guys in the site here. Peacemaker and Naf to play this one out, but also Tarek quick on the rotate, too. This will be playing close to either hell or heaven. Energy, though, still slow on this one as Marky's sitting back down at the bottom of that ladder, looking to see if he can find the impact, but finally the smoke comes through. Does block off Naf's vision. Peacemaker trying to get prepped for it, but there's also smoke at upper. He can kind of see through the bottom right corner of that one, though, if they try to go in for it, so he's paying attention, but now he has to change his gaze, but the problem is he's not ready for it. Fugly finds the impact there. Naf does catch Fugly for a trade, but now on outer, Marky and Breezy finding more kills. Mixwell, what are you doing, though? Out in the open, 2 kills from nowhere. Marky and Breezy both have gone down. He's looking for Professor Chaos, tries to no-scope it, but now he's down at 6, somehow still alive. He tries for the drop-down frag. That's not going to work out, though. Professor Chaos knocking him out. It's all on Naf. He's isolated to a 1v1 after finding Peter out in the open by E-box, and it's up to him versus Professor Chaos now, but he doesn't want anything to do with this. He's running over into the B-bomb site, and he's going to prioritize the plant there, even mollying off his entrance point. Taking his time after he does get the bomb on the ground. He wants to get close to play this out against Naf. Will Naf realize it, though, as he turns his back, and that will seal his fate. Clutches out the 1v1, and Energy do push themselves up to 11 within 1 round of tying things up.
Professor Chaos, man, the MVP. The MVP of this map right here. Nice job against Naf. I mean, you could tell, like, he's a good CS player, man. Like, this proves it. I haven't seen him play in so long, and he's playing very well right now. Now, Optic just goes full save, basically. They just have some deagles to work with. Almost gets the one deagle on the PTR. But 3 deagles, a P250, and a USP.
It seems like overall across this energy roster, you have a lot of guys that just individually on their own are, one, not afraid to try and make super aggressive plays, and 2, they can actually do it fairly consistently too. Peter, a little bit more on and off, but still can pretty consistently, like, you know, go for a really aggressive peek and hit the shot. Breezy, we've already seen it in the last map, just how crazy he can be with entries. Professor Chaos as well, with some of these clutches that he's bringing out, just his consistency across the board is actually pretty good, even though he's just the coach. So when he needs to step in, they've got that going for them too. But anyway, we're into the action. Rush actually finding some decent impact here, finding 3 kills now before he finally goes down to Breezy. Peacemaker's the last man standing, hugging this corner. They actually haven't seen him yet, so no one suspects him to be in this corner. What? No! I have no words.
I would take a timeout if I'm Energy right now, just to, like, laugh.
What did...
Oh, no. It is.
I can't.
Wow.
Oh, you'll find out in a second he took this timeout. Because that is
pretty funny.
I mean, either way, it's like Optic needs this pause because they're probably on tilt right now. And Energy needs this pause just to get over the comic relief from what just happened there.
I mean, they took Inner, right? And Peacemaker was the lone Inner player for that long. So he was at Spindle while everyone was fighting for like 30 seconds, just waiting for himself to make that move, just waiting for his opportunity to strike, to get that kill. And then it finally happens. It's like the, you know, just a free kill. And then bam, just
the pressure got to him,
accidentally
man.
Jumped. Well, I mean, he was waiting for like 30 seconds. Like, people were pushing sidewalk, they were pushing upper and whatever. For like 30 seconds, everybody's battling it out. And he's just chilling there, just waiting. And then finally he gets his opportunity. So that sucks. That sucks.
All right, well, again, eco round for Optics is still not necessarily the worst situation that could have panned out to be at the end of the day. They still managed to take down 3 players. Optic getting into this next one here. Now they have a double op setup, full rifles for everybody else, along with decent utility across the board here too. Energy, big stack, and if Naf sees this, that could be a really early call to rotate back in, which could be great for Optic to work off of here on a retake. But still, Fugly first at the bat. Naf really passive about this peek into box holes right now. He wants to find them up on the top ladder there. Molotov comes back in, but he still thinks they're upstairs. Marky's just going to destroy him right there. Down will go, one of the 2 ops here, but they had all been spotted, so it may cause a slight delay in this actual take. They're still going to go for it, but just waiting a moment here so they can try to set up smokes and whatnot.
Yeah, 5 guys towards Inner. And nobody has control of any other side of the map for Optics, so they do have 2 towards Inner, but one of them is Peacemaker.
With the flashbang here now as they do push back in, finding the kill, but then traded back out from upper. Another kill comes in from Energy. It's Marky picking up Mixwell, and it's after Mixwell has also eliminated Peter, but because of the first kill against Optic's favor, this does leave Energy with a slight advantage, and they're going to capitalize on it even more as Breezy does push back in on the flank, takes down Rush. Tarek, see what he can do. He does catch Fugly jumping there, so he'll dispatch of him, but Breezy was up on top of the train.
Inked him.
Yeah.
Nice shot by him, but, you know, they are on a roll as NRG. I think that's how many rounds in a row now?
That should be 6, I think. Yes, 6. So certainly looking to be in control after Optic won the pistol in the first few rounds there. But just going to be back and forth on the ecos and buys. The arduous process of being a CT and losing rounds. There's no bomb plant to recover your cash, so they are just going to be working with the upgraded pistol and armor buys for this one. And only a few little bits of utility too. They really don't have a lot to hold back with whatever Energy want to do. So instead, playing outside, you can see it, they're playing hyper aggressively right now. They've got 3 guys up at T-Con, and they want to chase these kills if they can. But once more, Energy have not really taken an active role of pursuing early T-Con controls, so there won't be a lot to find inside of there. Naf, though, we'll have to see if I think Breezy kind of stopped his motion. So Naf is probably not going to get this opportunity here. Flashbang pushing out. Well, now he's got a chance trying to line it up, but it's not going to work out. Breezy finds the impact against Naf. And now the only things remaining on the outside side is that 3 stack. Now by ladder room as well. They had it around T-Con before, but now they've changed it up a little bit.
Yeah, mix well below the ladder, and since they're on this left side of the train yard, if they do anything out Ivy, and they have 3 people here, so they probably will, it's going to be very T-side advantage just due to all these long-range shots. You know, in the 2.57s and ladder, they're going to have to hope that they can kill this guy if he does even decide to come down.
Well, as they push back in, Rush waiting. Nice shot from him. They don't even realize where it comes from either, so he's got a chance at another one. Won't pen out, though, but Tarek did pick up a kill, and now he's got an AK to work with. That'll be short-lived, though, as Marky immediately catches him out, and it's just Peacemaker sitting back over here behind the ticket booth with Z. And yeah, Marky's waiting for the peek from there, so he'll also get that second kill to end it. 14-12, and this will be Optic's really their last chance, as they are going to have enough cash to reinvest here, but after this, the force up obviously won't be that great.
Yeah, we'll see, and I still think they need to just get aggressive at certain parts of the map. I think team mid, you know, Energy really isn't contesting it. If you can get in team mid, even if you don't stay there, as long as you get inside it, then you could lean towards enter, you know, because of what I said before. Most likely, if they take outside, they're going to use nades to clear it close and whatnot, and it'll give you some type of tell that they're coming outside, and then rotate over. Because really, you need somebody inner with Peacemaker, like you really do. You can't just leave him on an island alone. So you need to make up, you know, because of that at other parts of the map.
And I think they were giving it to Tarek on T side here, but I've noticed now that for the double up setup, they actually have sent the second op over to Peacemaker to try and utilize. So he'll be playing up on top of the tanker inside of B to use that. But we won't actually see any action towards B for quite some time. This Energy again lined up for probably right now. It's just your basic like T-con slash ladder drop to execute out towards A, but that may be changing since we have a lot more guys going into the White Halls right now. In fact, everyone is up there. They don't have any presence in T-con at all anymore, so this could just be another 5-man push to enter. And I mean, you can't really blame him for it, considering the fact that, again, the Peacemaker's going to be there, and he hasn't really been able to find impact, especially under pressure here. So if they can just continue to push that, and it works out for this last gun round, then they've got their ticket to a nice 2-0 here.
Yeah, and they should be able to at least get the bomb down. Now, the question is, how far do they push up, and how quickly do they do it? Because they have a double op setup, so they're essentially playing retake right now, and they want to get into their faces.
Well, it's really passively from Optic here. They actually don't try to challenge anything at all. Mixwell can't even spot through this through the sandwich on the right side there as it's been smoked back off. Breezy, super aggressive too, getting all the way up to where the smoke wall is positioned. Guys over here on Optic are looking for responses. Marky even sees one on top of the yellow train, but unable to respond to it. It's actually Peter that finds the first shot. Marky trying to respond to it, a very aggressively pushing Nap, and now he's found his way through. Breezy, though, 2 quick headshots. Peacemaker and Nap both go down. Rush is available for a trade, but now he's the last man running, 2 of which of Energy's players are still sitting over here in the back box stalls. The only one that's actually out on the side is Professor Chaos. Rush, though, being very cautious of essentially anything being pushed against him, trying to watch her flanks and whatnot, and he knows he needs that rifle for what could be the last round, so he's just going to give this one up, fall back, and look for the save. It's Energy going up to map point with a massive comeback after they were down at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and the inner retake does not work well for Optic at all. I mean, Breeze is able to get behind the Z train just very early on in the round. They get behind, you know, Summit, behind Oil. Pete's backing them up at lower ramp or Pop Dog or Sight, just opping around there. So anybody on NRG that takes a shot, essentially they're going to have teammates that are going to be able to capitalize that and back them off. And it's really uncomfortable to retake that inner bomb site when they have that close-up control. Not only that, I mean, one flash lane between between any of the lanes, and you can get blind as a CT, and then all of a sudden Breeze could peek, or you know, whoever else is getting pushed up can peek, like Marky or whatever, right? So it's very difficult to stop any type of you know, to have any type of retake when they're set up that far.
So a tactical pause from Optic, we can only assume, as their last buy here, as mentioned previously. And I mean, it's actually not the worst. It's not, you know, it's not like what we kind of expected it to be. They actually have decent utility, and it's all UMPs and rifles, so they at least have that going for them. Nobody has to downgrade to pistols.
Well, not much has been working, so maybe the umps will.
When all else fails, SMGs don't.
And you could just use any weapon you want in this game and like have a viable opportunity to kill people.
So for Energy, pushing everyone over here, or quite a few of their players early on over here to the box halls. Smokes will cover off the push itself across the ramp, so it's probably going to be held up for a couple seconds. But ultimately, again, they still have quite a large amount of their players sitting up in the box, or in the white halls already, getting ready to push into that. Peter's the only one that's down here sitting outside of T-Con. Actually, no, excuse me. I thought they'd pushed those two upstairs, but it's not the case. They actually have both Breezy and Marky sitting here, so this is where this could lead into just the default style of execution. The thing is Optic have a lot of aggression leading out, specifically with Naf there. You can see him. He's already pushed out towards Ivy. So that could be a very early flank they'd have to deal with if they're not paying attention to it. Smoke's executable, not coming back in, so they will move out for it. Rush completely blinded by the flashbang. And Peter even seeing this flank coming in from Nav, so he's going to be able to handle that. The third kill from Fugly. It's not looking good at all for Optic here, as both of their remaining players are restricted over here to behind the bomb train. One's going to push back out. Fugly sees that one coming. There's one more to go. No, he doesn't even realize he's there. So a bit of a slip up, but not going to be the biggest deal in the world as they can completely overwhelm him. He's cornered. There's nowhere to go, and that's the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. NRG will take control of this set and this second map, and they go 2-0 for the night against Optic. Previously, one of, and at the end of the year, I guess you could say the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of them, right? Without a doubt, top 3. But, you know, like I said, when you have a stand-in like that and you're playing CT side, especially on a map like Train, you know, everything was looking good. They had a pretty good T side. They got a few early CT rounds, and then all of a sudden, they just got hammered. Especially, you know, always putting pressure at Inner, if you noticed, every single round. Even if they were going outside, they would throw nades towards Inner. They did a double fake once, right? Just putting pressure there. Fugly going down, killing them, and then running back into their outside take and things like that. And on that CT side on Train, it's so difficult when you have, you know, just a stand-in and a coach playing who can't really hold his own versus, you know, the players of NRG.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us this evening. To close out the night, we're going to send it back over to our analysis desk. So, guys, take it away.
Hey, I know the feeling all too well, Blue. It's all right. I feel you, man. All right, so, I mean, where do we start with this one, right?
I mean, there's a lot of things to grab a hold of. I think if you want to start off on a positive note, I think Optic did a good job of keeping it simple on their T side, and that's why you see them actually having a pretty decent first half. Altogether, they did simplistic stuff that would work that allowed the core four of Optic to kind of do work, which especially Rush having a great first half. And I think that was the recipe for success. I think when it went over to the second half and on the CT side, it became too much of a mission of babysit Peacemaker to see if he can have an impact more than actually trying to hide him away on any other part of the map. I think putting him on the inner bomb site was the wrong way to go about it, but it's an easy way to go about it, because obviously if he does that, then every other player on Optic is going to have their usual position to play off of, which they can be comfortable in.
Right, but that inner bomb site is most definitely it's
an issue.
Yeah, I mean that's a hole in the defenses there. I mean,
yeah, massively, and you can see so many times that Optic would compensate for that by just stacking with 2 players inside inner. Normally you'd have Stan or something just playing solo.
Well, we're going to take a look at round 4. Just an eco blunder here. Let's pull that up in front of you.
Yeah, so this is one of the mistakes that Energy made this game. And when you see 2 people playing on the inner bomb side, especially Fugly in an aggressive position, you would have expected Peter to flash through for him, or at least play aggressively to see if there's anyone to spot. Peter, though, when he smokes off, he pulls back. I think at that point, Fugly needs to pull back as well, because the way they're set up after Peter falls back and Fugly still remains, there's no chance of actually getting any sort of trade frag in that kind of a situation. And this leads to Optic not just only getting a bomb plant, but eventually actually getting a round win off of this. And that's what started Optic's run on the T side. And one thing to consider as well, Energy got really lucky to actually get off to that 3-0 start, because that pistol round never should have happened.
Right.
So yeah, no, a couple of lucky breaks in that sense for Energy to get to that point, but also, you know, mistakes like that will cost you versus a team like Optic. And there you see what happens when those 4 players who are on Optic, you know, really get to work, what they can do with limited amounts of utility and weapon.
No, absolutely. No one has said that these guys can't frag. No one has said that they can't play. I mean, they're obviously immersing themselves in the game. They're playing rank S. They're doing this and that. But right now, they're just in a hard spot with the team. And that's really all it is.
And what's going to be exciting to see as well is because going forward, you expected this to be a team that could make it to the finals. Now, who knows?
Now, who knows? Obviously, a little rocky for him. But you know what? If you just tuned in, you actually just tuned in a little late. But you can watch the VOD over at youtube.com/ESLCS. That's where you spend the majority of your time, correct?
Pretty much. On off days, that's where I'm at.
It's weird out here in LA.
Not a lot to do, you know. Small city.
Yeah, it's a pretty small town. Population of not that many.
Yeah.
And I guess I should just add that they're probably all watching those VODs as well. So, you know, we're going to recap here today's matches. And, I mean, some of these are probably going to stick out to you more than others. Take a look right now. Obviously, the SK Luminosity game went pretty much according to plan.
Yeah, it really did. SK showing up, even though they ran into a bit of a bump in the road with having to play with Dead for the first half of Cobblestone, managed to come back from that, or they were never really in big trouble in that sense, but you know, they steered clear of any issues, so they're still undefeated in Pro League so far. And the second matchup, you know, you got to tip your hat to Energy for actually pouncing on the opportunity here.
Well, the cool part about, at least in the train matchup, was, hey, the real impact player there was Professor Chaos.
Well, yeah, he got them off to a great start. Once eventually they got into the second half, Breeze joined in on that fun as well. But Professor Chaos, especially with his AWP, really set the tone for Energy early on.
No, 100%. We're going to take a look at the standings now as we do close out week 3. Let's take a look at North American standings to kick it off. SK sitting strong at the top, 8-0. They have yet to lose. They could be on that path for the 25-1, the 25 or 26-0. Like who knows?
Season's Golden State.
It really could be. Not far behind them, we've got Liquid Cloud9. Energy on their way up through the ranks with the 2 Ws they got tonight over an Optic, who are, you know, obviously in their own struggles and hardships right now, slowly slipping down to a number 7 spot. And then at the later half of the pack, we're seeing wins there for Rush and Complexity, Winter Fox, and Selfless at the very bottom of the board, though.
Yeah, Renegades picking up their 2 first wins of the season today, and Winter Fox's first map as well. So, you know, things are starting to look slightly up for everyone on the table, I guess, in that sense, on the lower end.
Well, on the other end, instead of the lower end, we've got EU standings right here. So we're going to pull those up now. And, I mean, right away, you look up here and you see Mouse Sports, and you're like, well, what the hell's going on here? What happened?
Yeah, and the crazy part is they're not just doing it by barely scraping through with wins. You can tell that by the round difference. They're, you know, beasting teams right now. Yeah, they're really doing it. So maybe Nico was the problem all along.
Well, now Nico can be the problem with Keo, who is also was the problem, right?
That's really what. Yeah. So, you know, you have the Suicide Squad. FaZe Clan can be the problem squad.
It's honestly it's weird how that works. But you know, obviously the top 6 do make it to the LAN finals, as we did just look at that. Are we on path? Are we on par to what you were thinking coming into the season so far?
For EU, definitely not. Definitely didn't expect Mouse Sports to be up there at 7-1 by now. For NA, it looks a bit more normalized in my eyes, but still there are some surprises in there. I mean, with this, or with these 2 map wins, Energy are now what I think they were 4th or 5th, 5th I think. So already they're getting up there and potentially knocking the hopes out of someone like Optic.
Absolutely, and obviously Optic needs, you know, all the help they can get right now.
Yeah, because it's going to be a rough time forward.
Because it's a long path for Optic to make it to the LAN finals in Dallas this June, I believe, the 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's correct.
In June, ESL Pro League Season 5 finals will be in Dallas at the Verizon Theater. You should get your tickets right now at www.proleague.com/Dallas. How about that?
I mean, if you have the chance to go, do so. It's going to be an experience of a lifetime.
It really could be, really should be. But before we close this out, let's kind of touch on your favorite matchup of this entire week.
It's quite a few to look back at, actually. Liquid, Selfless was one, but obviously the big match of the week in that sense, Cloud9 versus Immortals.
No, absolutely agree. And we actually have a pretty cool clip loaded up for you guys from that matchup where FNX does just work here. Let's take a look now.
I mean, this is absolutely absurd. This is not supposed to happen. And I think Dace might have called it the best round he's ever seen. And, well, it speaks for itself. So it's absolutely insanity. And at that point, you would have been happy with, like, oh, wow, what a round. He got 4 kills, but, you know, FNX never done.
It's definitely high noon, right?
Yeah, he's really, you know, summoning his inner McCree in that sense. But this is so cool to see from FNX as well. Coming in from, I guess, a bit of a background role in SK, and now just firing on all cylinders here for Immortals.
Right, and we talked about this in the past a little bit. If he can stay on that trajectory,
sky's the limit.
Yeah, sky is the absolute limit. But if we do see how, you know, if it doesn't turn out that way, you know, if he kind of teeters off a little bit, then, you know, we don't know what happens.
Yeah, exciting times ahead for gotta love the translation or the added text. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it pans out from Worlds. But from what we've seen now, and it's all positive signs.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, Vendetta, here at the close of your first week of ESL Pro League in North America.
Overall, very positive experience. Good weather. Some actually pretty surprisingly nice CS as well at times. And yeah,
believe it or not, it happens around here.
Yeah, it happens, and I think the continuation of this is going to be pretty wonderful.
No, absolutely. And we'll be back next week. We'll be back every week this month. To be quite clear, right now, it's there's no break this month.
That's true. Yeah.
We're not breaking for LAN. We're not doing anything like that.
It's all EPL.
So, with that being said, let's make sure that you guys are back to join us next week here at the ESL Pro League Season 5. I'm Stunna. I'm signing off.
the guys from WinterFox moving out here. Most of them do end up wrapping back over inside of A main. And we can see Peter actually transitioning over to Truck. So Energy do have the pretty good reading up, but the problem is, again, there's only 3 stacked. They're going to have a fast 2-player rotate over. Fugly getting aggressive, though, and it's good because he spotted the play out from A main. They haven't seen the bomb just yet, but Marky, again, chiming in with 2 kills, and I believe that was the bomb as well. Zusi will trade 1 into Marky, but now APOC sneaking in from Highway. He'll stop Fugly from being able to do any more additional damage for right now. Raz finding a kill. Problem is, APOC wasn't spotted, but Raz bailing out APOC big time there. Finds the frag on a Breezy, and now it goes down to Daps to clutch. The good news is, though, he's got both APOC and Raz very, very low, and he's also got a smoke to try and get a free cross. Again, this is at long range, so he's got to be cautious against Raz. Gets him in the open, but the shots aren't there, and Raz will close out to give WinterFox control of the first gun round.
Yeah, and Marky makes it 3v5 with those 2 kills right off the bat on both those players coming out of door. Unlucky not getting the third. That player turned from the flash at the perfect time. But WinterFox just Raz coming out, getting a nice 3K while they came through that smokes. But that was a really good mid take by WinterFox. It was mid round. They smoked Z. They mollied the sandbags. They got out of the boost. They did everything really properly. There wasn't much concern for me that they would get stopped there, even if Energy was probably playing middle. Now they put themselves in a good position because if they win this round, Energy is going to be on a save, and they could, you know, go 3-3 pretty easily.
For right now, though, Energy's still back in the buy game. A little bit limited on utility when you look at players like Marky and Fugly. But thankfully, due to the passive playstyle we've been seeing from WinterFox so far, they more than likely are not going to do a whole lot to try and bait some of this out early on here from the Energy side of things. They shouldn't have to worry too much about running low unless there's a change up in the play style from WinterFox. And again, same as the last round, they are still playing to that default you tend to expect. 2 players watching for the wide flanks over in the B halls and Squeaky, and 3 more sort of corralling around the mid garage boost up in A main area here. And we can see Raz checking forward again. There'll be no presence in mid this time from Energy, or at least it'll be shifting around a little bit. You can see Peter moving himself out there, but it's imagined on the peak that we'll find the initial kill against Marky. Fugly there for a trade, though. That'll be the end of combat for right now, as most of WinterFox actually falling back since often you've got mid control for free, and it seems like they may change the dynamic up to go for a B hit instead. But even over there, you've got Breezy and Daps ready to defend the site, so it's not going to be as easy to take as they would have looked towards.
Yeah, and WinterFox, as soon as they heard that flashbang, they needed to stop this. Instead, Energy has 3 people towards B, Fugly holding the back, and this should be a very, very easy round for Energy to close out.
Peter already catching APOC there too on a wide peek out through T main. They will actually, I think they wasted a second smoke of covering off towards CT main over there as well. And yeah, as you mentioned, very easy cleanup overall here. Breezy finding 2 kills and Daps with the 3rd. Only losing Marky along the way there due to the chaos on A, but very clean, and they traded up, resetting the losing bonus for WinterFox and pretty much immediately putting them onto an eco here. We may see a couple pistols picked up because APOC and Imagine have a bit of cash, but that should be it.
Yeah, a very crucial, important round. And whenever you hear that pop flash come out from A main when you're falling back, it's a clear sign that they cleared it out, right? And that they probably have the info, and you have to play for that. Instead, they don't get that sound cue. They don't realize that they go towards a stack at B, and that's one of the reasons why flash pushing A main is so, you know, strong. As WinterFox does a little bit of a slight buy here. They not sure how much money they exactly spent, but enough to possibly win this round as they're going to do a door pop.
And Energy actually, again, playing for a retake on this site too, so they are going to let them flood back in. Strong chance for WinterFox at the very least to get them the plant to give them the extra cash heading into the next round, but nice shot from Zusi. Marky finding 1, but again, being traded out very, very quickly after he picks up that kill. Now Fugly looking to challenge, but due to the utility they picked up, there's not a whole lot to be seen currently. WinterFox actually fairly safe. Unfortunately, when it does come to the gun battle, this is where WinterFox are going to run into some trouble. Unfortunate timing from Raz as he does end up running back outside of A main with his knife in hand. That'll be an easy shutdown for Breezy, and now it goes down to a 4v2. APOC getting pre-fired a little bit there, down to 41. Upnu, where are your shots? Said he can't hit anything from back over here. Breezy already finding 1. Upnu, nice connection on the Fugly, but unfortunately, it's not going to lead to much else. Peter will immediately take him back down, and it's Energy up to 5.
Yeah, 5-1, and they have a nice little bank account in the reserve, so they're going to be able to buy, even if they lose one of these rounds. You know, WinterFox is going to have to win 2 in a row to break them, and they don't even have much money. But what I was saying earlier is that when you pop flash A main like that, it kind of gives you 2 win conditions, right? If that player gets the kills, say it's like, even if it's 50-50, right? when you pop flash an A main, like 35 seconds or whatever, when they did it, yeah, it's like 50-50 if he gets the kills. But if he doesn't see them and you overplay the other site, that's like a win condition as well, right? So not only do you have the 50-50 where he gets the kills and he performs really well when he gets pop flash, but you also have the win condition that they're going back to the other site, and then you overplay that other site, like with what we saw.
WinterFox again spreading out into their default pattern, a little bit heavier on A this time, however, so more than likely going to see them try to push into there. Zusi goes for a very wide peek out against Peter instead of Z, misses the connection with the Deagle, and that spells a very quick death for him. Down to a 5v4, APOC going back into the B halls now to try and reinvestigate what exactly is happening, but in the meantime, the other three are still set up to enter here into the A bomb site, and Energy want nothing to do with the front battle on this one. They don't want to get overwhelmed by a big clump of WinterFox players. They're, again, sitting back over here on Highway and Truck, mainly just playing to pick them off as they do push their way into the site, which they'll go for now, but imagine just decking Peter down out of absolutely nowhere. Marky, though, catching one trade. Unfortunately, he has been able to stop the bomb from crossing it off in his hands, so he will get the plant. And keep in mind, too, you still have this player on B, but Daps, smart to him, he does watch out for that possible flank and takes him back down. Again, though, as they get onto the site and as they get into the post plant, this gun power is just certainly not enough to make anything happen, and Breezy will finish things off with a kill onto Raz.
Yeah, and I mean, this is pretty dominant so far. WinterFox is, I think, very economically, like, safe buys are kind of hurting them because they're, getting these deagles, they're getting these smokes and flashes and stuff like that. Like, if you think about it, if they didn't do that round before with the smokes, flashes, Molotovs, and a couple deagles, they would have been able to buy that round, right? So I think a little confusion in when they're buying and when they're supposed to buy is kind of hurting them. Again, on that third round, I think they should have bought when they saved. Instead, they get fully bought out and let them win that round pretty cleanly. NRG did. So their buys are like very passive, right? And I think when you're the underdog, I don't really agree with that. I think if you're the underdog, you want to buy more aggressively. You want to take the chance at winning one of those big swing rounds, because it really, if you're an underdog and you win both pistols and a swing round, or you win one pistol and like 2 swing rounds or a swing round and an anti-eco, you could definitely win. But you are the underdog, so you don't want to be so passive like they are with their buys.
Energy have put a bit more of a focus this time over here on mid to defend it, since there's been a large focus on WinterFox actually to be able to take that mid control. We see Breezy boosted up inside of the vents, and I think they have 1 or 2 players also playing out towards Highway. Right now it's just 1, but Peter's kind of been shifting all over the place between Truck and Z, so large chance he may end up going back into Z to also watch out for that. Right now he's actually bypassing it and heading up towards Heaven, but in the meantime, WinterFox still sitting at the cusp of the B-bomb site. They'll have to watch out for Breezy and Daps both playing inside. It's a great flashbang, but there's no follow-up currently. There we go. Daps pushing himself back in, and Breezy, that molly, thankfully, just short of pushing him completely outside, where he almost would have been taken down by one of the members of WinterFox here. So doing a great job of holding back this push, and WinterFox is getting no ground at all, and they don't seem to have the confidence to want to push through due to the heavy presence from Energy. They have no choices left and are running out of time as well, so they do have to try to push into this. APOC getting up to the close corner, but Breezy sees that flashbang from a mile away. It's an easy frag for him to sink. Down will go APOC. Daps spotting more than pushing in. Imagine does sneak off that 1 kill, as will Raz, but at the end of the day, again, it's left down to him alone in the 1v3, and he's even getting tagged through the garage here. Very little hope at all for him to get into this site. They've even got the bomb sitting down. Spots that one player, does pick up the first kill, but Marky swings right out to catch the trade.
Yeah, and really most of these rounds haven't been close. I mean, even the round they won, right, it was a 3v5 where Marky got the double entry that they won. So it's been just all NRG just stomping on. How cool would it have been if like they did the Immortals molly thing at checkers. I don't remember if you've seen that, but they molly the back checkers, they molly middle checkers, they molly underneath vents, and they molly vents. So anybody in that vicinity just toast, right? And they had 2 players there, so that would have been crazy. But instead, obviously they just end up losing the round. But I was like hoping for it because they were set up so perfectly. Unfortunately, it didn't come though.
Yeah, that would have torn it to shreds pretty quickly there too. The only other thing that would have had to defend the site was that guy on the guy up on platform, and then possible rotation from Peter.
I believe it's Immortals that does that, right? We casted them and they were doing that, and it's awesome. Like, I think it's so clever.
Well, WinterFox, they still have a bit of cash flow left, so they were able to scrape together a buy here. It's 4 AKs and a Tech 9 sitting on one of their players, but as you can see, it runs the cash pretty much on empty here. And they've got enough smokes and whatnot to try and work for an execute here. Also 2 Molotovs, so again, at the end of the day, it's not actually too bad of a buy. Energy, though, they are getting to a dangerous point where they can lift the stack up an economy, but this time, it's Imagine grabbing the first kill of the round here against Fugly. Market, we've already seen him do great work from around this position before. Picks up 1, he's going to bail right out, ready to take the duel if they do push back in. Molotovs will deny the squeaky pressure for pushing itself out, so if they want to go for it, they've got to go in through AMA, but again, another Molotov. It's a little bit off axis, so they can still push through that if they want to, but still, at the moment,
Energy doing a great job of holding back WinterFox again on these rounds. And look at Marky, perfect timing on the push. Rolls right out, shuts down Zusi, overextends his grasp a little bit there, so Offnu will be able to trade him. But now we're down into an even 3v3. Smokes will block off the site, so Energy for now, they've got to hold back. They've let WinterFox in, and they'll have to wait a few seconds here before they go for the retake, also relying on the rotations too. They're already sitting at the gates though, so as soon as these smokes start to fade, you can count on them trying to push back in. Breezy also has a really good amount of utility left too. The first mine is going to go back, it'll burn APOC out. He's camping it, but that's not going to work out. Daps instantly headshots APOC. Now we're down to the 2 hanging out on site flash squad position here, and the CTs are slowly surrounding them. There's Daps with 1. It's up to Offnu, but look at him sticking inside of the smoke. They haven't been able to see him just yet. Rolls out, gets the first kill, but Peter thankfully is looking at the right position, so he will be able to trade it. And again, it's Energy up 8-1 now.
Yeah, and just one well-placed Molotov really won that round for NRG. And WinterFox, you know, that's twice now that they've gotten in good post-plant positions. That was a 3v3 on the A-bomb site. We saw it on Piston Round in a 4v4 at the A-bomb site. And just the retake comes, and they're not able to hold it off. They do get the bomb down, so they can buy here, but still 8-1. They're 0-4 on the season. It's not looking promising for WinterFox right now.
Not at this point. All of the Australian fans will have to invest in the Renegades here pretty shortly if things continue on this path. But for right now, again,
Renegades is 0-6 on the season.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for Australia overall here. They'll have to shape up for IM coming up soon. But Fugly moving in there. Marky with a second one. Now they're just getting blatantly aggressive here against them. I think we can see Imagine actually was doing a little bit of damage. Might have been able to dink Marky down a little bit here as we see him shooting him from the back panels. But after the loss of Zusi and Raz, well, the reinforcements have arrived, but everyone from Energy is now backed up, and they're just going to be sitting outside.
Really smart. I mean, they just immediately go into an A retake, and they're like, hey, we have... There's almost no way they're going to lose this retake, even if they take the site, because they have so many Molotovs. If they just use their utility properly and intelligently, I don't know how WinterFox could win this.
And we can see the CTs now getting prepped to pick up positions to even deny them the plant at this point too, which since they're on 5 losing bonus isn't even going to be that big of a deal. But as Offnu moves in, he will be able to take down Peter. Nice headshot. Unfortunately, they allowed Peter to catch another one of their players, so now they're down to a 4v2, an even worse off situation. Fugly spotting Offnu there. APOC again picking up an additional kill, and a second one as well against Fugly. Finding some nice headshots here, which may give him a chance. Again, keep in mind how low Marky already was for being dinked through the garage. There's one more. Can we see the kills here from APOC to clutch it out? But no! He couldn't find that last shot against Marky, so Marky barely comes out on top in the end, but again, it's Energy up ahead 9-1.
Yeah, and I mean, again, though, you know, it's a 3v5 right off the bat, and it takes heroics, right, from APOC to almost win that round. And the only round they did win was, you know, Raz just really coming out and getting a lot of multi-frag kills in positions where you wouldn't have thought that they would win the round in the 3v5. So now they're back onto, you know, an eco, got a couple of eagles, and that hasn't worked out well for them at all. So 9-1, Energy looking to get double digits really early on.
The general strat, again, is the same exact thing that we've already been seeing from WinterFox too. So Energy, I mean, if it's not obvious by this point, Energy have gotten the complete lockdown in terms of what WinterFox is doing. They seem to read the strat, you know, 10 to 15 seconds before the execute even comes in on almost every single round. So there's no surprises at all being thrown by WinterFox, and it's making it very, very easy for these CTs to shut it down 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking completely outmatched and outclassed here on this half at least. Just anything Energy is doing has worked. You know, anytime they pushed, any gun battles they took, any risks they took, all of them has worked.
Mark again playing back in the corner. Raz being able to try and spot out the player in the corner there, but not actually connecting onto the shot. And with still plenty of utility to be utilized here by Energy, mainly looking at Molotovs at this point. 3 of them stacked among the remaining 5 players who are still alive for the Energy side. Daps, not sure if he saw the legs from APOC swinging back in, but he is expecting mid-pressure. I'm not sure if he sees it to this large of a degree, but they almost stack up and line up. He only gets decent damage onto a few of them, though, but now he's going to be challenged. He's got to be careful of flank, too. He's being digged through it. Come on, Daps! We need to see some of these kills. Imagine finding one. Meanwhile, over there on the A-bomb site, Zusi does take down Daps before he can get any kills. Thankfully, he wastes so much time. The Cavalry's here in the form of Peter. 1-2. He'll be taken down by Zusi, but now he's alone in a 1v2. He has acquired an op, but they already know which way he's going, and in a moment here, he's going to have to watch out as shots from above will rain in, and Breezy will finish the job.
Yeah, and with bomb down, not much he could do there. NRG getting a little bit aggressive. Daps, you know, probably should have gotten a couple of those kills. I think he was trying to call for a flashbang from one of his teammates instead of really focusing on, like, being by himself and trying to frag out that way. You know, if one flashbang comes like in front of the sandbags, that's actually a really good setup. Sometimes you have somebody hiding sandbags. He waits for him to come towards the white box, and if he doesn't get mollied, especially on like a pistol round, and a team flashes in front of the sandbags, it's just really, really easy frags.
Well, again, at the beginning of the round here, WinterFox going for a very, very similar setup as we've already seen many, many times. And due to this, Energy will have no reason to fear them. In fact, for the first time on Energy's side, I do believe in this half, we are going to see them try to go for a counter boost. However, it does appear as though Offnute may be looking out for this currently. He's sitting on the other edge of that, and Breezy will just bide his time, as there is still plenty of it left remaining here in the round still. Daps, as he does retreat there from boosting up his teammate, will fall back over into the corner. So run down the timer a little bit and defend here as well, even transitioning into the vents, just to try and make sure they don't go for some sort of a rush play through B. He's available there to add additional support, but all remains quiet on the battlefield, as WinterFox at the same time are also really not trying to do that much here. Breezy finally pushing through, and it gets him the kill just as Offnute had moved away. Unfortunately, backs into the Molotov, so he'll go down pretty quickly. And APOC, with a nice swing shot there, takes down Daps. Raz is also trying to push back in, but there is still pressure from the CTs coming in from AM8. They may have to change that soon, though, as there's going to be a whole lot coming up highway in a moment here. And Marky's your man to try and stop it. He gets one, he gets the second, shutting it all down again. And now it's down to Raz. We've already seen him put in these 1vx situations 4 or 5 times in the half, and I don't think he's been successful even once here. Offnute got pretty close the one time, but for as far as Raz is concerned, he's usually just got one and then been traded out the kill after that. So we'll see what he can do in this occurrence, as the bomb is also down back over there at the edge of highway. Not a whole lot of ground for him to work with here either that's safe. He'll just sneak his way back out, not watching that right side where both of Energy's players could peek him at any moment. And we are going to see Fugly possibly just getting it right there. Has the lineup, takes him down nice and easily. Man, it's Energy past double digits and up to 11 now.
Yeah, and again, man, Fugly was even in door there, so if Marky even trades 1 for 1, they probably win that round pretty cleanly regardless. You know, when they're crossing sight, I'm sure Fugly would kill 1 and probably stay alive. And probably stay alive. So NRG just you know, even though the boost comes out and he times it perfectly, that's the thing. A lot of people, when they get counter boosted, they just immediately peek and just hope somebody's not watching it. But how Breeze played it is how I think you should, right? You just kind of wait and wait and wait until you hit that right timing where you're pretty sure you can get out there undetected, maybe when they're, you know, start moving towards their execute. Pop flashing comes out, Zusi dies right away, another 3v5. We saw this happen earlier, and now imagine in the door. I think even though that's not the best battle for you to take when you're in the door like that, it's pretty CT favored. I think you have to take it, because I really think that's one of the only ways you win the round. Even if you only kill him 30% of the time, you know, if you do get both those kills, you know, you can definitely win the round. And now what do you do, right? You're relying on APOC just running into B with 2 players there. You know, I think sometimes you got to just take those gambles and those chances.
And now the last 2 Ts here are going to be completely split up. It's down to 1 now. And Marky with a well-timed nade will just finish things off. Energy continue to press forward, having a complete lock on what WinterFox is doing in every single round, and even being so bold as to just being able to push back in here and handle all of this aggression from WinterFox without any problem whatsoever. Everything, as you said a couple rounds back, anything that Energy tries, it works.
Yeah, and you know, JW was talking about it a little bit. I watched, like, he did a little bit of a Q&A, and he was talking about, you know, device and when he opts, how, you know, like takes a lot of like high percentage, low risk, high reward type shots. As WinterFox looks like they're just going to do a fast A and just go into like, never mind. Marky whiffs the shots. The highway smoke is up, and now it's another post plant. And you know what? They have 4 Molotovs during this post plant. 4 Molotovs. So they should be able to delay them for a very, very long time and make this really difficult for Energy.
Flashbangs them overall that's coming out. A few Molotovs being deployed now. 1 over to highway. Daps is connecting some damage into the player and AMA in there. Again, just pre-firing at the moment, though. Still with 2 Molotovs to use on the WinterFox side. So they've isolated off some of the good angles for right now. No sign of a flank or anything like that from Energy either, which they do have APOC keeping his eyes on. So they'll be falling back for the time being to wait that out, but they still have to worry about even more than being deployed. Offnu, though, he does get pushed out by one of the CT's mollies. Breezy will catch that kill, but now they're very low on time. Unfortunately, Imagine whips there with the big rifle, and oh my goodness, Energy finding so many of these kills, but they're still low on time, and there's still 1 Molotov left that goes over the bomb. They try to stick it, but it's not going to work out. Finally, a round for WinterFox goes up on the board, but no one stays alive at the end of it.
Yeah, it's okay, because it is the last round, and they're going to be able to fully buy here. Both teams really are. I think PTR, he should be able to get a drop from one of his teammates. But what I was saying, Blue, is, you know, it's like, for instance, on B on Mirage, right? If somebody works 1v1 at B on Mirage, right, and they take that battle, maybe they're not favored, right? But if they win that battle, they almost certainly win the round. You know, like, that's why you see somebody like JW work B on Mirage like so aggressively, right? As, you know, we see a 4v5 already. Breeze pushes B, highway push comes out. Pete watching it from the boxes. But it kind of set me in like a mindset where I'm like, that's how you kind of think about like those impact level kills, you know? Where it's like JW working B on Mirage on T side. If he gets that kill, they probably win the round, right? Because he's going to be able to take the side. He's going to make it really easy on his teammates and things of that nature. And also that cat follow-up kill is pretty easy.
Offnu now being spotted here. Nice grab out of the head. Even gets the second one, too. Fugly and Daps both are going to go down to Offnu here. Now Breezy, though, waits for him on the outside to lend his wrath in this occurrence. And for Zeus, now it's falling down to him in the 1v2 here to try and sneak out from A main. He does have it covered up by smoke, but that's immediately going to be fading. Still, the timing works out to where he's not immediately spotted up by Marky as he kind of fell back, but he's going to see him now. Misses the shots, though, so it does give him access to the site. Plant's not going to mean anything, though, in the 15th round. He needs to follow through and actually win it out. So I think he's actually a bit hungry to try and find this kill before he goes for it. But all of this wasted time, and now he's going to have a flank looking up from behind him, and he's currently not even checking for it. So it's, at the end of the day, it's going to be a free kill for Breezy, and there you have it. 13-2 is going to be the halftime score here. Energy absolutely dominating WinterFox. We'll see if there's any hope at all of a comeback when we do return, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we're over to a break, so stick with us. We'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of our first map of the day here. It's Energy taking on Winterfox, and unfortunately for Winterfox, they're not putting up much of a fight at all. Just fresh off of their T-sided half on Cash, they only claimed 2 rounds, and for the most part, they tried to do pretty much the same thing on every single round. It was just like the default setup that led into a pretty straightforward execution pretty much every single time.
Yeah, I think they had an impressive mid-take that we saw, you know, the Molly sandbags. I believe there was a Molotov event with the Smoke Z, and it was kind of mid-roundish, and it opened up a lot of things for them, and I thought that was impressive, but besides that, I mean, everything was very telegraphed. You didn't have people dodging flashes when they needed to, and Energy was just a couple steps ahead in almost every facet of that game. We saw crisp rotations coming out of them. We saw them pushing, you know, at the right times with the right calculated decisions and risks being made. Breeze 20-7. I mean, really everybody on Energy did their part. They didn't really have anybody, you know, not really pull their weight. I think Marky especially did pretty good. Probably the stream delay might need to up it, you know? Just an extra 10 to 15 seconds.
Nice reference.
Yeah. But no, he played really well at A. You saw, like, usually your A player, I think playing A on Cash is the hardest spot on this map, personally. And one of the reasons for that is just, like, it's really hard to pick your spots, right? Because if you play too passive, sometimes they Molotov you out, right? If you play, you know, behind the red bin, sometimes you get spammed through the smoke, or they throw a nice pop flash and take the site. It's so difficult to play. And you see what he's doing is he's pushing himself a lot more towards like the forklift, and then he kind of avoids a lot of that, and he takes that early action. And then if that early action isn't there, those opportunistic kills aren't there, then he could probably fall back towards site and kind of give up the site cross, but maybe play around the red bin and then kill him while they're running towards quad or something like that. So he's playing a little bit differently, a little bit non-conventionally, I would say, than someone like MBK. We might have seen him play it, but it's working out well for him, and he had a lot of impact kills there, pushing A main, killing those 2 guys when they were coming up highway, and things of that nature.
It was a very mobile playstyle. I think, you know, we especially towards the beginning, he was dying actually a lot, but every single time he would go down, even though it seemed like, you know, he was always out of the action for the main fight, he would still find, you know, somewhere between like 1 and 3 kills before he even went down. So he was almost always catching the necessary trades to allow for his teammates to just roll right in and shut them down. Anyway, we're in the midst of the pistol, and it's pretty fast from Energy. Imagine an APOC, though, immediately shutting down 2. They're going to look to change it, but they failed to account for the truck angle. Zusi knocking out another one. At the end of the day, falls to Marky, but he cannot pull it off alone. APOC chimes in for 3 total there, and it's Winterfox back into the action immediately.
Yeah, and that was basically a perfect crossfire. I mean, they're coming up highway, but they have no smoke to really cover off any of the angles. And when you have somebody forklift and you have somebody white truck and quad, it's like that triangle, right? Anytime you could have like a triangle in Counter-Strike, if you think about like the upper bomb site on Nuke, right? If you have somebody heaven, you have somebody maybe top hut or silo or Mustang, and then somebody like opposite vent. When you have that like triangle setup, it's really, really good, and that's like the general setup. If you could have that where you have that 3-pronged defense, that's usually what you want anytime people hit a site on Cash and a lot of other similar maps as well. And the reason you do that is because you have that mid player who's able to rotate. If you have him going towards B, even if you have like a double site setup, it's not exactly that triangle, right? But you know, you have those 3 guys there, right? If they come A, he's at the white truck like they had, then they have like that triangle, right? And usually if you could do that, you could usually hold up pushes or at least have people in position to play off each other really well.
Well, Energy on their 4 spot here into the second round. We can see Breezy actually being allowed a lot of free control mid, and Zusi swings wide. Again, he didn't actually spot any of those players going over boost, so I don't think he was fully aware of just how much presence there already was from Energy being established there. Now they are going to try to take A control. Problem is, though, again, this crossfire is here, and it's very menacing. APOC with 2. Imagine swinging around to pick these guys off. It's left to Dapt. He's prioritizing the plant. I think he's going to get it. Yeah, he'll be able to do that at the very least, but he definitely won't be picking up anything else.
Yeah, they do get the bomb down off that 4v5, but nothing else. Imagine did a really good job with that MP9 being really mobile and playing off the player at white truck. I believe it was APOC.
Yeah.
So they're able to take that, and 13-4. Energy is definitely going to save here. And we'll see. Maybe Winterfox can get a bit of a comeback going.
Fortunately, with the
the deficit they put themselves in for the first half, it's going to be very, very tough to even come close to allowing for the comeback here. As soon as Energy gets on the board, they're 2 rounds away. You know, 1 round. They're just 2 rounds away overall here from being able to guarantee overtime. And from that point, WinterFox would have to be flawless wherever they are on the scoreboard.
I mean, you just take it 1 round at a time, and I mean, they could do it because, hypothetically speaking, right, if they win the next gun round, right, and even if they lose a round, if they just lose it the right way and at the right time, where they, you know, just force them to save and do like a double save or something like that, then they could definitely come back. I mean, this round should just be a slaughter for Raz. Gets 3 kills right away, pulls out the Tech 9, can't wallbang this box. So as Pete runs, he dies to Offnu, and Raz gets a nice 4K. But you definitely can, like it's not insurmountable. I just am not really a believer in it just because of what we saw and how we saw WinterFox playing on the T side and kind of what we've seen from them this season, you know. But Cash, especially on T side, you could have some crazy comebacks. I mean, we've seen it time and time again.
Well, now the real test will begin as Energy do get their big investments going here. 5 AKs across the board with pretty much full utility for every single player too. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the off on a Peter just yet. Zusi already being lit a little bit here, back over towards mid. APOC though boosting up, and he can see just over top of the smoke. He's found one. Unfortunately, he overstays his welcome, and that's where Marky will be in position here just inside of AM8 to trade on his dead teammate. He picks up APOC, knocks him down, and we're back down into a 4v4.
Yeah, and I think those are actually really easy CT kills to get, but I think you want somebody, like, I think you want a wide swing really hard out of that smoke if you want to kill the person in the back of A main, and I think if you do that, you usually have a pretty big advantage. And I don't really know if that setup's good, like having 2 in the back of A main there. They smoke off Z, and they have double on the boost. Here comes the volley from Raz, though. I wonder if that's going to delay. It does. That completely stopped their strat whatsoever. I think they could still take a mid control from bottom mid pretty easily. I mean, there's nobody there contesting it from WinterFox, but it kind of delayed everything that they wanted to do. So we'll see if an A main pop flash comes out or something like that to clear that side of the map, because they don't have much control. Imagine's pushing there. Offnu gets the pop flash B instead. Gets 1 kill, dies to Breeze, and now Raz needs to get a kill and probably stay alive. Misses Breeze on the cross, and now this makes it really tough. He's going to give up the site. It's going to be a 3v3 retake. They have that 1 molly on Imagine, and they really need him to place that very, very well and place it in a position where his teammates can actually capitalize off of it. And I think that's going to be the key this round. If he just wastes it and he doesn't use it, like I think if he uses it right now and they don't capitalize on it, it's not going to do anything, and I think they're going to lose the round. See, the Molotov comes out, but they have nobody to push up. They're not in position to do anything, so it's just a waste. It's just purely a waste, and those are one of the differences that we've seen so far in this game from NRG and WinterFox.
After the Molotov was tossed, it seems like Raz is trying to move away from this a little bit here, but now throwing up the flashbang to try and get them into the bomb site here, but no progress being made. Marky immediately destroying both the players to try to push out from Tree Room, and even combos in for the 3rd one on Raz as well. Nothing being found by WinterFox at all in that retake, and it's Energy now up to 14.
But little things like that make a huge difference. I mean, if they did that Molotov properly and they waited until they actually wanted to execute, they could have maybe, you know, gotten that site player kill if they bring 2 out heaven, right? 1 guy goes on the side, 1 guy keeps watching B main like that, and then the CT spawn player goes after they get that Molotov kill, you know, to flush that guy out. Then they could win the round. But you know, wasting a Molotov like that is so huge in that situation, as now they're trying to get aggressive A main again. Maybe it looks like they're doing the Shroud boost, actually. So APOC gets up there, takes 50 damage. I think they're probably decently okay with that. And Energy just doing a default. But yeah, we saw when Energy was retaking A, right? Every time they were retaking A, what did they do? They waited, they waited, they waited. They saw their players were in position to capitalize off their Molotovs. And each time they molly forklift, what happened? They got that player flushed out and they got that kill. Essentially, you know, obviously this was on the B bomb site, but essentially that guy just Molotov forklift, right? And then they had nobody to kill him. So it was just a waste, right? Because the smokes were up or whatever, and he just goes away to safety. That's really what happened. And those are the differences we're seeing in these two teams right now, right? Those tiny things like that are going to make all the world a difference at this level of play.
Well, for right now, again, Energy, as you mentioned previously, already getting some great damage on APOC there, who tried to put himself on the Shroud Boost spot, but down to 11 HP, not going to be the best position to play for there when he's that low. So he's had to fall back, and he's currently playing on the site with Raz. But for the Energy guys, they won't even be executing over towards A. It is just going to be Breezy probably throwing like a red herring over here with a flashbang or something like that, as everybody else goes in for the B deployment here. Offnu getting ready for it on the bomb set, but he's the only one here. The closest reinforcements he has is Zusi, but he's back outside of heaven currently. He's going to wrap all the way up on top. Good flashbang though. Restricts the players in checkers right now, buys him a couple of extra seconds, but he himself needs to be prepared. The flashbang goes back in, blinds two of them, hits the first one. Does he see for more? No, Fugly's going to trade. Offnu chimes in for a second, and the immediate headshot on Fugly as well. He's holding this off right now. Now Peter trying to push back in, but look at the time. There's only 10 seconds. Peter looking for the jumping headshot, but no, won't find it. Swings around where Offnu will shut him down. Breezy finding one more, but time has run out, and as he runs up to the site, he'll find an additional kill. It looks like he'll be able to survive till the end of the round at least, if he still keeps his gun power, but it is a victory for WinterFox.
Yeah, it is. They take a lot of casualties there, only one alive, but I mean, that was a great site hold from Offnu. No Molotov came down on the default spot. And he waits and he peeks his timings like very, very well. The pop flash came out to blind everybody on that left side. He takes a kill, gets a kill on the right while they're looking towards heaven, and his teammates are kind of fighting him. And hits a really nice shot on the Fugly crossing headshot. But that was a great hold by Offnu.
Well, now the money, unfortunately, will reset itself for Energy. So they do just decide to empty out into whatever they can here onto the 6th round on the half. And it's not going to be much, as we can see. 2 AKs to work with, full armor for the entire team, and a semi-decent amount of utility. But the other 3 are just going to be working with pistols here. And Marky, sitting back, already has gotten himself past the cross in A main there, looking to see if he can spot anyone from WinterFox that may have wanted to get a bit aggressive to capitalize on this, but it's not to be seen. WinterFox, again, are playing pretty safe with the exception of over there towards B, where they have pushed into those halls. There's no presence from the T's, so they will be able to get this intel. Now we can see the mid player also moving back in to support this. Imagine, though, getting hit by a Molotov down to 40 HP, and not only that, too, but Breezy, he's gotten the first kill. The CTs will have a pretty early flank being opened up. Nice shot from Zusi as well, but again, trades galore as Fugly rolls right in there, finds Imagine, gets a decent amount of damage on the Zusi, but as he realizes, no, he doesn't. Zusi's just going to roll right up past the forklift there and take him back down. So we're even again, down to a 3v3. Peter as well, still only on a P250, so he may not be able to support as much as he would like from back in this position, as he's not been able to find an upgrade just yet. But WinterFox running a bit low on time, and no, they don't even expect Peter to be in A main, so he sneaks one off for free. Offnu did trade onto Marky though, so we're down to just Peter and Daps, and now they're going to chase down Peter, but his teammate did so much damage that it's easy pickings for Peter. Raz is the only one left here alive now, but Peter's armed with a rifle. He'll get that kill into Daps, but does he have enough time? He'll throw the smoke on the ground and just try to go for the defuse. Did Peter see him? Yes, he does. He'll finish it off with a headshot. It's Energy up to 15.
Wow, and that A main pop flash, it came out, but it was behind the box, so it wasn't a good one. You want to throw it higher in the air so it can get Pete in that situation. And then the player turns to the left. He thinks maybe he's on the left there. As soon as they got that kill on the forklift guy, when Zusi got that, they should have been able to leverage that into a round win. They just need to be a little bit more patient, though. Whenever you're pushing through smokes like that and you're kind of forcing things when you have time, and that's something that I think we've seen from WinterFox in a couple different retakes. Don't force things. Wait it out. Wait their smokes out. And then finally, when you're in position, then strike. You know, you have 40 seconds now. It's a long time for that retake to occur. Now they're on pretty much just an abysmal buy. I mean, you got 3 P250s, a scout, and a mag 7. So this is going to be really difficult for WinterFox to win. They don't have head armor on anybody but APOC. I mean, Raz is going bare bones, just mag 7, nothing else. So, you know, Energy just taking it slow, seeing if they see any aggression. Big nade comes out on Raz, takes over half his health off, and they're just waiting. PTR gets a kill at middle, kind of working in a little bit, and just, you know, just seeing if they give him anything, and now they're just going to group up towards B and probably take this round pretty clean.
Yeah, and for WinterFox here, we'll try to hold Raz again, as you mentioned, already down to half of his HP, so in theory should be a pretty easy target to take down around the corner, but for the reaction times right with a shotgun, he may still be able to pick off 1 or 2 kills, depending on how ready for this he is. In the meantime, back over on the site, you do have Offnu waiting, but all he has is a P250. He goes down very quickly. Raz, though, is doing the best he can with his 45 HP. He brought one down very low. That's Fugly at 23. Also killed another one. Fugly will finish the job, though, against Raz here now. Oh, calm down. That's your teammate. But still 4v2 in the situation. And we can see the scout from Zusi trying to work his way into heaven, but there's really no safe route for him to get back into the site. They've got the bomb in. It has yet to cross. Keep that in mind, as APOC is watching out for that. And Fugly's hands is rather low. Zusi actually finding Dap, surprisingly, up from heaven there, but in the chaos of that, they do allow Fugly to get past the tree room there and get himself up onto the platform to look for a plant. Still no upgrades for either of the remaining CTs, as they are stuck behind the heaven and tree room walls currently. And APOC, since he has a little bit of a hole in this smoke to look through, I think he's waiting as well to see if anybody else from Energy goes for the cross up to the platform. Won't be happening, but again, they feed Zusi another peek. So now Peter looking to trade it. Him and Marky will finish the job off, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Energy pushing forward, and they'll close out the match. 16-6 is going to be the final score. The Australians try their best to make a comeback on CT side, but again, they had forged their fate already in the first half, going down 13-2.
Great debut of NACS for Vendetta to witness there. I'm sure he's he's chomping at the bits to analyze this one.
So with that said, we're going to immediately send it back over and get Vendetta's thoughts on his first taste of NACS here.
How about them chomping on the bits right there? What do you think about that NACS that you did just see?
Well, that was NACS true to its form, I guess. In many ways, we saw a lot of things, not all of it that pretty, I'll admit, but we did see some positives that I probably want to focus on instead, because otherwise I might lose my mind. But no, like for the better part of it, I think it was pretty evident that Energy just were the better team overall into this, and which is kind of what we alluded to in the pregame as well.
I mean, Energy coming out in that first half, ending the half 13-2 is CT. I mean, obviously it's pretty damning there if you are that Winter Fox lineup. I mean, they were able to put together a few rounds towards the end, but a few rounds too little, right? It wasn't coming together for them.
And I mean, if they don't get that pistol on the start of the second half, then you look at, well, obviously, I think it looks as ugly as it was, pretty much, for Winter Fox, because there wasn't really too much to take out of it from that. I think for the better part of it, it was one round that kind of worked out for them, and that was the first buy round they ever got to.
No, absolutely. We're going to take a look at that here in a second. But, I mean, at this point, Energy takes the first pistol, loses first gun, and then after that, they just run away with it.
Yeah,
like it's really all in their court.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that we never really saw Winter Fox in a situation where they could actually, one, take map control, or two, set up for an execute.
Let's take a look at round 4 right now. Walk us through this one.
Yeah, well, there you have it. So pretty much you're seeing one of the things that actually worked for Winter Fox. They're going to take delayed control over mid here, and you can see Peter, who had pretty much played passively the entire time through mid, plays passively, so they're able to get a lot of ground in mid without having to use too much utility. You can also see the 2 delayed smokes that they put up from outside of garage that lands towards CT spawn, which cuts them off, which again allows for APOC to walk up towards highway completely uncontested, and he's going to be able to pick off rotations as they come running through the smokes, because Energy in that kind of a scenario, because it's early rounds, it's the first buy round, oftentimes CTs are somewhat limited on economy. Not necessarily the case for Energy right there, but oftentimes if you don't have too much utility to play for the retake like we saw in the later stages of the game, you don't want to miss the control of the bomb site without getting anything in return for it. So you can't be as patient as we saw Energy be at the later stages, where they constantly had Molotovs to clear out forklift or delay the bomb plant for even further to make the smokes dissipate from the Australian side. So that was like one of the very, very few things that worked out for Winter Fox.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt Energy's retake game was on point. Obviously, when their economy is, much more advanced than, say, the Australians, it's pretty much, it's there. They're going to come in and they're going to just dominate, especially when they go in with confidence like they had been.
Yeah, and especially because, and this is something Daze was alluding to as well, the fact that Winter Fox had a pretty passive style or passive approach to which how they wanted to play their T side. It seems like they wanted to rely heavily on having a lot of utility, which again doesn't allow them to have as many buys, so you don't get enough opportunities to have those swing rounds that he talked about, which can once again turn the game in your favor. So Winter Fox pretty much allowed Energy to get up to a stage where they have full money control. They're not even going to be affected if they actually lose a weapon round here or there later on in the first half, and that was a big issue for Winter Fox. I think they didn't take enough risks, and they relied too heavily on having executes with full utility when that obviously didn't work out.
Well, obviously didn't come together there for Winter Fox, but they will get another chance here as we do see them take on Energy in another map. We're going to go to Kabul when we come back from this break. Stay tuned.
very much. Stunna. Cobblestone is coming up here in just a few seconds as soon as we... Cobblestone is coming up here in just a few seconds as soon as we have the teams prepped and ready to go. But judging from the performance there that we saw from WinterFox and the way that they were struggling to really get anything together on their T-side on Cash, that's probably not going to reflect too well now moving on to Cobble.
No, I just don't have much faith in this WinterFox team. I really don't. I think Cobble's a map that you could definitely upset people on. It's pretty open. A lot of times you could really get like momentum going. You know, especially on like T side, if you can win, you know, even force buying too, you have a lot of opportunities to win rounds just because of the close range combats and drop, you know, pop flashing out of being, really getting in people's face, pushing statue. But lately we've actually seen teams, I would say in the past few months, get a lot better on their CT side Cobble. I mean, especially like a team like Virtus.pro. I think Cobble used to be very, very T-sided in general, and now we're seeing it shift a lot more to evenness, a lot more to CTs even getting the better of Ts in a lot of scenarios. I think when they changed the stairs, so it was, you know, more up, and now people are aware of that, and also they made the flowers, you know, you could hide more there. I think it made a big difference as well. So I think it's becoming more and more CT-sided, but again, I think it is a map that you could upset on. I just don't have much faith in this WinterFox squad, just straight up.
Well, for WinterFox, at the very least, they do get to start off on what was in the last map, their better half here, as they'll jump onto the CT side. Energy will be jumping on a T side. Marky there as well. A little bit prepped to kind of jump into the fray as he works himself up to the suicide steps, and they'll be swinging in very quickly here. Raz tries to challenge it directly there in the alleyway, but no, he's taken down just seconds later by Marky. They find that kill. There won't actually be any follow-up, though, as most of Energy actually fell back instead of going through with Marky. Got that kill, though, and now the bomb is shifting its way through the B halls to work its way over onto this B bomb site. And in the meantime there, we can see actually WinterFox seems to have gotten a semi-decent read onto this one. Well, obviously, since there is no presence on A, we are going to see Offney starting to move his way back over towards kind of a shifting position in the site connector here. But still, they've got two sitting in the site. And at a moment's notice, Offney can also jump back in, but he is sitting outside, currently watching the window in case they do try to go for an A-split. APOC actually finding the first kill, and imagine firing off almost this entire clip here, but not being able to impact onto a single kill. Peter and Daps combo together, two on their own. Imagine stuck in the corner here. There's nowhere for him to run anymore, and they're trying to bait him out now, and there you go. Breezy finally taking him down. There's only one remaining, and he was trying to work for a flank, but his teammates on the site, unfortunately, were not able to hold for long enough to allow for this to come to fruition, so it's just going to be Zeusy challenging out multiple players from Energy without any success at all, and Peter will close things out to give Energy the pistol.
Yeah, and that is that's just rough if you're WinterFox. You really want to get off to a good start. I mean, you know, like I said, when you're the underdogs, you just need a couple of those swing rounds, and piston rounds, you know, are definitely rounds that could do it. But, you know, I looked back at last season, and WinterFox ended the season with like 4 losses in a row. They started out this season with 5 losses in a row now, and if Energy makes us their 6, that's going to be 9 or 10 losses in a row that they're going to start out with, and they just haven't been, you know, playing well lately. And again, with these conservative buys, or something that I just really disagree with. I think, you know, if you're WinterFox, they use their nade stack at B. I think we saw Virtus Pro do this actually. So they tried that, but doesn't land. They see that 4 B nades came out, so they're just going to run up to A. Daps in a position to really farm some frags and get some money on the board. Not able to get anything out of it, but they do have the A site completely free. WinterFox just has some P250s. That's really it. They got a Mac 10 on APOC, but they're not going to get much from this. So they're going to lose this round pretty easily. And like I said, man, I really think you should buy there if you're WinterFox. Whether you practice buying or not, I mean, in those scenarios, it's just one of those situations where, you know, that's a swing round. You know, second round is a swing round, and you need those rounds if you're WinterFox. And that's one of your best chances to win it, is to force up with the pistol, maybe, you know, play something off a pop flash, or you know, overstack a sight or something like that, and take your chances.
And I believe they even dropped the recovered SMG that WinterFox managed to pick up now. So WinterFox will be escaping with essentially nothing on this round. Imagine with the P250s even. It's not really anything to write home about. So Energy get through this one relatively cleanly. Daps will be the only one going down more than likely with that one death, which means they're already off to a good economical start here too on the Energy side, assuming they can follow through with this on the 3rd round.
Yeah, and whenever I played, I would play practice, right? And when I practiced, I would always kind of not do like leans like that, you know, force buys and just like huge stacks and things like that, because I wanted to, you know, practice like your normal spots, your normal setups a lot more, so you get that, and then just add it in there a little bit during practice. But when you play matches, you know, even if they practice, right, where they always save on the 2nd round, I think when you're playing against teams that are better than you and you want to have a better chance of winning the match, I think sometimes you go outside of your practice zone, right? You probably don't take, you know, huge risks on certain rounds and important rounds, right? But I think you need to do that if you're WinterFox in order to beat Energy.
WinterFox this time have put essentially everyone inside of the site connector here, not committing it to either bomb set. All 5 players basically just hiding out around the pole there. So Energy are going to start to move in, mainly investigating towards drop right now as they move to clear things out there. And even the guys that are out over there towards the A courtyard are even going to move in and I think commit to this too. So in a second, WinterFox is, I mean, they're going to have to shuffle over towards the B bomb site, but with the current positions, if Energy does push back out, then WinterFox are just going to end up getting boxed out and they won't really be able to do much on this round. So they'll have to fall back and basically just try to position for exits would be their best bet at that point. And we can already see Fugly moving forward at challenges, catching a few of them with nades in hands too. Imagine being the first one to go down. Morgan will leap it. There's 2, there's 3 for Fugly. They'll only get 4. Unfortunately, no. APOC will finally shut him down, but the remainder are sitting outside here, and it will be a relatively easy cleanup as Energy will get themselves up to 3.
I mean, it's decisions like that I just don't understand, though. Like, you know they have the B site. You're trying to flash into drop room when your players aren't even really that close. Like, they were still, like, you know, a second. Even if that flash landed and people were in drop room, they would have gotten unblinded by the time those players actually went into the drop room. You see that flash happens, they weren't even, like, next to the thing. Look at how long that took for them to get that. Even if that flash landed, he still would have gotten unblind by the time they ran in and tried to kill him. So it's like all you want to do in that situation is just sit there and just wait and look for anybody who chases you, essentially, because you're just gifting them money at that point. Like, you just kind of gifted, you know, Fugly over there, you know, $1,800 or whatever, right?
So now we shifted into the first gun round here as WinterFox goes for their investment. Thankfully, their really preserved advice has given them an up, along with armor behind it too, which is probably the more important part there on the first gun round, where normally you're not even going to see that up. Along with semi-decent utility for most players on the roster, Energy are still working with a lot of these SMGs and whatnot from the anti-ecos because they got through it so cleanly. Only 2 players died in the last 2 rounds. Raz is going to miss his first shot though, and it almost seemed like it was open season for him, but the shot connects into the wall. It's forced to fall back, and unfortunate timing for Zusi there, looking back down to the bottom of the suicide steps as Fugly peeks him from the top side. So already we have 2 kills now going into the way of Energy. Peter knocking at Imagine. They know Raz, I believe, is sitting up on the platform somewhere, so Daps is going to have to try and appropriately challenge this. Flashbang will hold him back, but no, he's not looking in the right direction here. So very, very quickly we're seeing Energy overwhelm the site. Opto and Raz have been able to pick up 2, but there's Marky with the trade. 2 more going the way of Energy, and it falls to APOC trying to clutch 1v2. The good news is nobody, well, at least up until that point, was paying attention over to the balcony, but Breezy puts a very swift end when he does change his gaze, and it's Energy again pushing forward, winning the first gun round.
Yeah, and if I'm WinterFox, like here, I would probably pistol half armor, you know, or even pistol armor and try to win this round instead of being really conservative with it. And it looks like they're going to be pretty conservative. They just have a few P250s, half armor on 1 player. So almost bringing it back if you're Raz and APOC there, getting a kill apiece, but you know, still, again, kills just go their way. Raz misses a crucial shot on the jumping Mag 10er, running across there, and Nade, I don't know, that looked like it was going to kill Raz, but he runs into the Molotov anyways.
So he doesn't even see that one. A little bit of a mistake there is going to lead to an early elimination of Raz. And for the rest of Energy, again, it's really taking their time about things. They have literally nothing to worry about so far in this match, as it's essentially going the same exact way that we saw Cash go to. Even more in a dominant fashion, as if I recall correctly, WinterFox won the first gun round on Cash, so they're even already doing better than they did on that last round. They are going to be able to shake off the kill into Daps, but I doubt APOC is getting much farther than this. Trying to toss the nade so he can move forward and find one more kill. He succeeds in that one, but now in a moment, he is also going to be flying from behind, so there is no escape. Marky will take him down, and Energy continue to push forward with relatively no issues.
And they just have so much money. I mean, they won with 3 alive on a round that they had 3 you know, the 4th round gun round, 3 SMGs, a Galil, and an AK. You know, and they won the round with 3 alive, so they're able to just pick up the off Raz they picked up. They picked, you know, they kept that AK, and then they probably got another like M4 that Daps is using now. And they just have so much money at this point that it's just such an uphill. Like, WinterFox has already dug themselves in such a deep hole by putting up like almost no resistance on that 4th round gun round after their 2 consecutive saves. Like, economically speaking, they're like 10 feet behind.
Well, they are going to be able to get themselves a little bit of a bigger buy this time around. Onto the double up setup, which they are going to split up across the map, I do believe. The first one playing mainly all over A, as we can see Raz is kind of the designated player to be playing out to the long A position, and he's also going to have to watch out for lower pushes too, as he's currently alone here. The other up in the hands of APOC, and he's playing in the usual spot we suspect to be down at the B-bomb site, which is going to be the chicken coop. It'll be a bit of a surprise for Energy, but actually most of their pressure hasn't even come out towards Broken Wall early on. It has been down over here and dropped. They look to get control, so that second up may not find as much effectiveness on the early pushes. They would have looked towards it, but there we go, the Molotov first off. I think they spotted Imagine over here in the transition room, so they are going to know his position here. Now it comes down to the timing of it, though, as they do move in to smoke off the other side, so they won't be flanked out from the window, and the other players are prepared to push themselves out towards Broken. Good news is, though, is that Imagine has not gone down it, so it's not open season. That's a great pop flash, too. Unfortunately, the T-Pugly is a little bit further behind. Now they'll swing in, and Daps immediately shuts down Imagine. They have the smoke cross to get them out through Broken. Unfortunately, they're not paying attention over here down to the bottom of the Broken Wall, so they do sneak off 2 kills. It's APOC and Offnu that do that. It's still even, though, into a 3v3. APOC getting hit heavily with a nade, but not flinching even once. He needs this kill on Fugly as he pushes out, but no, what? Marky through the chicken coop just destroys APOC. Now they're down to 2 on the CT side here. Zusi is going to get overwhelmed, though the Raz did sneak in 1 more kill. He's got them both so low, he could just do this with his pistol if he wants to. And he's going to look for more options inside here. Rifle on the ground if he wants to trade it out, and if he has that intel. So there we go. The rifle pickup from him to try and play this out instead. And he'll move forward here, but immediately Peter edges him out, and it's Energy that push forward again. 6-0 now. Still not a round on the board for the Kiwis, as we were corrected in the last game.
Yeah, and I mean, they were actually in really good position to win that round. I believe it was a 3v3. They even crossed the site with no smoke at the door, no flashes or anything. Pete just runs across with a P250. Nobody kills him. He just goes towards the site for free somehow. But they were in a good spot. Now, WinterFox again, they smoke middle. They have like 4 or 5 people there, and Marky's going to
Marky actually can't get that second kill. He pretty much finishes it off, though. Off news already at 4 HP. Peter, it's going to be in the hot seat for a moment here, and he decides to back up and just hightail out of here as the rest of his team does move in and take full control of the B-bomb site. Now he's got himself a corner to work with. Still very low, though, so it's actually kind of smart of him to remain a bit more mobile here to change things up. Misses that shot, though, and down he will go. Zusi picking up the frag. Brings us into a 3v3, and this is an AK and an op they are going to be able to get away with here, and also may restrict them from evacuating to the bomb site. They can still go out through the site connector and into A and escape pretty cleanly there, but it actually looks like they're just going to go for this now, pushing back in. They're all trying to get through broken wall, but they're going to be held back so long because of the smoke and Molotov that it's just not going to be worth it, and we can see the immediate decision to change their minds, so they'll fall back and just choose to save these guns instead.
Yeah, I thought Marky was going to get like at least 3 there, but only able to get 1, does about 95 to the other one, but this isn't a bad save. I mean, they get an op and an AK, but at the same time, you know, you need more than that if you're WinterFox. You need one of these rounds to go your way. I mean, look at the economy that's built up on NRG. Almost their entire team is over 10K after already being bought. So they're just looking really strong. Only 1 death on Breeze, 1 death on PDR there. And those shots, I do want to say, when you're in like really unfamiliar territory like that, like how often do you take a battle when you're a T-spawn on the steps, right? Yeah. And people are pushing you from T-spawn, you know, on the other side, right? From like the statue side. Or it's like they're really unfamiliar shots, and sometimes, you know, things like that happen where you think like, oh, you're going to get this kill for sure, but then it's just such unfamiliar territory that sometimes you're not able to capitalize off that.
So a decent molly early on here is going to splinter energy to a certain degree if they wanted to go for a fast execute, just roll out on B. So held them off for that, but again, still plenty of plans to work with on the energy playbook here. They even already have the smoke on Broken Wall that they can use to go past this Molotov and through the cross, but there's a bit of a mystery, as if someone from WinterFox is sitting up behind that box there. Marky, though, is just going to leap right through it, going in. They haven't spotted that player behind the box on platform yet. It's 3 fast kills for WinterFox. Breezy trades 1, Fugly with a second, but it doesn't matter, as now Fugly's alone. He's got to clutch this one, already up to 2. He needs 2 more to finish it off. The bomb's gone down, still a minute on the clock, though. Time's not really a big issue at the moment, and thankfully he has smokes covering off most of that site. But still, falling back, and it'll take him an extra 10 to 15 seconds here. Even being cautious is to watch out for a flank over boost or something like that, too. So he'll fall completely back and just be really, really cautious about the way that he proceeds here, making sure that WinterFox have not flanked him so that he can go back out on the site. Problem being, he is going to lose the advantage of having those smokes in the cross, which would have allowed to get him free clearance over to the plant position and at least start the timer in his direction. Now though on the peak, Raz will be waiting if he continues up this sidewalk here, although I actually think he's going to edge it out and he'll be able to find Zusi, but no, he misses the opportunity, and on that repeat from Raz, he'll finish off the job, finally putting WinterFox on the board here.
Yeah, and I don't like how WinterFox played that. I know they won the round. I never like it when you actually stick together in those 2v1s like that and play like that passively like that. I think on Cobble you can kind of get away with it, especially if you're in the connector. But myself, I always see teams do that now, and I really think it's the wrong way to play in those 2v1s on CD side. I think if you have really good players, especially who really know how to play like a site like on Mirage, for instance, you could split up and you could have somebody A and have somebody B and be fine, as we look for really aggression by APOC. And now this round, of course, is super important because NRG lost their round, but they lost their round in the right way. They only ended up with 2 alive. So if they are able to win this round, they're going to force them on onto an eco, and it's going to be really difficult for WinterFox to even get double digits on the tap.
WinterFox again, though, putting a lot of utility pressure over here at Breezy. Again, that smoke does not spread in the right direction. It does now, though, but he has that smoke to try and fall back through. Still taking 50 damage from it as it does spread himself back out. So still not the best situation here for Breezy. He does have to shift away from it. But at the end of the day, it's still somewhat evenly traded. APOC was also brought down to 40 HP at some point during this round, too. Thankfully, though, it seems WinterFox have finally found a good enough combination of utility to be able to actually hold off energy from just rolling directly into that B bomb site. The plans are now going to shift, as we can see. The bomb falling back through the B halls and just to the outside of the mid connector there, but they are going to change up the game plan a little bit and try to go for what I believe is going to be an A split, as you still have Daps and I think Fugly going in for drop control here in a moment.
Yeah, dangerous peeks by Pete, just kind of jumping out middle. Breeze with him to trade, but he does have bomb and op. taking control of these A halls really aggressively. Has a teammate to fall back on now, and it looks like it's going to be an A play with Daps trying to keep him towards B.
And as they do move in towards it here, Zusi first at the bat to challenge it. Gets the first kill, no problem at all. Peter also getting hit by a flash. Zusi, though, trying to challenge his own aggression. Looks away, though, over there towards the ramp position. And that's going to allow Peter to roll right in. 2 quick kills for him. Daps even finding another one here in the drop. That's going to hold off the rotation. APOC is focused 100% on taking down the player in window. And Breezy, well, he's going to spot Imagine. But oh, no! Imagine's actually able to hold there. In addition to APOC grabbing the kill on a Daps, so all of a sudden we're even. But both the remaining WinterFox players are both heavily lit down to somewhere between 30 and 40 HP each. They'll both move out through the doorway here. Fugly has them lined up, gets the first one. APOC now down at 23. Peter misses the shot, so we're in a 1v1. And as we can see, 7 bullets left in the chamber for Fugly to try and work with here now. But APOC, again, also trying to peek out this at the right time, and he is going to be able to find the shot. He shuts down Fugly. However, time getting low, but with the kid on the ground, I think he's just barely going to be able to squeeze this one through and pick up a second round for WinterFox.
Yep, 4v2, and APOC is able to get that 3K and end up winning the round. Around that energy had really no business losing, but at the end of the day, I mean, they have another opportunity here in order to force them into, a hard eco double save scenario.
And again, just playing it very cautiously here. Both of them at the end of the day were in very high stakes scenarios here, but APOC ends up winning it out at the end of the day. Gets the right angle at the right timing there, peeks it back out and shuts it down. Energy, though, still not even close to running low on cash flow here, so we will see another full investment coming out from them. 4 AKs and the op still to be seen on Peter as well, but it is a lot more passive than some of the previous rounds have been, where before they were pretty quickly trying to get themselves in a position to try to push out towards Broken Wall within the first 20 to 30 seconds of the round. This time, it's spread out essentially into a default as they just sit back and try to play for picks against WinterFox.
Yeah, and a nice V push is coming out. Breeze getting mollied out. Aggression coming out. This is really, really nice stuff from WinterFox. So they have that plat control. They know nobody's on the left. And now what does Energy do from that? Do they want to retake it? Because Raz could be positioned there with an op. They heard the umps, but that could, of course, be an op, backing it up.
Imagine sitting back down in the corner here. He will look to challenge his aggression, but Dap's already looking out for it, as will Fugly.
Wow.
Fugly gets the better of it here, immediately taking him down.
That was a great pre-fire. Normally people don't check that spot.
Meanwhile, over there on the B-bomb, so they did boost up APOC to try and play up on top of the rock position there. Often getting the spot on the players on boost, and again, just essentially using utility to hold the back, which is the way that they've been playing these past 3 rounds, and it's actually been working out very well for them to hold Energy away from these B plays. Now their time is getting low, and there's nobody watching out the transition room right now, so Dap just rolls right out. APOC has his back turn. It's easy frags for him. Now it's down to Zusi on this site. Raz had rotated in, but now he's got a 1v4 and a very expensive gun, which is going to be worth more to him at the end of the day than an attempt at a 1v4 clutch.
Yeah, but, it's a worst-case scenario for WinterFox. The rounds they win with 1 or 2 alive, and now they're going to be reset. Raz getting a nice little exit onto Daps, but he only had about 10 HP, so I think the hunt's gonna occur right now. And Raz, I think you gotta really hope, if you're WinterFox, that he's able to save this gun, and it's going to be a difficult save. Pete's coming behind him. He's in middle right now. And Raz has a lot of angles to look at. Not only danger, but long haul, and also, coming up from connector.
Danger's going to be flanking him in a second, and Peter will indeed get the easy closeout. So the op gets dropped. No saves at all for WinterFox, and now as we take a look at their money, it's all over the place, but for the most part, everybody's sitting below 3K. Definitely not going to be enough for an investment here, and especially considering it where we are in the half, going into round number 11, I believe, in a second here. It's not going to be good, as now they have to rebuild it all over again after they lost the losing bonus.
Yep. They just, it's bare bones, right? So they just got some P250s, a couple flashes, and a deagle, and it looks like WinterFox is going to have a disastrous half.
Early on, though, Energy still adopting this more spread out and slow-paced strategy that we saw them kick in about 1 or 2 rounds ago. And finally, their very fast-paced plays towards the B-bombs, they did get early control there, were countered out by WinterFox. If they wanted to go back to that, they'd certainly be able to do so. And Peter just missing an opportunity to be able to take down Offnu. I don't think he was expecting to see him all the way on top of the broken wall itself. So, a bit surprised by that one. Raz still down at 66 HP at the end of the day, however. And now Dap's trying to push in towards mid. Zusi has the chance to push in as well, but he actually is going to get mollied back out. That could lead to Daps finding a kill, but no, just doing little tidbits of damage to Raz, Zusi, all over the place really here, as we do see Peter finally connecting onto a kill over here on the B-bomb site. That was APOC that got a bit too aggressive up on the broken wall, and Daps also finally claims the kill onto Zusi here now too. Fugly and the rest of the team is just going to move forward with the original plan, which was to move out here on towards B. We're
A little bit messy on the spray, but he does take down Ofnu, and Daps jumping in. He actually didn't spot Imagine there. I think the lamp hit him well enough, so finds that one at the very least, and can try to escape with his gun, but no, hasn't even been able to retrieve that. Still just working with a P250, and now stuck just outside of the site door.
Yeah, and there was only a MAC-10 that Daps lost, so no real harm done. He gets taken out through the wall, 9-2. And they are going to be able to buy here, though. They had more money than I thought coming back from that round. I think they had like 3,500 that round. I was a bit surprised by that. But yeah, WinterFox is going to buy. They even have an op onto Raz, so it's not a bad buy at all. But, you know, nobody's really able to do anything right here except for APOC, you know, throughout this game. 11 kills on him. Nobody else has passed 4, I believe. And everybody on NRG is really doing their part.
WinterFox, again, spreading out here, but still, it's been working for them in some cases, but they do need to rack up a whole lot more rounds here trying to make it competitive as they go back over towards T-side. And keep in mind, too, this is actually where they made more progress back on the first map. Breezy, though, not playing around this time. He immediately spots 2, executes them both, goes for the 3rd, and gets it. APOC, Ofnu, Imagine, all bow down to Breezy. And it's just Zusi and Raz left alive, and they're not even going to attempt this. They're already falling back for a save. And look at this. Again, the intuition from Energy. The positions just work out beautifully so that Fugly is already in the A-bomb site looking to hunt down these last 2.
Yeah, and I mean, those were like really nice shots by Breeze, but at the same time, it's like your setup is just, all 3 of you are just like statue area kind of fighting him. Nobody's utilizing flashbangs, nobody's spotting and then getting, you know, information, and then a flash is coming to make it easier on you. You know, nobody's pushing up for platform control or anything like that. You're all basically at the same spot, so it's just, I don't know, it's very troubling.
Zusi still trying to survive, but unfortunately he may meet his match outside here. Peter casually finishes things off with a P250, and I believe this is going to lead into a pretty big save from WinterFox. If they want to buy going into what I think is going to be the last round coming up next, they are pretty much just going to have minimal investment in this round, so in those P250s, unless they just want to half buy, which probably won't work out too well for them, since it'll leave them with a pretty weak force in the last round.
Yeah, and I mean, if APOC is there at the start, flashbang from one of his teammates, he probably gets a double kill there. You know, like those are the things that you need to do in order to beat, you know, a team like Energy. You need to coordinate things like that, and you should know that there's a possibility that he's out. He flashed and you know, made noise when he's coming out. So just one pop flash there coming in front of the brown box, and bam, he probably gets a double kill. That's all it really takes. Now they're put on another eco. We're looking at Energy closing this half out, you know, with 11 rounds, probably minimum.
We can see again that they just waited out here and specifically are waiting to see if WinterFox will be trying to do anything aggressive, but I think that they've pretty much gone away from that. One thing that we still actually probably will see in a moment here is either a broken wall or a stairs push, which Peter's watching out for. A bit late on the timing, though, so the shot against Offnu is a miss. APOC, though, getting hit a little bit from somewhere else on the map here as he's down at 87 HP, but Breezy now. We saw what he could do in the last round, and now he's doing it against Pistols. Spots the player going into the new deeper cubby there, so they keep a mental note of that for later. And now they're going to try to push him, but he's ready for it. Already 3 kills going by the way of Energy here as they dispatch of all of the B-side defenses. There is still APOC waiting and drop. Fugly knows he's here somewhere, but he doesn't know he's sitting right out in the open. That shot should give it away, though, but no, he's dinked. So he does it to back away. That's no big deal, though, as again, the actual site is already under the control of Energy.
Yeah, and Raz just trying to look for any type of an exit he can get. But bombs going down. Breeze Fugly weak, 2 and 4 HP. But Marky, again, what do we see every time WinterFox is around here? They always have somebody hunting them from that A site. And I mean, Energy doesn't really care. They're kind of playing a lot more loosely. They know they're going to win this game, or at least feel like they can win this game pretty easily and kind of turn it on whenever they need to. And that's why you see Breeze kind of just like going out of that smoke with a flash and just taking 3 come battles, right? It's because he just really just doesn't have the respect for WinterFox to punish a play like that. And that's why he's taking it. Like, you wouldn't see that type of play happen if they were playing, you know, SK or anything like that, right? It's kind of playing against your opponent a little bit.
Well, we go into our second last round of the half here, and the last big investment, unless they win out this one here, is going to be rolling in for WinterFox, and we can see it's not even full rifles for the entire team. APOC is going to have to downgrade himself 2 and up to try and work with here, whereas Energy, they are rolling in the cash at this point, no problems at all for them. They have been set, you know, ever since 6 to 7 rounds ago almost, this entire half as it would seem, so they're looking fine, and a bit of a change up in the dynamic as we are going to see a lot more aggression leading out towards long A, whereas previously this was mainly going towards broken wall. Daps leading the charge over here, and they're just systematically clearing it out. So there will be no challenge at all from the WinterFox side of things. They're sticking to the site.
Yeah, and Energy, 2 players towards B. They're taking that slow A control. Throw some utility to take control, but they still have they just have 1 smoke, 2 Molotovs, though, to do any type of a take. So it's not going to be something that's like a full execute. It's going to be something that's pretty bursty when they actually hit this A site. As they are getting in position, they're going to have 5 players here, nobody lurking towards B. Raz should be able to get an early spot, though. And if the rotation comes properly, APOC should be there very, very early on. And Offnu, honestly, should be able to rotate very quickly as well.
Raz playing a very aggressive position up on top here. He spotted them going over towards ramp, but he couldn't find the shot himself, and now he's going to be flashed back out over here to the corner, so he's got to focus on the long push, which he knows nothing about this right now. Peter immediately shutting him down. In the meantime, here comes Marky, pushing his way back past the APC. He'll take down Zeusy. That's destroyed. All site control being held by WinterFox. APOC closest to being able to push himself back in. Offnu has been eliminated. Marky spots the push from APOC a mile away. He wasn't trying to be quiet about that one at all. And with Imagine being the last man standing, again, just has to back away, as unfortunately their money's not going to support the best of buys going into this next round, and having that rifle will be a little bit more of a boon for them to work with.
Yeah, and that's the second time that Raz has been inside the A site looking towards the wood wall cross, and Pete just crouch peeks him and kills him when it's an op-v-op duel. And that just makes it like, if that anchor, he's essentially the anchor there at A, right? He's the guy who needs to get a kill, and if he stays alive, because of how they were set up, the rotate should be able to come at a time where his rotator's able to capitalize on him staying alive. But it's just an op-v-op duel that Pete's won twice now, where he's, you know, frankly pretty favored.
So going into that last round, we could already see the buys, and there's that kill you're just talking about too with Peter. And that's, again, because he's caught off by that flashbang. He's not able to help out. I think he sees like the 2 or 3 players that are pushing out towards ramp, but he has to wait so long to be able to take a shot that it's already an unsafe situation. He has to fall back, play to take a shot at a position, which again, he wasn't paying attention to previously, so he doesn't even have the greatest intel about what exactly is going on there, and it's just a very awkward situation for him to play against. Now, into the last round, and again, you can see the buy fully there now from WinterFox. Not the greatest, and what's even worse, Peter's already up to frag, and he's shut down APOC. Nice and early at the beginning of the round, as I believe he tried to push up the steps.
Yeah, this is a very powerful position by Raz here. Breeze, especially if he throws his flashbang, it's going to be that sound cue, and that should allow Raz to nope. Nice guy, 2 HP. 2 HP, man. How does that happen?
So a little bit unlucky, as he's not going to get that kill. In the grand scheme of things, though, even with that kill, it doesn't seem like it would have mattered all that much, since now we're down to the 5v2. It would have been a 4v2 if he picked that one up. Zusi and Imagine both playing to separate sites as well. And in a moment here, Imagine is going to get overwhelmed. Maybe not in drop, but on the B-bomb site. Fugly will jump down in a second here to challenge this. And he is also a little bit low already at 54 HP. And I think Imagine also caught one of them out previously. So yeah, he'll be able to grab that first kill. That's the first starts of it, though, as again, they still have a lot more to go on. Well, he has gotten the rotation from his teammate over here. Still a 2v4, and Imagine standing in that Molotov taking heaps of damage. So he's forced to push his way back out where it's going to be easy pickings for Peter yet again. Zusi, let's see what he can do here. Last round, he'll go for the attempt, but won't get very far with it. Daps gets the easy closeout, and again, it's 13-2 in the favor of Energy. Guys, the second half is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Stick around as we see if WinterFox's T side here on Cobblestone will be any better than it was on Cash.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, we are back again here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a repeat of what we had on the first map, just with the sides flipped a little bit there. Energy do dominate their first half yet again, 13-2. Now on Cobblestone, and unfortunately for WinterFox, there just wasn't a whole lot being shown on their CT side. Now they're going to have to try and round the comeback yet again on their T side, and based on what we saw on Cash, it's not going to be the easiest task in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I saw from WinterFox that was kind of like a nice spot, or a nice thing that they did was, you know, their upper B push. I thought that was a nice little wrinkle that they did, but they didn't really capitalize off of it because they just kind of gave up positioning and they didn't position the op there to get any early info. And then Energy just kind of walked up and executed on B. But, you know, besides that, they really didn't put any pressure on Energy. They didn't take any calculated risks, any gambles or anything like that. They played very, very default, very, very static, kind of let Energy do whatever they wanted. Didn't challenge B plat, didn't, you know, really challenge A halls too much. They usually ended up back in the site. They didn't show them any wrinkles, right? They didn't make it difficult on Energy. They didn't never give up drop and then retake drop control or anything like that, which is what we see successful teams on, you know, the CT side do. They did none of that. They just played a very static setup. Energy just read them every time. It was very, very basic. It was kind of like they were dry running everything they needed to, and against like a very static, you know, defense setup. And you know, they paid for it. WinterFox paid for it.
As we can see, they're the stat leaders again for Energy this time. I believe it's Fugly is the one we highlighted. Breeze again up at the top of the scoreboard, though, at 15 and 5. And pretty close to those two was Marky, I think somewhere around 12 and 8. So let's get into it. The second half, as now Energy sits on the CT side. What is quickly becoming a bit of a stat pad match for Energy here. And we'll see if they can make it a quick closeout.
without allowing WinterFox to grab the pistol or any of the following rounds like they did back on the last map here. But immediately they push back in. Breezy ready to challenge him, but it's Fugly! Oh, and Breezy just dominate those three players back to back to back. Peter with a fourth, and we're not going to see much else beyond that. Zeusy snuck in one kill on Peter, but that is it. And Energy just completely destroy any attempt from WinterFox to try and get control there. I don't even think they got a single player past Broken Wall or the drop room.
Yeah, and Optic used to run that setup all the time with Daps in the E-box. And, you know, he just brought it to NRG. Very, very common setup that we see now a lot on Cobble because Optic ran it so much and people liked it. So a lot of teams, you know, mimicked it, and they're able to win that pistol round 14-2.
WinterFox do just decide to go for the aggressive force here now as they go for Tech 9 investments this time, though. Peter, also a lot more aggressive back over here on A-Long. He does have to pay a cost for it, though. Down at 12 HP as he gets dinked, and I think Breezy suffers a similar fate. He's down at 4. So ultimately 5v4, yes, but some heavy damage done to the Energy players, which will make a side take a little bit easier when they do regroup here on the WinterFox side of things and decide to push back into it. Daps, though, giving up his position further back out, and he's just going to be playing close to the A-bomb site, close to the mid-connector more specifically. And actually, that will be Peter's role, excuse me, as Daps sits back and plays into the doorway as kind of the shifter between the two bomb sites. The rest of WinterFox, again, really spread out here still. Possibly some kind of drop split going to be working its way in. As you still have these two guys trying to push their way through long A. The bomb is now going to be moving back. It will be regrouping with the players out through long A right now. It is still looking towards Imagine. And one more here, Raz, trying to move out for that control, which they've been unable to do. And time is getting lower.
Yeah, and with no utility, just Tech 9s, I don't know, man. It's pretty tough to hit A, but they are going to be able to take out Pete. They knew exactly where he was. It's still a difficult task, though, because you have no smokes to block anything else, but that makes it a lot easier.
Now Daps waiting in the corner. They'll check that one as well, though, and this is actually like a pretty systematic cleanup here from WinterFox. It's down to 2 now. I don't even think, we'll see in a moment, I don't believe they're actually going to attempt for this retake. Better since they still have the 2 rifles to kind of fall back and save those and try to recover on the next round. But for right now, it's WinterFox that will actually control the situation there. A couple mistakes on these gun battles by Energy does cost very dearly positioning and allows for WinterFox to just flood back in and overwhelm that A site. So they'll get control in this one. We'll go to 14-3, but still with these 2 saves, you could probably bet that Energy will go for a more aggressive investment into the 3rd round.
Yeah, I would assume so. You know, all the spots that they played, though, with PTR and Daps were kind of like those spots where they're not getting that early info or anything like that. They're just kind of chilling there. And, you know, a lot of that is just because they had low HP. But the real kill that mattered the most in that round, I think, was Fugly dying to, you know, the player that came out of that connector. Or not connector, but drop room. I think that was like the real frag that mattered the most. Because had he gotten that kill, he could have still played around Heaven. You know, even though it would have been a 3v3, they really would have only had SMGs and Tech 9s. And I think they could have definitely been in a good position to win that retake.
So there goes the investment there from Energy. We're going to see shotguns picked up, upgraded pistols. Marky's even able to get himself a UMP to work with, along with the 2 saved rifles from the last round there. The M4s that they will be picking up. And again, it's a 3-2 setup across the map from Energy here. Very aggressive out through A-Long, but Marky destroying APOC as he does try to move up close towards the drop position there to toss at a nade. The nade gets thrown, and again, Marky has some damage traded onto him, but it's nothing in comparison to what he just did to APOC. Along with this, Raz also has been dropped to 74 HP. Not the best start, and they're going to have a flank to worry about there too. Peter actually, I think the player down the hall there was trading on a gun at the time, so Peter's a bit lucky to survive that encounter, but still gets the intel and is just going to back away really quickly as Daps as well, waiting on the outside of this one. If WinterFox try to change up the game plan a little bit, head back out towards A and split here, Daps will be waiting below the window and may be able to grab this kill. He spotted Imagine. I'm not sure if the same is true in the reverse situation here, but in the meantime, Fugly getting up and close there in the transition room outside of drop. He's found Zeusy. They'll be able to knock him back out. Daps does get good timing on this push, but Imagine's able to react swiftly. Unfortunately, when he does go out into the open, Marky's there. Raz actually finding 2 more kills. May open up an opportunity here for Often to try and clutch. The problem being, though, is he's in this site and he's alone. He gets the angle against Breezy, but actually misses the chance to get a kill. And now has to swing away from this one and run over to A, where he should be able to get the plant. But again, it's going to have very limited options in terms of a position to play from.
I will say, I think this is a 2v1 that he could definitely win. The players on WinterFox, though, all of a sudden just started lagging horribly. But this is a great position right now. He's going to be able to pick up Breeze right there. He sees PTR, so he has a really nice spot, able to close out the round and get that. And that's going to force Energy on a save. But yeah, lagging pretty badly is WinterFox.
So pause will probably get called in a few seconds here since WinterFox
really can't play currently unless it stabilizes in a moment here. But yeah, they kind of gave him the time that was needed to get into that position. Unfortunately, if they had caught on to what was happening a few seconds before, they may have been able to crunch him and limit his options, but giving him that nice angle to play around the tree, and he is able to shut down that 1v2. So keeping WinterFox alive a little bit here. Still 10 rounds to go in a row, I should mention, to be able to pick up the tie still. But actually, I mean, no pause was called, so I guess we're just going at it. And Marky has a good flashbang, unfortunately, is a little bit too slow to actually get to the corner there where Raz was hiding out, and he's just going to follow through with the second one as well against Peter. Drop pressure, Fugly won't flinch at all for that, but still, it's WinterFox all the way as they push through and clean things up.
Yeah, now they will probably buy here, but that was a very quick round. I'm surprised WinterFox didn't pause. I think they're kind of, you know, just whatever, you know.
It might have like stabilized right as the timer's running down, so it looks like it's back to normal now.
Yep, you're right. Where's their team house again? I think it's in Chicago, right?
Yes. It's like a team office, I think.
Okay.
I think they're out of the SteelSeries offices there.
Yeah, most people are West Coast. We see Professor Chaos is there. I think he's the new coach for NRG, if I'm not mistaken.
So now again, it's actually going to be pretty close contact here over on the B-bomb side. Yeah, you can already see that. Fugly chiming in for one. Breezy's even yet to reveal himself too, so I'm sure they're going to look to challenge Fugly in a second, but there's going to be another kink they'll have to worry about if they even go out here. Breezy just pushes up, finds a free on the ground. No one's looking to challenge that either. They just let him walk right up and pick that up, and he wasn't necessarily being quiet about it, so Fugly sitting in the back, he's going to meet his match there, unfortunately, since there's not a whole lot of room to work with. So Raz taking him down, but now there's an AK in someone's hands for WinterFox, or excuse me, in Energy's side, but they still have to figure that out. But for right now, Energy have fallen back. Trying to play at range since Breezy has the AK, but he's taken out very quickly. Offnu finding that frag, and the 4v3 here is just not really plausible for Energy, so more than likely they are going to try and into position for exits and fall back to save.
Yeah, NRG thought they were running back for whatever reason, and WinterFox just kept plowing forward, you know, after their smokes and everything. That's why Breeze got the AK and just booked it. Like, for whatever reason, they called, you know, an A stack. They thought, hey, they saw to it B, we got the kill, we have the AK, we think they're going to book it back to A, but instead they just stayed B, and now they're looking to push to this connector and try to farm kills.
Peter just grabbing those 2 and 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere. 3 headshot kills in a row, and Marky even sneaks back in there to take down Raz as well. Marky's still going to die to the explosion, but still, for what that round was turning into, that's a huge takeaway at the end of the day for the guys on Energy to just completely destroy the WinterFox economy by forcing them all to rebuy here.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know. It's nice to look at, right? Like three P250 kills, but at the end of the day, WinterFox has a pretty good amount of money. You'd assume that by the time they, you know, if they lose this game, it's probably not going to be because of the economy, you know, because they pretty much have to win all these rounds anyways, right? But it does suck that they decide to go through connector for whatever reason to save instead of going upper B, which is usually a lot easier to keep your guns.
So for WinterFox, again, pretty much everyone actually just sitting outside of the mid-connector push. They're going to try to go for fast control here. Daps was positioned on the ramp, but has to give that up very quickly as he falls back to the site and promptly tosses down a Molotov. That does not mean he's going to stop Zeus, though, as he just barrels through that, shift-walking in, and he'll still take down Daps, but Peter with a dirty peek against Raz. He'll be able to find him. Dury stabilizes things at a 4v4 and somehow survives the encounter over there at long, too. He's going to be pushed in a moment. A few more trades occur. We're down to a 3v2, now a 1v3. And it gets all destroyed there due to very fast rotations from Energy and a good hold overall on that A-bomb site.
And just, well, their economy is looking a little bit worse for wear now because of those deaths. But at the same time, I don't know. I just have no, I was just not a believer in this comeback, Blue. Were you?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think, I don't think many were. I really don't. Just outmatched, completely outmatched so far in this best of 2.
Yeah, so WinterFox scraped together what they can. Keep in mind, again, had they had not gotten kind of destroyed by Peter 2 rounds back when they were saving, they would have had pretty much a full buy here. Not even pretty much, they would have had a full buy here going into what could be the last round, but now they're working with Tech 9s, P250s. They still have utility on those that went down to pistols, along with Imagine still having a full stack, but Zeusy is only having that AK to work with, and again, it's very basic what they're trying to deploy towards more than likely, so Energy just go back into their own default stack, and WinterFox will try to go to control, which is going to be somewhat tough to acquire on this B-bomb site with that kind of weapon power.
Yeah, and I mean, the hit on A by them, first off, you know, after that entry, the long A flank came way too late, right? Not only does that happen, but Raz again lost another op battle to Peter right there. If he wins that battle, or the A flank comes earlier, or the long A player comes a little bit earlier and shoots Peter on the back, you know, if he was there a second earlier, they definitely probably win that round. He doesn't get that 2K. Maybe he just gets 1 or none if Raz wins the op-v-op battle. But instead, he's consistently killing them in all these op-v-op battles.
Fugly and Peter comboing together too right at the start of this round. Peter even did great damage to Imagine to bring him down to 2 HP. And now he's just sitting back in Chicken Coop, patiently waiting. Breezy pretty much going to roll in here and almost finish the job. Peter chimes back out, gets that last kill, and that'll be the end of it. It is a shutdown for our second map as well here, and Energy claimed them both. A 2-0 for the night, as they don't struggle at all against the Kiwi/Australian roster.
Yeah, well, what was the score of the first map?
16-6.
So six rounds both maps, right? So
yeah.
12 total? Yeah. And I mean, what else can you say? It was not pretty from WinterFox. We saw a couple things on Cash and Cobble to be, you know, happy about, I think. But overall, just outclassed completely.
Yeah. So, to close out this match, we're going to send things back over to our analysis desk. Guys, take it away and break down map number 2.
Well, Blue and Vendetta, I guess it's one of those things. It's one of those things where, man, you know, are they going to muster it back? No. So it doesn't come together for them at all. Like, honestly, a couple things I had noted at least. Like, we didn't see any sort of even effort towards taking like a tactical pause there.
Yeah, and when you mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. They have tactical pauses in online games as well. And I'm not really, from how it looked, it might be the case that WinterFox aren't aware of it either. I don't know.
Man, I would surely hope that that's the reasoning, and because I mean, obviously, look, they had a yet again another rough first half, and they go into the second half, and well, it doesn't really happen. We even saw an instance where their ping started to skyrocket up.
Yeah, so they didn't even pause.
Yeah, they didn't even pause then. So I mean, you had that opportunity to take that sort of break.
Yeah.
And maybe you recollect yourselves, but you elected not to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point you might be so broken, just mentally you're out of it. Yeah, you're just end this, please. That's all you want. You just want to get out of it. You don't want to prolong your pain, I guess. But no, it was weird, and there was definitely multiple instances where they could have basically put a halt to things. And if nothing else, like they might not find the magical answer they're looking for in a timeout, but at least they're making Energy have to rethink what they're doing, because obviously when a team takes a timeout, you kind of expect them to have some sort of a plan for what you've been doing all along, right? Which like something heavy B pressure, right?
Yeah, something gimmicky on the other side of that timeout.
Exactly. So maybe you start doubting yourself if you're Energy and you mess up because of that. So yeah, no, it's just weird to see WinterFox basically not putting in any sort of effort to actually combat what was going on from Energy's side. But you know, to Energy's credit, they don't have to never change a winning team, right?
I guess you're right. Look, Energy, to further down that road, let's take a look at Breeze's stats here. You know, this guy, he's been good. Yeah. You know, even when he was playing under Slimmy, like when they had that sort of team. Like this guy, he was there. He was right on the cusp of making it to the Pro League. We see him in the Pro League now, and he's doing work.
Yeah, he is, and he, like I said at the pregame, he's one of those players that I look to be like in the future one of the more common names that you hear of from NA, to kind of just go through those stepping stone teams and eventually end up with one of the better ones. And the kind of performance he had here on Cobble, you know, definitely shows that he has the potential to come up big in games, even though level of play is going to be higher versus the opponents. But you know, he's showcasing what he's able to do.
Speaking of showcasing, we're going to take a look at round 10 right now. We've got Energy loaded up, and they pretty much come in here and do work. Walk us through this one, Vendetta.
Yeah, so, but the one reason why I wanted to highlight this round is because WinterFox actually do something different than playing extremely passive like they did on the A-bomb set for the better part of it. And you can see that's them utilizing a lot of utility. That's 2 of the Molotovs that they have on that B-bomb set, plus the smoke to actually get off into a forward position on B, but they leave it, which is the big question mark that I don't really understand, because the initial idea is really good. From what they're doing, they're grabbing map control on, I guess, an orthodox part of the map, because normally you'd see people play aggressively on the A-bomb side. Instead, they do that towards B. But it doesn't make sense to use so much nades and mollies to grab that space if you're just going to give it up within 10 seconds of the round. Because what you've done, you've weakened your defense towards drop room as well, as you can see that Energy, after just kind of getting Breeze out of dodge at B-long, they go back to drop. They have a double peek with Fugly, and can't remember who the second guy was from Energy, but do a double peek towards drop after using their utility, manage to find the first frag, and at that point, if you're WinterFox, you've lost control over drop, you've lost control over B-long, and, you know, to just make matters even worse, you don't even have any utility on the 2 remaining players left on the B bomb site. So you're strangleholding yourself in so many ways without getting any sort of return for it, and it's off the back of their own decision making. It's like they have a plan that's in theory pretty decent, but they end up just doubting themselves midway through and then making matters worse.
Absolutely could not put things together there. Like it just was. It was not going to happen.
It was like so even if they had like a good initial idea, they managed to fumble it up for themselves.
Right.
Which is normally you're supposed to let the opponent do that for you, but yeah, no. In that sense, WinterFox were doing it all.
When we say it like that, let's look at another young man here, Fugly, as he's able to bring up, quite a bit of firepower on his side of things, right? Yeah. So we talked a little bit about that DAPS, PTR, Fugly trio right there being the more veterans on that squad. And as we take a look now, 36-29 in the KD, but he definitely played his role. He did his part there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the things. Obviously, like a lot of the focus has been on what WinterFox hasn't been able to do. But again, you have to give credit to Energy for playing the same similar style. Like De Beers was talking in his Telestrator videos about how Energy on Cash, for instance, bored their opponents to death by playing an extremely late, slow style. Like they're true to what they do, and they have an idea of how they want to play and how they want to approach the game. So obviously, depending on how your opponent plays, you're not going to be in a position where you necessarily get to jump on all the frags and all that kind of stuff, but every player has a purpose within every round, and you can see that by how they're executing.
Well, let's look at that purpose. I mean, obviously, we spoke a little bit about PTR during the game. What are your thoughts on him as an opper?
That's the thing. Like, every time I watch Peter, he's really quick with the op. He's fairly accurate with it as well most of the time. So every time I watch him, I feel like he should be doing better than what he is currently doing. So I'm not really sure what hinders him from taking that step up once again and becoming, one of the prime operators in NA that is basically the people want on his team, right? Or people want to be on his team, or he wants to be recruited, right? But it's hard to put a finger on, but he definitely has the potential in him, and you see it every now and again. I think this game he ended up with something like 25 frags and 9 deaths or something, and it was constantly just making Raz's life a nightmare.
Which, in that game, if they weren't living in their own nightmare by that point, you got Dirty Peak Pete. Over there on the
exactly. Dirty Peak Pete. But that's what, those kind of peaks, like the way he picks off Raz holding off on that A-take, for instance, like, it's super quick. Like, it's really tough to actually deal with if you're Raz in that situation, or any other offer. So Peter does have that potential in him, so I'm not really sure what he can do to find that consistency, but you could definitely tell that his absolute top level is really, really high.
Well, speaking of top level, we've got the cream of the crop of matches coming up on the night when we come back from this break. We've got Cloud9, we've got Immortals going back-to-back on Best of Ones at 7:30 PST, though, so make sure you're there. We'll be right back.